gasoline was allowed.
Having huge credentials and doing lots of advanced mathematics and not thinking.
And we reduced the general population's IQ by some measurable amount because of that lead in the gasoline. That's a crazy story.
Completely. I mean, that's my thesis is that half of the country is lead poisoned, and that's part of the problem. Why we have the country that we have.
What years was unleaded gas? Leaded gas.
To the public,
I can't. Hardly a fucking thought. Let me see. 1996. Oh, I'm fucked. Yeah, that was like right after I graduated high school. Damn it. I'm toast. My brain's cooked.
Well, yeah. I mean, so Gen X and millennials have a very high level of lead poisoning.
Is that why I'm like this?
Maybe. I mean, I think that's why baby boomers are the way they are.
Wait, so what are the symptoms of like lead poisoning?
Sometimes I just jerk, randomly.
Lower IQ, higher aggression, less empathy.
I'm pretty aggressive.
So
I am kind of aggressive. I'm
Exactly.
very territorial.
That literally means like everyone that voted for Trump.
So lead poisoning just describes roidness, basically. The symptoms are.
No, if you have lead poisoning, you're one of the best lead poisoned people out there.
Thank you.
I have lead poisoning. I for sure have high levels of lead in my blood. We all do. Generationally.
I am a great lead poisoned person. And nothing wrong with it.
I will buy that shirt.
I'm rocking my Iron Maiden shirt right now, so I'm kind of liking it. Yeah.
Is there like a way to detox from it? Like, is there a way to get it out of your system?
No, it's like mercury. It just kind of,
It's
just like goes in your organs and kind of hangs out. And your body can't really. There's no like
there's some treatment for it, yeah.
Your liver needs to be able to attach do a little chemistry thing to it to make it potable, so you can get it out, clear your urine.
Mm-hmm.
And there's just your liver doesn't have didn't evolve to deal with lead or mercury.
I think there's some sorts of medication.
Like charcoal? Isn't that like...
You can just eat giant chunks of charcoal if you want. But you can have some water too. That's kind of...
Nah.
It's gonna dry you out a bit, Christina.
Yeah, I mean we're supposed to top out at what was it? 10.2 billion by 2060, but the rate of the rate that we are replacing people is slowing down because people are having less children, right? So I don't know how creatively we can get to have an infinite growth of the economy with a population that's starting to slow down in terms of replacement.
UBI and renewable resources and renewable technologies.
Yeah, I mean, I think that if the tech giants were smart, right, they would ask Pappy Trump to pass a law that says that modular nuclear reactors are now the way that these data centers are going to be powered. And if they were even smarter, right, to ingratiate themselves to the towns that they're building these monsters in, is to put a water treatment plant at the tailpipe end of these facilities, so that you're replenishing the water, you're feeding clean water out. So you're not just sucking up the aquifers, right? You're putting it back in. But in a country like this, that takes regulation, right? And that's not going to happen. So, like, we are literally on a path to catastrophe if we have an exponential growth in AI, because the infrastructure itself will not be able to support it. So if Texas shuts down because it got too cold one year, right? What does that tell you? Like that we're going to be okay when these giant data centers are sucking up 6 kilowatts of energy, which is going to happen within less than 10 years.
So, do we have like a war? I'm sorry, maybe I'm like uneducated on this, but do we have like a war with AI with other countries? Like, is there a reason why we're like trying to have so many?
See, what I have is I have a war on love. That's
Oh my god.
that's what I'm doing.
Royvis, bless your heart, Royvis. You're going.
See, people want to have a war on drugs, they have a war on love.
No, like,
Iran wants
because
to
of
kill
China?
us with these stupid, they have like these inexpensive stupid drones and they want to kill us.
They don't want to kill us. They want to kill the United States that's in their backyard.
I won't be minded
Right,
being
but-
killed by like
No, they wanna kill us.
geometrical shaped horde of drones coming towards me, like some weird fucking tetrahedron fucking collection of weird little drones, and then they just what they do, like they shoot little darts at me. Like, what are they gonna?
I'm not going to chase that rabbit. To answer your question, Christina, we are in an economic war with China to get to artificial general intelligence and super intelligence, right? And the major players in the United States are at war with each other. So it's not necessarily national interest other than China and Russia, but Russia hasn't been a major player in this for a while.
Yeah, but a lot of funding comes from the Middle East and Saudi Arabia specifically, and so now we're fucking around the Middle East, and we have this conflict of interest with like
And they're starting to buy our media
destabilize the area that
companies.
we depend on to finance our fucking
So stupid.
insanity, right?
So
Really
stupid.
stupid, and we created we have one of these leaded presidents.
And if the United States was a human being, this dumb lumbering idiot, like he just like tries to pet, it's like a mice with men. He tries to, pet his
Diabetic, missing toes, open sores, drooling on themselves,
I only drew on
eating
one.
Chick-fil-A.
Good.
Christina, do you know many folks that voted for Donald Trump?
Do I know any?
Do you know many?
I did. I'm not.
You did?
Good idea. That's a major red flag.
Yeah.
It's a red hat. It's not just a red
The
flag.
literal red flag, right?
Literally.
Every empire has come through the same thing of, turning into that fucking rabid, horrible, self-satisfied, lack of. The irony is when Hansen talks about imagination should be used to go, right, obviously the world was going to have to change with the advent of AI and robotics. How do the people, how do we eat, how do we survive, how do we have the lives? Yeah, and my point was, I can't go past the fact that it can't happen under capitalism. So I'm not against AI or robotics. It's just that I don't think it can exist in the world that we live in. And capitalism also, in my life, the difference between the rich and the poor since like the 60s is it's just beyond anything. It's just massively increased. So, trillionaires, billionaires, God, when I
While people can support heat during the winter. Like that level of greed.
And that's the other thing that we're not talking about, right? Between the 70s to now, it used to be that the owner of a company made 7 times more than their lowest paid employee. Now it's 300 to 700 times more. And to answer your question, Austin, it was 77,302,580 people voted for Trump.
77 million?
Yeah.
What
Do you think
percentage
that
of
number would
it?
change? Do you think that number would
All of
change
it.
now?
Well, I mean, the Republican talking apparatus is turning on Trump, right? Like, he's lost Tucker Carlson, he's lost Candace Owen, he's lost one of the blonde ones from Fox News. Like, I forget her name, Megyn Kelly. He's losing people that were his sycophants, and they're like, Tucker Carlson literally made an apology video, being like, my bad, I fucked up, I got this guy, I helped get this guy voted in. It was wrong of me. Blah, blah, blah. I'm sorry. Which is, okay, great, fine. But that doesn't help anything, right? And a lot of the people that voted for him are learning right? You have these dudes that were voting for Trump because he was going to be anti-immigration, and now their wives or husbands got deported. Oh, too bad. So sad.
Yeah, but to be fair, Romero, there was a reason they did vote for him. There wasn't partly because there wasn't an alternative, and they were looking for change.
There was Kamala.
Well, yeah, you're right. They were looking for change, but we already had a Trump presidency, so he was to some extent a known quantity. In his first round, only was less catastrophic because he had adults around him being like, no, you can't do that. No, you can't just shoot protesters in the leg. No, you can't do this. Where now he's surrounded himself by a bunch of alcoholic sycophants that just do whatever he says. Right?
I get that. I totally. I'm not defending him.
No, I'm not saying that you are.
From a democracy point of view, though, it shows it's a failure in the political system to have.
Yes.
Choice is the wrong word. I don't know, but he's a consequence of a failure of politics as a way of expressing choice for people to vote.
You're extremely right on that. Yeah, that he does show the one good thing about Trump is that he's shown all the weak spots.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
And if we're smart,
it's a failure to communicate.
no one can eat 50 eggs, Royvis. No one can eat 50 eggs. But you're right, and so when you have a political system that runs on money, corporate money, foreign government money, right? Then you have politicians that are spending most of their time getting re-election money than actually doing things for the population. And I've learned when I was in high school, I thought Bill Clinton was a good president. I was a dyed in the wool Democrat, and I hate the Democratic Party. I don't like the Republican Party either, but I hate the Democratic Party for the one reason that their inaction telegraphs exactly what their values are. They don't care. They're going to get paid anyway. And yeah, things are better under Democratic rule. Like budgets do tend to get, balanced or close to or managed better, and the infrastructure tends to keep running, but they're still getting paid by the same people. They're still getting they're marching orders from the same billionaires and trillionaires, and so and every member of Congress goes in, having 500,000 in their bank account, and comes out millionaires because of insider trading, because of illegal activity that would be illegal in any other profession, right? So, how these people are never gonna rein themselves in, right? It's like the police. They're like, oh, we killed somebody. We're gonna look into it ourselves. It's like, well,
Yeah,
okay.
that'll never happen.
It's like, okay, fucking, that's stupid.
Well, self-regulation never works. And going about regulators, you can have good regulation and bad regulation. It's a bit like, the smoking industry. So the percentage of people with lung cancer now compared to the 70s is like at least 50% less. The government the tobacco companies, they were going, oh, smoking doesn't cause lung cancer. Fuck off, of course it does. Yeah, but the government had to step in to regulate. So there's good regulation, and then there is bad regulation. I get that, but just because there's bad regulation doesn't mean there should be no regulation.
Correct.
Isn't bad regulation just no regulation, though?
No. Sometimes there are rules.
There's some really bad regulation.
Yeah, that are just antithetical to the point. But you're right that a lot of no regulation also happen.
So, what is the resolve in all of this, though? The people who are in power are just puppets, and there's a small percentage of the puppet masters doing this, So how are we going to actually make a change? Because there isn't going to be any regulation, because these people are being paid off to make sure that they just keep doing what they're being told. So how do we stop this? Because it's been going on for decades, but people are finally waking
Read
up.
the fourth turning. The system breaks, is how you fix it. The system breaks. You get the global catastrophe. People learn these hard lessons, and then you have about 30 to 40 years of upward growth and mobility and stability for people. And then the billionaires forget the lessons of the past and start doing their shenanigans again. And then proliferate.
I think making sure people with horrible character like Trump have no chance of winning. People waking the fuck up, but the bike turned woke into a curse word. People need to wake the fuck up.
What I don't understand is why we don't have really not extreme, but intense psychological psychoanalysis of people before they can run for political office. Why are we not having these people tested
Absolutely. That's a great
antisocial personality disorders, making sure these people aren't psychopaths, sociopaths. So
because the Epstein class is never gonna regulate itself.
The only way you can beat a psychopath is if you are a psychopath, okay? That's usually the logic that people put into, oh, well, at least our crazy guy's on our team. And then you end up voting for crazy people. No, this is a huge thing. Their personalities are exaggerated, so are their flaws. And when people look at such adversaries, they're like, hey, look, if a team has a crazy person, our guy should be scarier. And that kind of logic sometimes makes you making poor decisions.
No, I'm saying you cannot run for office unless you pass this test.
Yeah, Christina.
So then they will just become undetectable. So that's not a good path. Usually
I don't know, Christina, earlier I was going to say, not everyone realizes when you run for president, they don't just have one job title, they have two. They have more than one job title. The main job title is President of the United States of America, but they're also the Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. military, and they're in charge of a nuclear red button that can kill millions of people, literally. I had an idea, presidents should be able to pass the military fitness to return to duty and physical fitness tests for the president. I think that'd be sensible.
Yeah, but you'd have to amend the Constitution to do that, which requires 2/3 of both houses of Congress and 3/4 of all the states.
Exactly.
You're probably not getting that through 3/4 of all the states.
I mean, I think it's a good policy. I think it's good. I think unfortunately that's not going to filter out psychopaths, and even if you filter out the psychopaths, you may not solve the problem. I mean, many of us have, I hope all of us are familiar with the idea of the banality of people, right? A lot of the time, people are bad, but they're not committable, okay? They're not clinical. They're just bad. And you can't come up with a test for people just being bad. All right, being bad.
There's really good psychometric tests in the 21st century, but
being bad is
just
not
being able to be,
but also
being
not a
able to
psychopath because you're bad.
I'm not a psychopath.
Well, but also,
A person is not a psychopath just because they're bad. So the idea that you get this test and it assesses whether you're, sure.
Yeah, Batman is a psychopath, right? Batman is a good psychopath.
There probably are no psychopaths in office.
But it's just the bare minimum. Like typical military officers with weapons of mass destruction, they need to pass tests to be able to handle that responsibility.
Right.
We should have that for a president.
Yeah, and anyone just in politics in general. I just feel like there should be levels of understanding how to just be a decent, good person. It's not even being a good or bad person. It's beyond that. You have to have a level of empathy to be able to be a good leader. And you also have to be somebody who's not ridiculously selfish and try to be somebody who's more, I don't know.
All those reasonable people would never work for that job, though. All the people who sound reasonable would never take the job because it's too much.
Good. So then we need people who are not like that.
Christina and Austin,
We're gonna run, Sam, just run the void comp test on people.
Doesn't include any political decisions, and it's all scientific, right? You're creating something that doesn't have standards, and you're taking the power of choice away from people. People in a democracy have the right to vote for a psychopath. You want to challenge
Yeah, but they
that?
should know. They should know. They should actually see the stats of this person's
They know
mental
Christina.
health.
They know Christina.
Right.
They do.
No, they don't. I think most people are very naive. I think most people are very naive to that stuff. I think people still want to believe that, like Trump, that he really had like their best interest at heart. I think these people were very naive, and now they're seeing that that's obviously the furthest thing from the case.
Christina, do you know what it takes to change the Constitution of the United States?
No one's trying to change the Constitution. I think it's just having checks and balances.
This is not an argument against the substance of her position, Benjamin. It's just not. You're just talking about some procedural stuff. But the problem with Christina's idea is not that it's difficult to implement, it's that it is wrong. Okay, and we should not change the subject of that. Christina's idea is incorrect. It's bad position, it's immoral. It will lead to more problems. It will not solve any problems.
I actually agree with Jason.
Bad idea on it.
I don't agree with Jason a lot, but
Was
on this one I do
acceptable in
agree
common
that creates a
behavior years
separate
ago
layer
can
that
now
can then
be
be
sexual
manipulated to
harassment.
let it
Whoever
the power belongs.
weaponized censorship the next time around. So it's go ahead.
We already have weaponized censorship in the United States, right? So but that's the thing. We live in
But I'm not saying that this is information that this is like something that, if possible, an unbiased like set of doctors, professionals in this industry with set standards, with set metrics, science backing this up, to be the ones that can be like, this is your result, you cannot move on to the next step. It's just procedural. It's not something that we need to.
But you'd have to put down the entire American political process too.
But
what's
that's not an
wrong with
argument
that?
against the substance.
it's highly
Last time we did that, we had a civil
That's
war.
not enough, but that's not an argument against the substance. And Christina, I understand that is what you want to achieve, and the problem is that's a bad idea. Okay, and I've offered.
Well, you can say that's, I think that's a bad idea,
Which you
but
have not
you don't have to
engaged.
say.
Okay, I offered reasons for that, which you haven't engaged with. Okay.
See what Christine wants. She wants to change the way we think and how we feel.
And one reason that's a bad idea thing. None of these people that you're trying to exclude from office are clinical in any
You
way.
don't know that.
Well, listen, the whole point of a psychopath is that they can be subclinical and undetectable.
Yes, that's another point. Right?
Not true,
Which
actually.
is that you cannot reliably detect a lot of these things anyway. Okay, so you have two problems there, okay? One of them is bad people are not psychopaths. A lot of the time they're just bad. They don't have anything mentally wrong with them. They just are bad.
I think you're thinking that psychopaths equate to like.
No, what I mean is they aren't clinical.
Just
Bad
point.
people are not diagnosed.
So it's
I think
Something
you're.
that's wrong
I
with
think
them.
you're
if Texas shuts down because we got two polls 1 year,
Making a moral judgment
Right.
about a decision.
What does that tell you?
I'm going to kill this person,
Like
maybe
they-
not,
they-
or whatever. But how do you evaluate that on an adult inventory? On something
So
like
I
a
wanna
Minnesota
help-
multi-phase.
I want to help Jason out here by saying that power is one hell of a drug. And the more power you get, the more unfettered power you get, you're most likely going to make decisions that seem less moral, right? We see this with a lot of cops in the United States, right? They shoot first, unload a whole fucking clip into someone's back, and then go, oh, what did they have in their hand, right? Or how government officials do insider trading while corporations for doing the same thing, right? Or corporations themselves being considered legal entities that are alive, but they're immortal. Like, there's all these things. So power is one hell of a drug. And if you want to solve a lot of these problems, you need distributed power. But I feel like we don't really operate that way. And I think that you could have that for a little bit, but then the schemers and the people that want to take advantage of the system, that want power, that are addicted to power, will start doing their shenanigans again. So that's why I say you have to let it break. You have to let it collapse, which it is, right? We're in that time in history where the 80-year cycle repeats.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, historically, societal change has never come from government. It's come from the people and a revolution.
Yeah.
So that scenario, and I believe that humans act best as a community. So, it's like if you have a village and the elders are in there and they're looking after their community. I think that the problem we have in the world that we live in is that we're too detached from actually our leaders. And, the cliche is, power corrupts, absolute power corrupts, absolutely. So, I agree with
I think once we're solidly in the age of Aquarius, a lot of these things will then make sense to be able to tie up some of these threads, you know what I'm saying? Like, we're in the transitional period astrologically, which I don't think many of you.
I thought you didn't like astrology.
Dude, your voice is crazy, dude. I don't know what you're doing with your phone. You need to pull it out of your butt.
He's in the bathtub.
What do you guys feel like, rubber ducky? Your little bath bomb in there.
I just wanted to finish my thought. I think that some people think that antisocial personality disorders are not as common as they are, but they are in fact very common. And in fact, most people who do get into positions of power do have some level of that. So I'm not saying that all people in politics have some level or degree of that disorder, but most of them probably do, because it just requires a certain level of mindset and desire that takes you away from being really, I don't know, associating and feeling.
I said that earlier because no one can fucking hear you.
But that's my word on that.
I can't help you from here. You need to hire me to work on your audio. Probably help you set up some wedges. Run some cables.
But I think we should just all live on a farm and raise our own animals and just live like it was in the 1800s, 1900s. I think that will solve all our problems.
I say we go full Bronze Age.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not even being sarcastic.
Got gladiator fights.
Well, I don't know about that.
Oh, you would love gladiator fights.
Jason.
Jason, your mic is like super duper low.
Could you pick up a higher vibrational frequency to communicate with? I'm going to be just woo-woo today. What deep is this? Holy shit.
Hey, Royvis, aren't you supposed to be on a date right now?
Meeting at 5.
Wow.
In this old Hollywood bar. It's quiet and dim.
Did you pick it out?
Yeah.
Good job.
Who was I picked? Wait. Get out of here.
You're the one who's like, I'm gonna make her choose what we're doing.
I made it happen. She has to drive a little farther than me, actually. Gas prices, so.
How is it now? How is one of those?
It's this noise. You have like some white noise. Like I mean, it's fine. I don't mind white noise. It helps me sleep.
Yeah.
I never sleep with like a white noise generator having a background. I have like an air purifier to keep on next to my fucking head.
Oh my god, I do that too.
I got the blue one.
Recordings of the beaches of Portugal.
I thought you listened to Roy the Fuck all night.
Oh no, that's only when I'm fucking, actually.
How do you? Hey, I like how your wife like.
Hey, how do you know it's the beaches of Portugal you're listening to?
Because literally the YouTuber shows you a photo and like says, "Hey, this is the beach," and then they show another beach, and it's just beaches of the world. So my favorite one, the beaches of Portugal, for whatever reason.
Sounds different.
It's just a preference. It's like, oh, do you like this? Do you like that? So like, you just have a listen through. And let me know.
Have you done like an A/B comparison, like different beaches and sounds and waves, or?
Yeah. Like a lot of A/B testing and stuff.
Double
yeah.
blind? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Pretty crazy. Not double blind, single blind, but.
It's too bad Romero left, but I think Romero's onto something. Yeah, we need to lower the stakes. I mean, our overtime concentrates institutions drift over time, and every so often you have to reset and rebalance the powers in the institutions. We've seen a big drift toward a more and more powerful presidency and a more and more different and ineffectual legislature.
And an aloof, detached population.
Oh, what do they have in their head?
Going into their own.
Right. Or how government officials do insider trading.
Through something like the militia system. You just have to get everybody out of their house once a quarter, out to the train together, rotate them to other states and stuff like that, and make civic duty part of people's lives in this small. And like countries that have conscription say it has very positive.
Guess who's back?
Over and over again. And something like that in this country per se.
Alright, just one little clip right
How old was your dog when?
Jesus, so growing up in Los Angeles in the late with the highest exposure to leaded gasoline exhaust in U.S. history. As a child born in '77, you were in the bullseye for environmental lead exposure. I don't know. Long-term, subtle, and often invisible impacts to your cognitive, mental, and physical health, even if you did not suffer from overacute lead poisoning. So, yeah, I'm like, probably, yeah.
What could I have been without the lead poisoning?
What could I have been without the fluoride and the lead poisoning? What could I have been? Fluoride equity now! Life binding equity now!
Stay usually not longer than that because from working with one company for any period of time,
our children, for our nephews and nieces, our grandchildren. And there are way too many people pushing things before even regulation has been discussed. And this is, it sounds very vague what I'm saying, but I have a lot of thoughts and I just trying to find and collect my thoughts. But what I'm seeing is that a lot of people are not, why are people not asking, stop, this needs to stop. We need to talk about regulation first before we can think any further about, how agents or the whole AI evolves, right? So, I mean, they have driven up the capitalism for a reason, right? It made a lot of people corrupt. It made a lot of people become materialistic, greedy, and in the process, I think humanity has just lost the values. And I think, and this is, I think, the core message that I wanted to deliver, but I'm somehow struggling. It's quite late here. I'm in London. We need to go back to our values and ask, what are our values? What does an ideal world look like for us? Not only for us, but for our children. And I think then we will get the balance back, potentially. We don't ask ourselves enough who we are. A lot of people don't know who they are, what they value. We just don't have the capacity anymore. Everyone is about survival. Everything has gotten so expensive. It's just so much stress, even in places that used to be very serene, beach vibes. Life has gotten so expensive for them as well. So it's not the world that we once used to know, and I think that also doesn't give us a capacity to reflect.
Well, thanks for that, Mango. I really appreciate that submission. And I think, it's in alignment with what I was thinking as well. Because, I think what I like about this conversation is that, no one apparently seems to have automatic opinion on where this is all heading. So, I went through different cycles, especially related to AI technology. At first, I was jaded about it. I was like, okay, yeah, I really don't see what the whole fuss is about. And then I started using the technology, and I became excited. I was like, okay, I'm excited about that. But I know there's other considerations that I'm having. What does this mean? And I started reading, about the philosophy, ethics related to AI, and all of the possible opportunities and negatives. And yeah, I don't have kids either, Emmanuel, but I think one of the, you probably like where you're not just thinking about your possible kids, or if you even decide to have kids, but you're thinking about all kids and what the future looks like. So I started thinking about, what the future of education looks like, and what opportunities presented and what opportunities are going to change. But I think with the most latest book that I'm reading is what Brian's been speaking to, is the reality. So what I like about this book, Infinity Machines, is that it's going through the whole process of the early emergence of the technology and people who started it. So everybody's familiar with Huawei and how they were actually one of the first companies that developed the technology. And what this book is doing, something I probably wouldn't have found a lot of other books doing. It talks about all of the people who were involved in the funding and the iteration. So like you were saying, Brad, about the games. Demis is actually a master chess player, and and in the book it talks a lot about his exploits in chess and Go, and one of his first startups was a company called Elixir, which was gaming. So there's a close connection between gaming and AI, and technology has been developed along similar patterns where some of the different, when he talks about the initial investors like Peter Thiel and Luke Sakis and Brin and Larry Page
perspectives on humanity. And they see AGI as a way of actually implementing those ideas or controlling those ideas, right? And unfortunately, needless to say, some of these people are not the best people. I mean, some of them are literally those exploiters, capitalists, billionaires that we think is actually what's ruining
Mine is the adaptive man and my insight is keen as the heart. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. Above me shine the diamonds
Bingo! It's a little crazy.
By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, flashing of day that I wear by my robe I invoke mine is the sign of a prophetess and Typhoon, by the sign I invoke mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the Elder. My crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By thy fingers I invoke thee. Under the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. In my hand is thy sword of revenge, and it striketh thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abracadabra. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strike is thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it thee, O King, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of veil that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of her, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shine the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strike is thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abracadabra. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Let it strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a prophet, sanctified. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue veil of the intelligent. My crown I invoke thee. My fingers travel on the beat of prayer, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the soul that I made a hole to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shine the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge. Strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abracadabra. cord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy feet. By the sword I hold thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my bed I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music from the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shall the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy feet. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Diamonds of radiance, white and pure, by their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O King, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sewn with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of Apophis and Typhoon, by the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the antelope. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beat of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, strike at thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the six, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy cheek. By the sword I hold thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my insight is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lord I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of a office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue vigor of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abrahadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music in the song that I made on hold to invoke Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and strike at thy cheek. By the sword I hold thee. Voice of the fire, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abrahadabra. the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign given of none, save it thee, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear by my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and Typhoon, by the sign I invoke thee. Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the intermediate. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of earth, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. Find the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music from the song that I made of old to invoke thee. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, child and conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its strike thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the 5, the voice of the 6, 11 are the voices. Abracadabra. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. hand is thy sword of revenge, and its right is thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Mine is the head of the man, and my inside is keen as the hawk's. By my head I invoke thee. I am the only begotten child of my father and mother. My father is dead. My mother bore me with labor and pain and fear. By my body I invoke thee. About me shine the diamonds of radiance, white and pure. By their brightness I invoke thee. Mine is the red triangle, reverse the sign, given of none, save it thee, O King, O Lord. By the Lamed I invoke thee. Mine is the garment of white, sown with gold, the flashing of day that I wear. By my robe I invoke thee. Mine is the sign of office and Typhoon. By the sign I invoke Mine is the turban of white and gold, and mine the blue figure of the entertainer. By my crown I invoke thee. My fingers tremble on the beads of pearl, so run I after thee in thy car of glory. By my fingers I invoke thee. I bear the wand of double power in the voice of the Master. Abracadabra. By the word I invoke thee. I know the dark blue waves of music, the song that I made of old to invoke. Strike the master chord, draw the flaming sword, shine the conquering Lord, Horus Avenger. My hand is thy sword of revenge, and its right is thy cheek. By the sword I invoke thee. Voice of the five, the voice of the 611 are the voices. Abraham.
I just think that the whole thing has to change. I'm happy that robot AI takes over every job. Yeah, and I think that's great.
drive fixed gears on their bikes. Doesn't say any of that. Right? It is just a smorgasbord of different kinds of outreach that looks at different kinds of experiences. You can have affirmative action in the workplace and still be all white. It doesn't always lead to results. It also encourages people to not look at things like names on a resume. So a lot of hood niggas like you might be called Jaquan Jenkins. My name is Chris Hutton. Okay, I didn't say you, I said like you. They might be called Jaquan Jenkins.
I said white on my resume every time. You know how many interviews they got me?
And then you showed up and they had you arrested.
No, then I showed up and I got the job.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, why do you think I got a job now?
No, you didn't. Anyway, let me see. I mean, you're not really listening. You're like telling jokes. I'm not going to waste my breath. You think what affirmative action is, and you just, I'm so fascinated by black men like you who are conservative or Republican in their politics, and so they say, but want reparations. It makes no sense. Let me guess, you like to read the sheet.
No, don't even know who that is. I personally don't want reparations. I think that the black community as a whole needs reparations. I work for the shit I get.
What does that mean?
Yeah,
you don't think the black community, if you get reparations, they didn't deserve it?
No, that's not what I'm saying either. I'm saying that it doesn't change, it doesn't sway me one way or the other. Do I think that the black community deserves it? Yes. But am I gonna cry about it if I don't get it? No.
But
Instead, I work my ass off. Yes, but do I think we deserve it? Yes, but am I gonna cry if we don't get it? No, because I don't think
No one's crying. No one's crying. So I love this. This is good. So I want to go back to your point. So you think that Republicans are more likely to hold up reparations for black people? Why do you think that?
I think that I would rather trust the devil I know than the devil I don't. And I know the devil. I know that the Republicans ain't shit, and they will say it. Okay, specifically this president we got now. He openly say he ain't shit as a Republican.
Stay on reparations.
Okay, you said why Republicans? Why not? This is why.
I'm talking about
Democrats
judges. No, judges. Stop. I'm talking about judges.
The only judges I know locked me up.
Stop it. You said Republicans on the Supreme Court will be more likely to uphold reparations than Democrats. That's what I'm asking. I'm not asking about the county judge that locked you up for beating your girl's ass. I'm not asking about that.
First off, why you gotta disrespect me, bro?
Well, I don't know what you got locked up for. What you got locked up for?
Yeah, you could have asked. Not for that. For drugs. Thank you.
Oh,
I don't beat women. I don't beat women.
You just poison them and the children in the community. So
This is hilarious. Wait a minute. When you say drugs, you were taking them or you were selling them?
I was selling them.
Oh.
But that was years and years ago. But that's not the point.
What type of drugs was it?
Mostly Xanax and ecstasy.
Incredible. So you were destroying black communities. Keep going.
No, I was destroying white communities because that's who bought my product.
Of course. And how long did you go to prison for?
4 years.
Oh my God, you was moving real weight.
I did a little bit. It was alright.
Federal or state?
State.
God damn. All right, keep going, bro.
I don't do that, bro. I'm a carpenter now.
Okay.
I got 5 children. I'm a
Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord.
I'm still interested in this idea. So Republican judges are currently knocking down everything that black people and their allies fought for when it comes up to the Supreme Court. But somehow to you that's better for reparations. I just don't understand that.
So for me, okay, I guess for me, it's through every presidency in my whole life, I don't think anything has gotten better for black people.
Really?
Not really.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So, how old are you?
38.
Okay. So you were around for Obama. You don't think black people's economic situation from the end of Bush was better than by the end of Obama?
No, not for me.
Not
for me and not for anyone that I know. No.
You said black people. You didn't say your circle.
Okay, well.
See, y'all always do that. You mentioned, we're talking now it's about.
Okay, well, then I'll still say no as a whole.
Okay, cool. What was black unemployment when Obama took office, Tina?
No, I know. I mean, they're probably gonna say it was like 80%, and then when he left, it was like 20 or some shit.
No, I think it was like 17% at its peak.
And then what? It went down to what? Half?
Like 6 or 7.
That's not bad. I know.
Under Trump, it got to its lowest ever in his term, and then under Biden, it got even lower. You think black people's unemployment is worse? Has it gotten better since Bush?
Well, considering I have a really good job, I would say that things have gotten better. But the only thing with things getting better is they're starting to have to hire people because it costs to live here. Like I've never had more. Like I make good money, and I still go paycheck to paycheck.
But that's just the American dream. But that's a different thing. Let me ask you another question. Since you were in prison, have you ever looked at the incarceration numbers when they peaked?
Oh, they were high. They're high. They're still high.
Are they higher or lower now?
Well, technically they're lower, but they're still high as fuck.
They're significantly lower.
Yeah.
So is that better or worse?
It's better because they finally started letting. So here's the thing, like, you mean when you say incarceration numbers, do you mean people that are in or people that are getting jailed? That's the question.
People that are incarcerated. Incarceration crested. That means reached its peak and started to come down around 2010, 2011.
Yeah, that's when they stopped arresting people for dumb shit. Because they used
So
to
is it
arrest
better
people for
or worse?
everything.
That's what I'm saying. So is it better or worse?
It's right now. It's better. Right now, it's better.
2 minutes ago, you said nothing was better, brother.
It's not better. It's not. That's not because of the Democratic Party, and it's not even not because of the Republican Party. I think it's more because of the damn world is like, why the fuck are you arresting a million?
It's quite literally because of the Democratic and Republican parties. Like quite literally, that's why it is. They passed laws. They changed laws.
Okay, but
prosecutors stop prosecuting.
Who gives all the votes? Who's city council? Who like all the way up the chain? And this is like what you just said is exactly why I think that the Republican and Democratic Party shouldn't even exist, because it should be on the backs of the people of what we want as a whole. Whether my vote might be some outlandish shit, but if there's a million, if there is 3 million people in a state and 2 million of them vote one way, that's what should happen. It should be the people. That's why it say we the people. It shouldn't be, well, I'm a Republican, so I'll take it under advisement, but I'm going to go my way regardless. And then go to the fucking electoral bullshit with these bit of votes or whatever, all that nonsense. It should literally be on the people.
So
that's what America should be. That's not what it is. So no, I don't think it was like, fuck, shit's going on, people getting act up. Oh, well, they want this, you know what, we're going to finally give it to them. Okay, we're going to legalize weed, but everybody that's in prison for that, we're going to leave them there, but we're going to stop arresting people for it. That's what that is. That's a big part of why crime went down, or not crime went down, but jail went down. They didn't let people out that shouldn't be there. They just stopped arresting people for certain things.
What's the difference? So
the difference is I know people that are in prison still, they got arrested in early 2000 for weed.
Yeah. So the claim that you made, let me continue.
I wouldn't necessarily call it better. I'll say it's different. I wouldn't call it better.
So fewer black deaths.
1.3 to 7 cases per 100,000 Hispanics are poor.
I would guess and say 80. I would guess and say 100,000.
A lot.
Well, I'm about to check. I mean, that means how many? Let's see. In federal prison.
No, prison in general, not
there
just
are. That's relatively low. Okay. I'll look. Let me see. Number of black men in prison. I'll look these up. It's about 1 million.
That's a fucking lot.
It is. Unfortunately, it's to work through a system. You checking out of a system is not going to help, young brother. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I get you. I just,
So I got you cool. That's okay. That's cool.
I can't subscribe to that bullshit.
What about life expectancy? Is life expectancy higher or lower now than it was when you were coming up?
Would you say, are you talking like life expectancy if you're just a healthy person and like how you live, or are you saying like life expectancy living in the hood, like
overall? Just overall.
I mean, the overall number is probably going to say better.
So I
don't agree with the better because
this is
too many motherfuckers is using shit and doing shit and you know what I mean, but whatever.
Okay. This is the life expectancy from 2000 to 2019. It increased most for black people.
That's awesome.
But you said nothing was better.
I don't think that Republicans or Democrats have made life expectancy better.
Of course they did. Can I tell you how?
I would love for you to tell me how made life expectancy better.
The Chicago mayor's race, it is 10 months away, but
Should I tell you why?
Certainly.
People couldn't be denied for coverage. It had mandatory screenings that had to be covered. So you know there used to be a gap in cancer
the money race for the
gap between black people and white people. Because of Obamacare, that racial gap is now negligible. Should I put the paper in the chat? See, you're so jaded and cynical, and I understand why, to be fair, that you don't want to hear the new information. But like Dick Gregory said, I have the information. When they killed Michael Jackson, they killed him with a laser. I saw the check, nigga. And so I'm telling you, as a square bitch ass nigga, that's the information. And so now we're encouraging what? More black
Property taxes are not going up next year.
Colonoscopy
candidates, it is
already
already.
earlier and earlier before Obamacare needed. It's called the cancer screening racial gap. Huh? Am I saying it's perfect? No, I'm saying it's better. Extracting ourselves from the system does not help.
I don't remember the last time I went to the doctor.
That's a personal issue. There's a Democrat. Oh, you expect a Democrat or Republican to pick you up on Uber and go to the hospital?
A lot of black
What?
A lot of black folks don't go to the doctor.
Black men, the women.
Well, yeah. Well, that's
This is actually something that the brothers.
they be out there fucking, so
This is something that what does that mean?
they need to go to the doctor.
Wait, so women fucking who are fucking each other? They scissoring? What's going on?
They be out there fucking, and anyone that
So who are they sleeping with?
anyone that almost bleeds to death every month needs to go to the doctor.
Women almost bleed to death every month.
As far as I'm concerned.
Okay, that's fair. Okay, so who are the women sleeping with?
Whatever man they sleep with, I don't know, or women, or both.
So if they're mostly sleeping with men, why wouldn't the men go to the doctor either? Are you saying women are fucking more than men? Black women fuck more than black men? Is that your
I think no, don't do that to me. I ain't saying black women are fucking more than black. I'm saying all women are fucking more than men.
No, but we're talking about black people.
Oh yeah, still black women are fucking more than black men.
Okay, I don't know the numbers on that. So let me ask you, if you have 5 children, you now have a good job, you're a carpenter. Pittine Pasquale Slavi, eleison, et Patris et Filio et Spiritus Sanctus.
I'm not Catholic.
You're a carpenter. 1 second, sir. If you're a carpenter, we have to shout out Jesus Christ. Hey, JC, would you die for me? Zana, Hosanna, hey, superstar. When you're a bitch ass nigga, sometimes you just bust out to Latin or musical. That's what square niggas do. Anyway,
Well,
let me
I ain't mad at you. Let me
continue. You have 5 children. Hey, Dad, I want to take my training wheels off the bike this summer. Well, yeah, boy, we gonna learn how to ride that bike. Hey, Daddy, I need some pink barrettes because Grandma got me a new shirt and the barrettes I have are purple. You got all these beautiful babies depending on you. You don't go to the doctor to make sure you're healthy so you don't die on them from SNDS in 6 years?
I
I eat properly, I diet right, I exercise, and I work. And when I die, I'm gonna die.
What does that do for the kids?
I got life insurance.
No, but they need to. Oh, let me ask. How many of your kids live with you?
Oh, none of them.
That's what I figured. All right.
Well, hey, whoa.
He got 5
Whoa. They was just out here. They was just out with me for a month, please, 2 months ago. When they come, they mama come, and she stay with me too. And when I go out there to see them, I stay with her in the house that I bought that they live in. We just ain't together no more. We was together for 14 years. Don't try to make it like I'm some deadbeat motherfucker.
Any man that says I got life insurance, if I die, I died, I got 5 kids, is deadbeat in my book.
Well, I'm sorry that your book ain't my book.
I know. My book cares for the child. Yours doesn't.
I care for my children. Why the fuck you think I work like I do? Because I don't want to work. I work 6 days a week, bro. I don't want to do that.
So you're
I don't
working
want to do
yourself
it.
to
I'd
death,
rather
and you know.
But I don't. And I provide for my kids. And now my oldest son is about to go to track scholarship. All my other kids play sports, and they don't got time to get in no trouble, and they don't ever even have the inkling of ever living the type of life that I had to live. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a great father. So
You're right. Young black kids.
Anything, never.
Chris.
You're right. You're right. Young black kids who play sports never get in trouble. Young black kids who do sports, especially when their dads aren't around, definitely never get in trouble.
I didn't say I'm not around. I said we don't live together.
Where are you? Where are they?
I just want to say one
Where are
thing,
the
man.
kids?
They 12 hours away, but that ain't nothing but a short
That's
drive.
not living together.
I didn't. I said we don't live together. I said
So I just said you're apart. 4 hours.
But I'm always around.
No, you're not. You just said you work. How can you be around, always around, if you work 6 days a week, but you're 4 hours away? Break that down, you other grass nigga.
Every 3 months, they either come here or I go there and see them. And I talk to all of them every day. I make it a point to speak to all of my kids daily.
Okay.
Like, yeah, did I make some mistakes that caused me to have to be apart? Yes, I did, and that's my fault. I gotta live with it. I gotta deal with it. But I'm not gonna make excuses for it. Like, yeah, I fucked up. I did some shit, and it is what it is. And now I'm where I'm at. But
I understand that.
You don't get to take away from my parenting or saying that I'm not a good father.
I didn't say you weren't a good father.
I made a bad choice.
No, I'm saying that you saying if I die, I die. You leaving the kid $1 million does not replace the daddy. Money, we're not just here for money. The kids need us as their father, not just the money, is what I'm saying. So if you're saying, oh, I work 40, 60 hours a week, 6 days a week, I'd rather be selling dope because it's wearing me down, wearing my body down. If I die, I die. That's not good. Kids, you have to have some sons, right? 13-year-old boy needs his dad around. If you die, it's not if I die, I die. You know that.
That's agreed. But like I also have been, I be in because I actually have my second oldest son is 13, and I be on his ass all the time.
Okay.
Which it's harder because we don't live together. Which again, that's one of the things that I got to deal with because of some choices that I made.
I got it. I hope you get liberation from the Republicans instead of the devil,
Well, I feel liberated from both of them now. I ain't fucking with either one of them parties. One of them wear red and one of them wear blue. You know what it sounds like to me? Republicans and Democrats. The Crips and Bloods of the white world. That's what they are. They just another game. Because all they do is pretend to beef with each other and hate each other and then go out to lunch.
And then they pass a bunch of policies that make life bad for the rest of us, and you wonder why they are, because people like you don't get involved.
But they do it together.
Yeah, but things
the red and the blue.
But
you want me to pick one side or the other.
Well, I want you to pick a side that's closer to your beliefs and then work with that side and in that side to make the world a better place for me and for you and the entire human race.
So the last time I had a political view was towards the best of my beliefs. My beliefs was I want to keep my guns, I want to keep
got you. But that's not a
Democrats don't
policy.
believe that.
That's not.
Democrats
that's
don't
not-
believe that.
that's
They
not a
believe
policy.
that your son can become your daughter.
Well, so does Caitlyn Jenner. She's a Republican. Trump has
Caitlyn
trans
Jenner,
people.
ain't no such thing as Caitlyn Jenner. That is Bruce.
That's what Trump. That's what Trump said. So you all
Oh,
over the
I
place.
didn't know
Let's go
that.
to the guns.
Yeah, so he got me fucked up too then. Like I said.
You don't think there are any trans people in the Republican Party?
I'm jumping off of the train with him too.
Got you. So I'm gonna back up.
That is a
Back
man.
up. So you
That
were
is a man.
hold on. So you are allowed to have guns in California as a felon?
It's a constitutional right. What were we talking about? The Constitution?
The Constitution. Yes, it does.
What does?
The way the courts interpret it. So the courts allow certain states to take away guns from certain felons. You know that.
But what does the Constitution say? Second Amendment.
It
You
says
have
the
the right
right
to
regulate.
keep. You have the right to keep and bear arms. And it
else?
doesn't say, there is nothing in the Constitution that says unless you get in trouble.
It does say that. That's what the
What
world
does that
regulates.
quote it to me real
I'll
quick.
tell you. Can I just answer the question? The well-regulated part gives states and the federal government the ability to take guns away from citizens. I'll give you an example. If you're well-regulated, the Supreme Court has said many times.
No, I want to know what it says in the Constitution.
I'm telling you how the law works.
But that's not what I asked.
Oh, well, I can read it since you need me to.
I want to know what the Constitution says, not what they decide to say.
It's not changed. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, the right of the people to keep their arms shall not be infringed. There you go. The first three words, a well-regulated, four words, a well-regulated militia. Let me just continue. So, states can take away your voting rights, gun rights, all things for being a felon. You're in California, very democratic. Have they taken your guns away?
They tried.
How? Bring it down.
They said I was a felon and I couldn't have guns. And I
So
said,
how'd they
well,
take it down?
guess what? I got guns. So,
Oh, you have illegal guns?
no, of course not.
So how do you have a legal gun through California? You took them to court?
What?
You beat the state of California in court?
No, absolutely not. I just went and bought the parts and I built my own shit.
Okay, so I would not,
Oh, that's
I would not be admitting to a felony on a stage.
That's a
Frankly,
massive felony.
really, don't do this.
It's not a felony and they couldn't prove it anyway.
Well, you just acknowledged it, so they can.
No, I don't have any of those things anymore.
Good, okay, I see.
What about your right to vote? Can you vote in California?
I've been able to vote.
Right. So why did the Democrats take your vote away?
I don't know.
The Republicans take away felons' right to vote.
Really, because
In
Donald
Republican
Trump's
states.
president and I was able to vote then.
Huh?
Donald Trump's president, like the last time
I
he
said
was
in
president, I was
states.
able to
Donald
vote.
Trump's not a governor. What's going on, bro? Are you listening?
You said Republicans take away
Felons' rights to vote in their states. That's what I just said. Donald Trump's never run a state.
So let me see. I voted in Florida. Is that a blue state?
It depends on where you vote. It depends on when you voted.
South Florida, like I don't know, but I lived in Florida, Vegas, Cali, Wisconsin. I mean, I know Cali's a blue state. I think Vegas, like Nevada, is a blue state now.
Yeah, it goes back.
But it was a red state. Yeah, I don't know. I ain't got time. Honestly, that's what I say is I don't really.
You don't have time to vote at 20 minutes
I
on
have time,
Tuesday.
but I just don't care about all that.
So you can talk to me for an hour on a Sunday night, but you don't have time to stand in line for 20 minutes and vote. I understand.
Vote for whom? For somebody I don't believe in?
Well, how about this? Why don't you participate in primaries to get people on the ballot who you believe in?
Because I don't know none of these motherfuckers.
Can you
I don't
read?
believe in none of them. That's the thing. I don't believe in none of
the
these
politicians.
I don't believe in none of
in a politician. That's bizarre.
how.
You believed in a woman, you made 5 kids, but left her.
Well, that's, I had a problem at one point in life.
You believed enough that
I
5
just
kids
used
with a woman.
used to act up. There was a
You
time in
believed
my
in-
life
you-
that I used to act up. It
You
is
had
what it is.
5 kids. I love this. You could believe enough to bust off to I would say you and that woman probably had likeness, carrying your blood and DNA. You believed in her. You left her. But you can't spend 20 minutes.
I didn't leave. Like I said, that's a sticky situation. A big thing happened, and it was a necessity for me to leave.
She turned trans?
What?
She turned trans? That's why you don't like trans people? She turned...
No, she's still a woman, and we still kick it and all that, but there's just some things that happened, and I got locked up.
With your baby mama of 5 kids?
Yeah, I still sleep with her. She still sleep with me. When she comes see me, she stay with me. When I go see her, I stay at my house that she live in that I paid for.
Is that her, your pictures?
No, that's my ex. That's my most recent ex. That bitch is crazy. Excuse me, that girl is crazy.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you had to leave for a reason, but y'all still share bodily fluids?
No, we cool. You know, we cool. We better as friends type thing. But we also still like
Friends
so you
with
can't
benefits.
otherwise. You have to use the lure of the 5 kids. Just go to the bar.
No, because I still get pussy.
So why are you messing with your baby moms? That's messy.
Because I love my baby mama.
Ordering and I'm not very disrespectful.
You love her enough
Get the shit out of my way.
your children that you're not there for.
3 of my children. She's raising 3 of my children. I got 2 other baby mamas, bro.
You have 3 baby moms?
Yeah. But one of my kids is grown. He just got a scholarship. He's on his way to college.
You're 38 years old with 3 baby moms.
Yeah.
I see why the Democrats let you in.
Well, it is what it is, though. You know, I'm not gonna apologize for my life. I didn't ask for this life. I was given it, and I lived it my way at that. Which, in hindsight, may not have been the best way. I should have probably done a few things different. But it is what it is. I'm here now.
This is one of the things that I love about
You're muted. Was that Frank Sinatra, Something My Way, or Usher?
yes, I did. Look at Sean. Ain't nobody ashamed. He should be ashamed of himself.
But why would I be ashamed?
Oh, well, I would tell you why I would be ashamed to be under 40 years old.
Why would I be ashamed of anything, bro?
I didn't say
I don't hear lying about shit.
Again, I don't think you would be ashamed. I said I would be ashamed. I have a different set of morals and standards than you do. That's what I'm saying.
You probably grew up different too.
So you're saying that poor people who grew up in the hood who are black, they have bad morals and they can't make better decisions? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that I wasn't. The morals that I have now, today, as a man, now that I've learned different things, didn't get taught to me as a youth. That's not. I didn't get taught that as a child. I didn't grow up with morals. I grew up in a whole different life.
Oh, so when you were 12, 13 growing up,
I was already getting locked up, bro. I got arrested at 10 years old.
No, I understand that. But you weren't taught that having a bunch of baby moms was a bad thing.
Well, no one talked about baby mama. I was taught that if you black, you can sell dope or go to sports.
Okay. You're right. There was nothing on TV. There were no examples. There were no programs in school. They just taught you dope or sports. And you grew in California.
Those things were in school. But again, considering that when I got home, I didn't have parents in the house like that. So I was always outside. So I got raised outside.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, lots of people get raised outside. But let me just continue. This is what I'm telling y'all about Elder Tarot and others like this. 20 years, 30 years of destruction. Poisoning communities, the brothers said no more, etc. They clean themselves up, and after 6 months, they judge other people. They're better than other people. They're all of a sudden these free thinkers. This is what happens all the time. These people run roughshod over society. Don't draw like this. And then they get a little religion. Later on, now they're better than the rest of us. It's amazing. But I appreciate Sweet
I
small
don't think
yeah,
I'm better than nobody, and I damn sure don't put religion to think I'm better than nobody, bro. I just do me.
That's fair. Now, but we were talking about other people that come in the room sometime. But,
Oh, yeah.
you know, I wish you all the best.
At least I ain't coming up here lying, motherfucker. I could have came
No, I
lying.
agree. I mean, no, I said I appreciate you. I appreciate you talking about it. But I think you should become a Republican activist. I think you should vote for Republicans. And see how they treat you instead of the devil you know. You should join the Republican Party.
Why would I join any of those parties? Like, what is the benefit
To
of
protect your
joining
rights.
one party or the that's my question. What's the benefit of me joining one party or the other? If I walk outside right now, who do I go hit up and say, hey, I'm joining the Democrat Party, bro? What y'all gonna do for me?
You're right.
Are they gonna give me something? They gonna pay me?
You're right.
That's my honest question. Like, it's the same way when I was a kid outside in the streets, and why I got involved in the shit that I was getting involved in was because there was gain for me. I mean, mind you, it turned into not good gain because I ended up getting locked up a bunch, but there was gain in the beginning. If I just walk outside right now, I can't just go find somebody that's a Democrat and say, hey, put me on. I'm a Democrat now. Now what we doing? That's the way that I see it. I know that's not how the world works, but that's the way that I see it. I don't believe that calling myself a Democrat makes me different than me calling myself a Republican. I vote, if I vote strictly based on if what candidate, if he's saying things and say that he gonna do the things that I think he gonna do that they're beneficial to me. I don't care what the motherfucker is. I don't care if he's Democrat, Republican, Independent, or whatever. If he like, this what I'm gonna do, and I'm like, that's what I need, that's what I'm voting for.
Okay. I just didn't know 40-year-old men thought like this. That's fine. Yeah, anybody.
Yeah, well, welcome to America, motherfucker. There's a lot of people like me.
I know that's why the country is going to shit.
Yeah, because of us. Because of the hard-working people like me. You're right.
Yeah. It has nothing to do with you being hard work. I'm talking about political culture. So I wasn't
We
talking
don't
about
give
you.
a fuck about politics. That's the thing. We care about politics.
I know, that's why the politics is so bad, because hard workers like you stop caring. That's exactly the point. If someone like you was
Because our
involved,
votes never change anything.
are you in a union?
Yeah.
Oh my God. My head is about to explode. Wait a minute.
No, look, I don't like the union, but the union is good for me because it protects wages, it protects job security, and
Oh my God.
it's a necessary evil. I don't necessarily care for the union, but it's good for me.
So then that will be the reason to support a political party, because there's a political party that's keeping unions viable, which is the direct benefit for you. There's another party that's trying to get rid of unions, where their leaders say it's bad for unions. They put people on the court to get rid of unions.
They ain't gonna ever be able to get rid of unions.
Who told you that?
They're not gonna be able to. They already tried. They tried.
Sir, union membership is steadily going down precisely because they are getting rid of unions. You just happen to be lucky enough to live in the most democratic state, or one of the most democratic states in America.
I don't live in California.
Oh, where do you live now?
Utah.
Oh, well, they could be gone.
Yeah, I live in the Mormon state,
They could be gone. I mean, Mormons are a little bit different, but they could be gone. They're more traditional Republicans, but they could be gone. Go ahead.
But I've also worked jobs like in the industries. I used to work in a mine, and I worked because it was a union, and it was a big thing. Like when you go to like your see, that's what I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I don't care about either one of the parties. I only care about what's beneficial to me and mine. If that aligns on the Democratic side, then great. Then I'm a Democrat for that time. If what aligns to me next week says that it's on the Republican side, then fine. I'm a Republican for the next week. I don't need a. I'm not no fucking politician, bro. I'm a regular ass person in America. I'm just a regular person. I don't need to be like, oh, I'm this or I'm that. Like I feel like that's the same thing like when I used to run around with gangs. Oh, I'm from here. Oh, I'm from there. And I don't like you because you from here or
Gangs
there.
give you union protection with good wages and retirement and healthcare?
Unfortunately, no. They did give me a one-way ticket to the penitentiary.
Cool. So not like gangs, but I take it.
Well, you get what I'm saying.
I don't.
Take it a little way too literal. Come on.
I don't. I'm not taking it literal because you're getting lost up, you're caught up in the political conflict and making an analogy to gangs, all the while saying you like democratic policy.
Some of it. But at the same time, I know the Democrats was trying to take my guns away.
No,
So,
they
at the
weren't.
When?
Aren't they the ones that want to get, like, try to strip guns?
No, they don't want to strip guns.
Or just make gun laws more stringent?
And you're not supposed to have a gun.
Who?
You.
Man, the Second Amendment say I got the right to
No.
keep and bear arms.
Can you, Chris, maybe you don't understand that each amendment is subject to reasonable restrictions. The court has ruled that. The court has ruled that on many occasions. So if you don't believe in the Supreme Court, I don't know what to tell you. The court has said well, that's a problem for you because if you're going to commit crimes, the court has said crimes, you have a problem. But
here's the thing,
listen, let me just finish.
Just because I committed a crime in the past does not mean that I should not be able to defend myself in the future.
Chris, can I just finish? So the court has held numerous times, and in fact, it's been much less restrictive in terms of gun laws. They basically said that there isn't a standard, but you can still have some reasonable gun laws. Now, reasonable gun laws, the court has said on numerous occasions, include the fact that felons cannot have guns. That's considered reasonable. Certain things are considered unreasonable, and the court has held that. Various states are trying to decide what laws make sense and what don't. But at the end of the day, the Democrats aren't trying to take away. Your guns are gone, or they should be gone, and let's not have that discussion. But they're not trying to take away guns. They are trying, in many cases, to impose some restrictions on guns. You may or may not agree with them, but they may or may not be legal anyway. In terms of the union, I don't really understand what you're saying because Republicans are basically anti-union at this point. Democrats are pro-union. Their policies have been pro-union. Union representation is going down. If you lose that, you will probably lose some of the benefits that you really appreciate. So there are laws and policies that Democrats have that actually are helpful to you. Republicans, for example, let's talk about reparations. I thought that was pretty funny. Reparations probably are illegal under this court. Why? Because they are giving one group of people, right, a specific benefit, and the court will hold that that's not legal under current law. Now, that wasn't always the law, okay, but the Republicans have been winnowing back on these sort of things for years, and that is one of their policies. So I guess what I'm saying is I understand that you don't care, and I understand that you feel like it doesn't matter, but maybe you should look into things a little bit more. Is that possible?
Possible, yeah, but not probable. I just build shit for a living. That's what I do. I build shit. So even if they took my union away, I'm still a skilled tradesman. I'm always gonna have a job because I build shit.
Yeah, but building things.
For me, it's that simple. I build shit and I'm good at it.
But building things doesn't mean you have to be uninformed. You don't have to say, oh, this is a bookish person, this is a building person. You could be a builder, also be the smartest person in the room. Book-wise, like they're not opposites.
No, I'm not a dumb person. I mean, I might be dumb politically, but yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just politics has never been a thing that piqued my interest because it's never been a thing that I have any real value in my life, like for politicians or for politics or for any of that shit. Because honestly, I don't. As long as I stay on my side of the line, I'm sure. Believe that? What world are you living in? Mine. The one that I live in every day.
So you know what's interesting about this is, I'm not gonna say you're a hardened criminal, but you've done time, right? And to you, I'm probably a square. I'm probably, yeah, I pay my taxes, all that good stuff.
That's not a bad thing.
No, let me finish, let me land. And what's interesting is, my engagement with law enforcement has been terrible my entire life. I despise police. Despise them. This is coming from someone who has never participated in any nefarious activity or criminal behavior. But I know that the laws impact me significantly. When I was growing up and I spent time in New York City, coming up, stop and frisk was dirty for me, right? And I understand that that is directly attached to the mayor of the city and who votes for that mayor, and what type of draconian laws they pass down, right? Like, this stuff impacts you, whether you want it to or not, whether you believe it does or not, it impacts you, bro.
I got stop and frisk under every president, Democrat or Republican. It never changed how the police treated me.
Presidents don't control police.
Exactly, because police are just people.
What?
I get fucked with by white cops all the time.
That's a state policy. Weren't you selling drugs though?
No, even since I've been on the legit, I always get fucked with by the police. Always. And it's not just like a simple thing, like a motherfucker pulled me over. Matter of fact, 2 weeks ago, I got pulled over at 8 o'clock in the morning. And I was like, why you pulling me over? He said, this ain't how it works. He said, why you pulling me over? Give me your ID. I pulled it up and said, I'm gonna give it to you as soon as you tell me why you pulled me over. And we argued for about 2-3 minutes, and then he was like, you have your brights on. And I was like, you pulled me over for having my brights on at 8 in the morning? Then I gave my driver's license, and but cops like to fuck with me. You got anything in the car? You got any guns? You got any drugs? You got any this? Like, motherfucker, you pulled me over for my bright. You pulled me over for my lights. What the fuck is all that for? I got arrested for jaywalking once. I got beat up by the police in front of my mama in Vegas. And they tased me while I was in handcuffs. I sued the shit out their ass, got 70,000. Police always fuck with me. Never be the one to say, well, why don't you just answer the phone? Because I didn't do nothing. You don't got a right to just be stopping me and just be asking me questions just because how I look, or just because how I'm dressed, or just because I got tattoos, or any of that bullshit.
Actually, the Supreme Court, the Republican judges that you were supporting say they actually do have that right.
Well, then I guess I'm going to be a Democrat on the next one. Like I said.
Okay, that was funny.
I said that before. That whatever benefits me is what I'm going to go for.
Okay. Last question. How'd you end up in Utah?
I got some homies that moved out here. I was living in Florida, out there ripping and running, and I was like, man, I'm tired of this shit. And some of my like, man, come out here. And I ended up coming out here, and now I'm in Park City.
Best wishes.
Yeah, no, I live in a rich city. It's great. All these white women out here, you kidding me?
I'm not interested in that. No.
Oh, you in a blizzard, huh?
Huh? Hey, look, let me tell you. I started snowboarding, all kinds of shit.
God bless you, brother. God bless you.
I mean, well, I've always done shit like that. Like, I wakeboard and I tried to surf. I can't surf, but I'm big into extreme sports. I like to do shit. I like to be outside. So Utah was the perfect place to go.
You take your
I
kids.
only went to Florida because I needed to get away from California because they were trying to give me 20 years. And I got out and I was like, I'm out. I'm gone. I'm not staying out here.
I don't know if it was a state, bro. It was your activity, my
Right. And you don't recognize them, Cali.
Huh?
You born and raised in California?
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Oh.
What do you mean they were trying to give you 20 years? Did you, were you on parole and you left the state, or what have you done?
keep messing with you? Why are you putting yourself in positions? I mean, I live in California. The police don't never bother me. So why do they keep bothering you? What are you putting yourself in those positions?
Because in that current situation, I was in the trap.
You was ghetto. You was, okay.
That's, I take full accountability for all of my situations that I put myself in. I'm not saying that that some of the times that I've been fucked with weren't unwarranted. Because they weren't. Some of the times, the police had the right idea with stopping me, but they didn't have a reason. And that is the beauty of the law. You gotta have a reason, not a suspicion, because your feelings aren't law. You gotta have a reason. I need reasonable, articulable suspicion. Motherfucker.
Yeah, you a snitch.
Oh, I ain't never told on nobody in my life.
Hey, Chris, you need to get a room up in here, man. Start a room, bro.
I don't be on here enough to start a room. Sunday is the only day I really be on here, bro, because it's my only day off. And I'm just at the house chilling, and I was like, fuck.
Chris, are you mixed?
Huh? Yeah.
Are you mixed?
Yeah.
Who's white? Your mom or your dad?
My mom.
You already knew the answer to that.
I'm gonna say, how many motherfuckers you really know got a black mom and a white dad?
I know a lot. Yeah, that's a lot, especially in California.
Yeah, Chris, I'm just going to give you one word of advice because there are very few blacks in Utah in general. Was it 2%? You will probably stand out, and I would suggest that you think again about whether you really should have guns. Allegedly.
This is right.
No. It is not his right. He's a felon. Okay, he's not allowed to have guns under federal or under Utah state law.
Well, the good thing about Utah is there is no law. There's no law in Utah for concealed carry. So if I carry a gun on me and you don't see it, no one's the wiser.
My God, if you get stopped, they see a gun, you are all right. Whatever.
I don't ride around with guns in my car because I am not out breaking the law.
Wait, guns are only for lawbreakers?
No, I'm saying that I don't ride around with a gun on my lap. So if I was to get pulled over and the police look in and be like, "There's a gun right there," I'm not riding around with a gun in reach. I'm gonna do something. You know?
Questions are, do you have a felony or no?
Yeah.
So how you? Never mind. I thought every state.
Utah does, and the federal law does. Okay, he's not supposed to have guns. That's
okay. Okay.
This is all
no, I'm not allowed to buy
He's just being defiant. So.
I'm not allowed to buy a gun, but I'm allowed to protect myself.
Oh, wait.
You know that you're not allowed to possess a gun as a felon. You know that. You know that.
Yeah, that's okay. We'll wait.
Here's my thing, which is why I'm hoping that, mind you, I've already been trying to get my shit expunged to get my gun rights back so I can go to the store and buy one. But my felonies that I have are non-violent. I don't believe that someone that has a non-violent felony should be excluded from.
It doesn't matter what you believe. The current law is. And you have children, and it's not worth being away from.
Well, maybe if you would support candidates who have your position and vote, you might get the law changed.
None of them got my position. You tell me a candidate right now that says that they want to give felons back gun rights.
I'm sorry. Can we get back on track because?
Yeah, let's get back on track.
No. I want to say something because the original point was trying to convince him to vote. He's a felon.
You can vote. That's not true.
My voting rights.
That's not true. You can have your voting rights restored.
I've had my voting rights. I'm a non-violent felon. I got voting rights. I've had them ever since I got discharged from prison. I didn't get on parole. I expired my whole sentence.
Okay. Well, we'll just wait for the Instagram story to read about you getting caught up with a gun. So let's move on.
I don't want the brothers to get caught up.
That's great.
I
appreciate you wishing me success. I really do. So thank you.
Hey, you brought it on stage. Sorry. Nah, stop.
You want you to go to jail. You're doing things that you know you're not supposed to do.
Exactly.
And you're in a place that's very easy for you to stand out. So it seems silly, but it's do you?
Look, I believe that everybody should always be able to protect themselves
unknown areas or anything like that, you should have the means to defend yourself. That is a human right. I don't give a fuck what the law says. You as a human, I will go to jail with a smile to save my own life.
Oh, but Chris, so
Chris.
they download transcripts, man. Like, I'm just saying, man. Like, I agree with you. Like, I don't think a felon should be disarmed. Should lose the ability to protect himself and his family if he wasn't put in jail for a violent crime, right? I mean, I don't think that's.
They can download whatever transcript they got. The only way I'm armed is because I have two arms, and on both my arms got hands and fingers and a thumb.
Chris, just there are other things that you could use to defend yourself that won't get you in trouble. I think that's what most people are just trying to just say, hey, man, like, get in trouble for certain things. There are other ways to defend yourself. So that's all I think what most people are just saying, bro. Like, no one wants to see you go get hurt. That's all.
Hey, awesome. I think we need to get maced. I don't think felons can even get maced. I don't know if that's
We can get mace, because I be out camping and shit. I got bear mace. There's bears and shit where I live, especially where I go camping. Yeah, we can get Utah's not like California. California do a background check to buy bullets. I buy bullets all the time for when I go out targeting. Like I've been hunting, all kind of shit, like with friends or whatever. Not my guns, because I don't own no rifles. But with my partners, like I was blasting for them, sitting up in the stand and shit.
I wanna just ask you to stop saying incriminating shit. Like I just think you should stop, please.
Exactly.
I have one last question for you. When's your birthday?
Yes, ma'am.
Like, what's your sign? No, I don't need you to, like.
I'm a Leo.
Okay. What was that noise? What was that noise?
You already know.
First lady.
She's like this.
Can we please clarify? The noises I make. Are you serious, Sonny? Well, I just need him to clarify. Is he a July Leo or is he an August? Okay, July Leos are great.
Yeah, big fire.
Sonny, what did you? July Leos are great. Why? I'm a July Leo. Why? I'm a July Leo. Oh, good. So am I. That's why.
See, look, we all the same.
Wait, so he's a July Leo? He's an August Leo. They are yeah, them August Leos, they're very daring. Very.
And I'm at the end too, so.
They defy the rules a lot.
No, we just do
First lady, I've never defied a rule in my life. What are you talking about?
Lies.
What?
You defy my rules, sir.
Difference between a July Leo and a August Leo. What's the defining difference? You said
It's the men. It's really the men of the August Leos that
I'm hurt. You guys poking me where it hurts. I'm just saying,
Well, where does it hurt?
all over. I'm August Leo,
You see, are you closer to July? Saying it hurt. Are you closer to July?
I'm at the end of August.
Okay, so you're also picking up on Virgo energy.
Yes, I'm on the cusp.
Mm-hmm.
He must be like August 22nd or 25th or some shit.
Somewhere around there. Yeah, the 25th is Virgo.
Oh, yeah, I'm at the end. I'm August 19th. I don't know what that
So
is.
you right, August 19th. Okay.
Yeah, I don't really follow.
I think he giving his birthday, Yeah, please. It's okay, Chris. Listen to me. Listen, for your own good. It was really, really, really nice meeting you. I hope you might come back once or twice a month. We welcome you.
But they there every day.
Okay. All right.
Not 3 times?
If in fact we got 6 weeks in the month, then 3, yeah. But if it's just a regular 4-week month and just once or twice. I'm just kidding. just joking with you. But yeah, thank you for your honesty. You know, a lot of people may not agree with you. You still hold to whatever you feel as though is best for yourself. So, and it all explains it from you now. I understand your side. Thank you. Is there another topic, or there's no news, no good news, no bad news, no news? Somebody help me? No? Okay. Thank you, Maya. Tiffany, shush. That's not nice.
Well, I'll say this first, lady. The playoffs are on. That's why a lot of the men are like not engaged. And
Who's playing tonight?
the 76ers are taking a shellacking right now by Boston.
Listen, Divine. All we care about is the boys coming back 2-2. That's all we care about.
Well, yeah.
If they ain't come back 3-1, it'd be a problem.
Yeah, I missed the game, but I heard we won. But yeah, I'm interested in all of the games. But this is crazy. They're down by 20. They've been down by 20 plus the whole game. This is bad.
What's the whole? What quarter?
They're in the third.
It's time.
Plenty of time.
20 points down ain't nothing in the third quarter.
It's the NBA playoffs again already.
Yeah. Yeah. It may.
You went into the Matrix. I don't know if you're still talking, but I can't hear you at all.
I'm sorry, can you?
I can hear you now.
I said, yeah, May is next week, all right?
Yeah, this year's halfway over, you know.
Yeah, I be fit, like working. I be fishing and shit, so I don't even be watching basketball.
I don't care about basketball right now. I just care about what we're seeing in the world.
I just want to know if you know basketball, tell me who I should bet on, because I'll jump on this little casino app real quick and throw me a ticket in.
Thanks. You sure you're not a mega? You got all the telltale signs. Gambling. No games.
I don't even gamble like that.
Well, you gotta let
It's okay if you're hanging there.
It's all good. I don't gamble like that, but I throw, throw $50 here and there on some sports shit.
Alright, my correspondent says, pressure builds to elsewells after Trump dinner shooting with some according to Wells, who oversees the security service and a role. Oh Lord, no.
Here we
The
go.
security reps that put Donald Trump and top administrative officials at risk. Since it's undergoing cancer treatment. Oh, they trying to blame what? I'm trying to tell you, they trying to get rid of all the women, y'all. I'm telling you.
Uh-oh.
It's true. I mean, 3 are gone already. He doesn't do anything for the men, even though they're incredibly.
Well, shit, we better bring back affirmative action. Motherfucker, keep these women.
Good luck.
They say Keystone Cash ripped Ford just standing there after shooting. He was just standing there. I was like, well, the picture, I don't know, because I didn't see any videos. But the still pictures look like he was just standing there behind the scenes.
You seen the man hiding behind his pregnant wife? I don't know if that was a real picture.
We gotta.
I'm just saying, bro, I seen that shit earlier. I'm just like, he was just damn too. So it just looked like
I seen the video. She was literally leading
attempt 3
Is this
on his life? Or is it 3 or 4?
No, three as president, but he.
Your mama, what are you talking about in the chat? She said she said undergoing cancer. She didn't distinguish whether it was breast cancer or what. And then you said WTF. And then, are you not your mama? Who's yo? Let's see, maybe it's a different yo. Yeah, your mama. I'm just reading what you wrote. What? Isn't that what you wrote? Then you said booming. I didn't. No. Oh. Oh, okay. You erased it. Got it.
Yo, I didn't erase anything. I was talking about what Christopher was saying. I wasn't talking about nobody else. I was
Don't
talking
you call me by my whole government name ever again in your life.
You said it.
What did he say about her cancer?
I didn't hear another name. So what
Chris,
did I say?
just Chris.
Oh, Chris.
Well, you sound like my mama.
Look, I was just
She is your mama.
I just had a flashback. Don't call me by my whole name. I thought it was you.
Well, you are, because she said you said something about her cancer. You gave the wrong cancer?
No, I didn't say nothing about no cancer. I don't make jokes about that. My dad died from cancer. I don't make jokes about that.
Mine too.
Yeah, so yeah, that's not the thing I joke about. You look for the wrong one.
Is that you, Charles?
What's that? No, that wasn't me. I was on mute.
That's Chris. He talks so country to be from California.
I get that. So I think it's a hereditary thing. All my family from Texas and from Louisiana. I think it came through there. Because even my partners in Cali be like, why you sound like that? And I'm like, nigga, I'm from here. Like, what the fuck you mean?
Your kids mixed.
Yeah. They mix with white, Mexican, and white and black.
Oh, okay. I'm in Trinity House.
Oh, Lord, we just went through a whole argument with this guy. And not taking me back again.
I'm sorry.
You can't afford to snowboard.
Yeah, I can because I provide. They provided for it too. I do a lot of different things. But if you ever want to snowboard, come on out to Utah. I'll get you plugged up. You ain't gotta have no gear. I'll take you to a rental shop, get you free rentals. You just gotta pay for your flight and your hotel.
Snowboarding?
I'll get you locked in. Or if you like to ski, then you can ski. I don't ski. I snowboard. But yeah.
None of the above.
Plugged up and locked in, y'all.
Plugged up and locked in?
Don't keep yourself in a box and do no like black people don't do that bullshit because they do.
Nobody said that.
Chris,
You will have fun.
Chris, you don't know who you're talking to. I'm not the person to tell that to.
Nigga, I wasn't talking to you.
Oh, shit.
I'm smelling too more
Now it's time to boom it.
Hey, first lady, I'm smelling sauce here.
Hey, BWA, how are
What's
you?
good? What's good? What's good? I'm smelling sauce.
No, please, don't smell nothing. Please.
I'm saying, you know.
No.
I'm smelling too.
No.
I was talking to the lady that said none of the above.
So let me get it.
Oh yeah, no, that I said it. Yeah, I said I don't do snowboarding. I would probably do like snow tubing, but anything that has me standing on my feet and going down a mountain of snow is absolutely no for me. That's it. Why did you have to reduce it to black people need to do more things and everything? Like, why?
Maybe I jumped the gun because I'm used to
Correct.
saying. I'm used to motherfuckers telling me, "Oh, that's some white."
I appreciate your honesty. I don't meet a lot of honest Leos. Thank you. Go ahead, brother.
Drama.
Tell us about your social circles. So maybe you might want to listen to this.
My social I live in a place
Weird.
where there's not a lot of black people, but there is a lot of snow. And when I go back home, there's a lot of black people and less snow. And those black folks don't do shit like that. And when I tell them that, oh, I be doing this, they say things like, oh, that's some white shit.
It's 2026,
Okay.
bro. There's ski trips with all black ski trips, snowboarding trips, skydiving trips.
That's what I'm trying to tell. That's what I'm trying to tell the homies, bro.
You're not
The
unique.
homies don't
You're
listen.
not unique. You're not
So
unique.
again, that's your social circle. I said get outside of your social circle. It may be your social circle. And then you say when you go home, your homies, that's your social network. That's your social circle. So
That's not my social circle. That's the people I see twice a year. Because that's my brothers, my sisters, my cousins, some other still live back in Cali.
My aunties, my uncles, my cousins, my nieces, my.
So that's not my everyday. My social circle is the motherfuckers that I know.
So if those are only people you see twice a year, why would you extrapolate that to all of black people? You need to get out. Respectfully, it's not disrespectful, but if you're going to malign black people for what your family and old homies do, and somebody
Because I've got it on Clubhouse too.
But brother, I've got it on Clubhouse too. It's not all black though. It's not like all black.
I've got it on Clubhouse from niggas too that was like,
But Chris,
white shit.
Chris, you said your family, you're not all black though, right?
No.
So how do you think this even more fucking funny?
Oh, here we go. I'm not even to have this conversation.
No, I'm not talking about you being half. I'm saying that you're saying that it's people from back home, but then you say that you're half black, so you're not even around those people. So maybe you have people that maybe people you're around are just limited to what they know and do.
Well, yeah, I used to be limited like that too until I started moving around and doing other shit.
Okay, so you're the unicorn black I see. Everybody else.
No, I just like to do a lot of. I snorkel, I wakeboard, I snowboard, I rock climb, I camp, I hike, I fish. I like to be outside.
You skydive?
Yeah, I skydived twice. That shit is crazy and terrifying.
Yeah.
You have not named anything that I guarantee you. Those are not unusual things. Those are often things that people do when they seek out vacations.
Well, yeah, but more often than not, at least, especially on Clubhouse, the common response is, "Oh, that's some white people shit. That's some white people shit right there."
The social circle you're around.
Like I said on Clubhouse,
they need to expand it.
First, respectfully.
If you are around those people, it makes it your social club. Because now you just met a different group of people who's outside of the norm, and we can't even say that. You just automatically thought that you were saying.
Yeah, Chris, one thing that you probably do that we don't do is put raisins in potato salad, bro.
No, you got me fucked up. Yeah, I don't do that.
Just probably the only thing you do.
So, yeah, that's all. So I'll just real quick. I watched a movie, My AI Children, and it was a PG-rated movie from 1988. It was big, and I didn't realize I hadn't watched it with
Tom Hanks.
Yeah, with Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
Dancing on the piano.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that one. Yep.
Yeah, that's my
Right.
shit.
So I have those memories. Something happened. There was something that happened earlier, in, I think yesterday, and it reminded me of the movie. So I was telling the kids about it. I was like, yeah, we should watch it. It's the childhood movie that me and mom watched, and so they were like, cool. And then we started watching it, and then I didn't realize that obviously there's some things that don't feel PG, like 2026 PG. It's definitely 1988 PG. And so we had to, cover their eyes for some of it. There's a moment where they're in the bedroom, and she's like feeling her
13 now, but I don't remember 15. No, like those are days. I know one thing. I miss the 80s. I know one thing. I miss the 80s.
It's the 80s, baby.
80s and 90s were good for children. People weren't so sensitive. Well, there's also, they weren't sensitive, but there were also a lot of people who were going unmedicated, undiagnosed, untreated, who were living in hellholes.
I wouldn't say all that, but
I mean, like people who needed to be hospitalized were kicked out on the streets,
You
schools were
know,
being disinvested
you
in,
know, you know, you know.
uh, you know. So I get what you're saying. As a kid who didn't have to go through all that, the 80s and the 90s were enjoyable times, but
Yes. Shout out to War Games. War Games and Weird Science made me want to be a computer engineer.
now the media content for kids I think was really awesome. I think was really spot on.
And Revenge of the Nerds.
For kids. Like, yeah, the 80s, especially the 80s were tough. 90s were a good time. Generally, for a lot of things. Anyway, this is what black people are. I will tell you something. That Hurricane was definitely not seen. But that's not because he's black. It's because he has two lectures. Maybe we've been told that this.
That's correct, but I do make my alternative to grits with quinoa flakes, and people say that that is not black enough, and I don't give a fuck.
Wait, so it's black but not black enough? I would think it's different.
Oh yeah, I mean they might say that that it's not black at all, but that's just because you guys are narrow-minded and unimaginative. That's the problem. You need to stretch yourselves. Oh, I'm not going there.
No, yeah, let's go there. You wanted to go there. Let's go there. Now action is here, Simone.
Y'all don't have imagination.
Now you're scared.
No, I'm not scared. You don't have imagination. You don't care about nutrition. You just care about taste and satisfying your cravings. You want to be a slave to your appetite. It's just.
What is that?
Why you don't have a badge?
It has nothing to do with having a badge. It has everything to do with controlling your appetite and not letting your appetite control you.
You gotta eat, homie. Like, if I heard that statement, right, I would take a bunch of steps back because I'm not controlled by my appetite, but you better have a good bank account, and if you have that, go buy whatever you want to go eat. This is America. If you want to eat healthy, great. I do. I mean, I like to eat all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I think we're talking past each other. You don't understand what I'm talking about at all. But
It's America, Jack. And Ashton said, you know what the fuck she means.
I said, Ashton, I remember your voice. You like an athletic woman, and yeah, I remember you. I remember that voice. Where she was like, she would whoop a nigga. Wait.
Oh, no.
I remember that voice. As soon as you, I said, hold on, I know that voice. Your name wasn't Ashton when I had talked to you last time. Your name was something else. What? Yeah.
My name has always been Ashton on this South.
You just had a different picture. But I know, like, you really could, like, yeah. You gave a whole rundown, like, man, I be doing this, and I do this and that. And, yeah, I'm a tall woman, and I'm a, yeah.
I mean, I honestly, I care about dudes. I don't got no problems with no guys. I don't, hit on dudes and all that stuff. Whatever people may think, I don't do none of that stuff. I appreciate dudes for who they are, but like I told you, dudes, you quit put your hands on me. I don't care how big or fast or whatever you think you are. There's an answer for that. And so men don't want to find the answer out. So dude, you hit me, you won't do. The state of Texas is not going to help you. He said, what does that mean? Find out. So men understand they don't want to find that out. I told them, dude, I will help you meet your maker if you hit me. And a lot of women have to stand up and understand. Don't allow people to hit you. Don't allow. I thought you deal with that. Do not allow people to put their hands on you. And like, you know, the dude I live with, he said, I'm not Navy, and he said, I'm going to teach you how to use everything that God gave you. You're 6'3", over 200 pounds, and I'm gonna teach you how to make that and refine that. And he did. You know what I'm saying? He taught me how to have hands, how to throw an uppercut, how to take care of myself. Not necessarily going to go look for trouble, but it's, can you take care of yourself when the moment calls for it? And that's what, you know, men and women both have prepared me to take care of myself. And I've had to do that. You know what I mean? I've been homeless on the streets. Ain't nobody finna come rescue you out there in Dallas, Fort Worth. You either better know how to throw hands out here when you're on the streets, or you better know how to make something out of yourself. And I made something out of myself when that van pulled up and called us to work at that steel mill. I was gone and never looked back. Shoot, I don't give a damn. I put them dusty clothes on and dropped that steel helmet over my face, and I never looked back and never was homeless from that day forward. So I'm dead serious, y'all. Anything that I've done in my life, I've worked for it. I'm not asking dude to do anything for me except for be himself. I don't ask men to be my protection because there's a gun shop up the street. I take care of that. I just need you to be you. And other than that, we have a great relationship. I don't have problems with no men. As long as they understand, and women either. As long as people understand that all I want is to be treated the way I like to be treated. I ain't asking you for no money. Don't need no money from you. Don't need nothing from you except for just be you. And if men can do that, it's an easy relationship because I'm a very simple person. I don't ask for very much except for let me be me. That's very simple, man. Yes, ma'am. And that's fair. And I think that's easy for men to understand. You don't have to have a large conversation. And I tell people for the women, I think men are the greatest gift that God made. You can stick them in a corner and let them do whatever they're gonna do, sit at home, play video games, whatever. They got told me these are the things I want if I live with them. I just want my own lap. I said, wow, I thought this was going to come with a list of stuff. No, he just said, I want a big place and I want my own bathroom. Cool, we're going to make that happen. Bam, we're moving. So I want a man to be happy, right? I want a man to know that I care about what he wants, right? If he tells me we need a bigger place, then guess what? We're going to move and get that bigger place. If he says, hey, I need something with a closet, then we're going to look for that. Something with an elevator, we're going to look for that. A man should not have to sit here and be unhappy to make someone else happy. My grandmother once said that to me. And so I try to help men understand. I'm a little different. I want them to be happy when they're around me and that kind of stuff. That they don't have to feel burdened with all kinds of things because I'm, a little bit different. And I try to take the burden off of men and women too. Anybody that has been in my life, they understand, including financially. I try to do my best that I can to uplift people and not judge folks and meet people where they're at. And I think when people do that, then you find value and understanding and validity in your life when you do those things.
Well, you need to go be a motherfucking speaker to these young women. Lord have mercy.
Oh, please. They don't want to hear that. They want to hear about getting some money. They want to hear sprinkle.
That's why they need her to go and.
They not gonna listen to her.
Maybe not, but at least they heard it. Years down the road, it might lock in.
They don't need to listen to none of y'all, because all of y'all messages are fucked up.
I almost said something.
I work with young people all the time.
Every day. Guidelines in this room for the things like
Okay. I was gonna stay out of it, but you said all.
What are the guidelines of this room of things that I can and cannot say?
I was referring to the people who were co-signing on the shit she was saying, so.
What are the guidelines?
of the things you put together.
I don't care if you call me dumb. I don't care.
Well, we're not. Well, let me tell you something. I'm not, because that's not my business to call you that. I'm going to treat you the way we're not right.
I said nobody needs to hear the messages that y'all are giving anyway because they're not good. That's what I said.
Well, brother, look here. You can't say that because I work with kids all the time. I work with the church, brother. I'm not out here just telling you some blabber, okay? I don't do no blabbering. I sit here and I tell you stuff with wisdom, understanding, and aptitude. All right? Let the word aptitude be more important from you. So what I'm going to tell you, brother, the question is for you. The question for you is this. How would you like to be treated? Dead serious, dude. Because the way you acting with folk and coming at them and telling them that what they're saying is dumb or whatever the case is, that's not okay. How would you like to be treated? Think about that.
Yeah, so your question's rhetorical, which is why I'm not going to answer it. I said that the message that Gray and Chris were co-signing was not a good one. They got excited when you told them over and over and over again that you just care about making men happy. Just gonna do whatever it is you need to do to make sure the man's happy. That's the message that they said. That's the message that they said you need to go and tell.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Nobody said that. I'm not French. We talking about we. So again, mods, can y'all tell me what are my restrictions on the things I can say in this room?
And that's what I said was a bad message.
I didn't co-sign anything. I pushed back. I said they want to hear sprinkle, sprinkle.
Well,
Chris,
I
was taught in life when it comes to rules, do what you can afford. What you can afford in life is what you can do when it comes to rules. I don't want to get kicked out if I like say the wrong thing, you know, or say a word, and people be like, "Oh, you can't." Well, you gotta think about it. You probably shouldn't say it. Well, no, that's the thing is I would say it, but I also respect people's spaces. You know what I mean?
Detroit lady.
For that guy to say that the comments I'm saying made they're not. He heard our cry, y'all.
Come on, whining.
Now the question is,
Okay, that's enough, y'all.
You're still thinking about it, you know? And when you look into the facts, you gotta look at both sides and, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, don't you think so is the type of person that argues for the sake of arguing and not actually doesn't stick to facts? Like, he can go off on a tangent, and he can embed himself with his nonsense.
He interrupts every 2 seconds as well, so, you know, hold on, man. Probably, ADHD kicks in,
Who's that other guy? The one that does,
Oh my god,
drive-by.
Samoa!
No, he does drive-by. Is that Saul? So he comes up, says what he has to say, and then goes back down again.
Oh my god,
There's
that's
another guy that
Samoa?
used to do that recently.
Samoa? Because he's really
No, Samoa.
Samoa is not low.
It's the old
Okay.
the Snoopy dog or whatever the fuck his name is.
Yes,
the
yes.
dog guy?
Oh, dog man? Yeah.
Yeah, that's scumbag. Yeah,
But wait,
he
hold
comes
on.
up, says what he has to say, and then goes back down.
So, General, what did you and Apples talk about?
You know, I actually was only there for 5 minutes, and to be fair, other people started coming in and started talking nonsense. So I was like, don't you ever feel for the Palestinians? I was like trying to explain to them, I said, remember the Jewish people
Tan left. Oh my god. So Tan was in another room a while ago, and he was crying, like actually crying, saying, "Oh my god, I saw this man and his child in Gaza, and it was so sad." I'm confused. Like who? Like, I don't understand him. Is he bipolar? Because he just acts so different depending upon where he is. And here he's acting all pro, like it's really one day. In another room he's crying, and that's like bipolar.
That reminds me of that character, that Iranian character, that when I asked him, "Oh, what is your position?" and he goes, "My position is 69 on your mom."
On your mother's face. Yo, that night was so epic.
I was like, Uncle, what on earth are you doing in politics?
No, but he said so many other crazy things. I wish someone recorded it. Bozzy was up there. Adam Talker was there. Oh my god. Oh, Narcus was there that night. Oh my god. It was so funny. He never came.
Iranians or something else.
Truly something else.
Hassan, you have heard Tan speak in that Kofte room as well, have you? Does it make sense to you when he
No,
speaks?
I don't believe he's got some mental issues. Definitely, I feel sorry for him. I don't really put on the TV when he speaks, you see. Because one thing is very strange to me. He seems to be self-promoting at all times. And one of the tools that he uses for self-promotion is to first he tries to latch on to the majority opinion or the majority trend that is so he latches on to that, and then he starts self-promoting his own angle essentially. He sounds so confused. I feel a little bit pity for him as well at the same time.
Wants to beat up Amir and beat him up. Amir, has he texted you yet or called you? He wants to beat up Amir.
He issued a formal apology, I think.
Oh, he apologized.
So,
wow.
Damn.
The chat. Looks like Trump ducked and avoided an assassination attempt.
I don't think it was like that.
I know it was.
Like it was miles away, literally at the front row. Without calling it assassination.
I
would
know.
have believed it if it was in the same room.
I
It was
know.
in the corridor at the entrance somewhere.
I
Or
know.
assassination.
It wasn't even an assassination attempt. It was a false flag bullshit. It's
Yeah, something along
hilarious.
those lines. It doesn't clearly add up because, if it was an assassination attempt, you would have got in the room or done something very close to him. This guy is miles away at the entrance and fires the shot. What kind of assassination attempt is the bullet going to duck and cover and get into the room itself?
Look at this brave man who stood in front of Trump waiting bullet. Like, what bullet? Like, where was it?
Yeah, he ducked.
You show
He ducked
us.
and got saved.
He was staying at the
You
hotel,
show
right?
us.
Yeah, apparently. But the funniest
You
was this
show
guy's name,
us.
Dana White, the UFC guy. There's a video of him. Everyone's like, I don't know, first they're like, look at Cash Patel. He's a hero. And Cash Patel, everybody duck, get down. Okay, a hero, my ass. And then Dana White's like, I was just, sitting there watching everything. I didn't duck. Just take a picture of it at the chair. Looking around with a smile. It was I know, but it was funny. No. He wasn't doing it like, I'm so brave. He was doing it like, I know this is a fucking, fake ass thing. He's not so brave.
Yeah, no, that was interesting that he said it the way he said it, right? As if he knew that this shit was some bullshit.
He was smiling, guys. He was smiling.
No, for real. Like, my thing is, if something like that was real, right? If somebody was going to pop somebody. serious because bullets have no names on them, right?
Exactly.
So
Wait,
it's just
no. Erica, what's her name? Fuck, what's it? Erica, what's her name again?
Huh?
That loser, Charlie Kirk's wife.
Yeah.
Erica Kirk. Did you guys? Yeah, Crook ass. Did you guys see her cry? Of who?
Medusa.
Medusa. Oh yeah, she is.
That witch or whatever.
Yes, with the curly head, the Medusa head. Did you guys see her leaving? So she caught the camera. I was like, "Get me out of here! I just want to go home."
She was there?
Yes. Did you not see her with Secret Service? She's leaving, and she was visibly crying. She was pretending to cry. The minute she saw the camera, she goes, "I just want to go home. Someone take me home." Like a lost child. Yeah, look it up. Look it up. It's hilarious. I'm like, look at this bitch. There's a picture of what's security. He hex that. I guess someone took a picture of it, like in a different room. This man is smiling. He's smiling.
But you know, but listen though, like whenever you're trying to tell these people that this shit is some scripted, staged bullshit, like they can't even hide it no more because it's so weak. There's still some of these right wingers that still believe this goofy ass shit.
No, it fits their agenda. So even if they do believe this seems kind of sus, it fits their agenda. It actually fits whatever their belief is. It kind of supports it. Oh look, oh yeah, and then the best part was Trump. The show must go on. Then he goes to give a speech after. He's like, "See guys, I told you we need to have the ballroom." We need the ballroom.
This might have been a campaign to get the ballroom.
For the ballroom.
Yeah, for the ballroom.
Because I believe there was a stop to his construction. Yeah, exactly. And he's like, "See, look at this place.
Yeah,
it's not secure. It's not this. We need a ballroom."
Build a $300 million ballroom.
God, yes, ballroom. I'm like, what the fuck? Then he brought up, look at me. I'm like, Abe Lincoln. Look at this assassination attempt to my life.
There isn't there is an easy answer for what Republicans can do to not lose, and that they could like pass some strong anti-corruption regulation, which polls at like 98% of Americans. They could release the entire Epstein files. They could aggressively go after all the pedophiles that are contained within. They could not offer a pardon for Ghislaine Maxwell and all going hardcore on prosecuting them. They could stop trying to go after false accusations through the courts. They could probably provide some form of universal health care and more subsidies for Americans to get health insurance, lower taxes on the low income and increase taxes on the rich. That polls at like 59%. So you kind of like do all the things to help the average. That would probably
This morning, saw one of my
I just found that I am related to.
Government over $30 billion. Yeah.
What's the price of the DVD?
Yeah, but how much did he save?
Nothing.
Did someone really say he's providing
what?
DVDs? Right?
It's the premium on Donnie.
Yeah, but Trump stole over $30 billion for himself.
But the senator and the president swearing in on a stack of Bibles.
his body's
I'd be pissed.
But
the favorite chapter really in my DVD How to Live in a Slum Country is preparing for your first date with a 6-year-old. That's
Benjamin, I know you love this troll. I could feel the joy emanating from your microphone every time you get to mention this book. I understand. But can you answer my, you don't feel like answering my question? What are the three things American people can do to ensure that the House and the Senate stay in Republican control?
The people could do? No. Trump has messed up way too much. Kind of crushed it.
I think you're fucking retarded.
I think the question actually is
concretely all they have to do.
It's very logical. I thought this come through. I
think the question's a lot simpler than that. Those who nationalize their campaigns and tie them to Trump, even in Trump-winning districts, will probably do worse. Those reps that regionalize their campaign on their district will probably, on the whole, do better. Because it's not about Trump, it's about your district.
Can you talk about how Benjamin's actually retarded?
It's almost like the entire Trump administration has made the whole country worse, reduced our standing in the world, made the African Americans' life worse, increased our financial standing, and it's been one of the biggest failures of presidencies ever. And for some reason, we can't all get behind just impeaching the bastard. That is the million-dollar question to me.
I got a question.
I love this presidency for Breyer, but I really love it for Benjamin. But I really love it for Breyer.
I got a question for the mods. Is the topic still the same, or you guys moving on?
Yeah.
You want to bring it back?
Yeah, let's bring it back. We've been on this partisan politics bullshit for a minute.
Yeah, I can comment on the topic. I really enjoyed listening to Breyer, and I do think AI is supposed to make rich people richer and take jobs and all that. But that's the pattern. New tech doesn't replace the top first; it replaces the bottom. We've seen that. So the difference now it's not just one lane. You know, as admin, as creative to some degree. Categories people thought were safe. I am looking forward to the technology in terms of the medical community. It's already being used in amazing ways, but if you do know how to use it, it can become leverage. You can move faster, you can produce more, and cut costs. But at the same time, access can be an advantage too for small businesses. If you don't have infrastructure, you can have your agentics do the work to a certain degree. So it can't level the playing field, but all of it might not matter in just a bit, because even the godfathers of AI, they know that they don't understand it completely. That probably is the biggest issue for me, and the lack of regulation. There's no clear framework protecting anything or anybody, and it's moving so fast, it's so difficult to keep up, and even the states are being prevented from regulating it. And what's wild, with what Anthropic came up with, literally putting out the warnings, and it feels like nobody's paying attention, because the producers are the ones raising the flags, and it's still full speed ahead. So for me, it's not just about jobs. AI is only as ethical as the people using it, and humans these days haven't exactly proven to be ethical when power is involved. So I don't know, buckle up.
Yeah, maybe if Barack Hussein Obama had AI, he would have lied to the country for 8 years. He's a fucking liar.
Anybody else got anything?
I would say this, that in the last couple elections, Cambridge, I forget his name, Cambridge Data, had
Cambridge Analytics.
Yeah, they were using basically AI, and they really pushed the election in a particular way. Now, what I want to point out is, and then Zuckerberg had, AI under Facebook and Google had a lot of AI under Google.
Going forward in politics, everybody will have AI. Now that seems to me to be democratizing in some way. I don't know if you all think that it's democratizing, but I think in some way it might be. Let's see.
The people that refuse to use it now won't use it in the future. All they do is complain now. Whether you're a musician or a politician, they go, "Oh, it's AI slop." Well, you know what? Your real world woke left mind virus brain is the slop that you're projecting onto the new AI. So, hello? Hello? Okay, Marshall, go get another vodka tonic. Just sit back and relax. We got it from here. The grown-ups, the adults who can actually use full sentences.
That's the AI slop that they're talking about.
That was a good one. Got a good roast there.
You just fucking listen to music, modern music. You'll hear it.
Oh, who picked John Kitover as a virus? So, who picked poor Alistair?
Whatever the kid is a fucking dumbass. There's probably Benjamin. He's a fucking dumbass.
You say Benjamin is, or John Kitover?
Do I have to repeat myself?
Yeah, because I didn't hear it.
Benjamin. You're coming off a little stupid, but Benjamin's a major jump.
I usually do. I mean, I'm par for the course then. But speaking of not stupid.
It's a fucking your house. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you're cool, but.
Oh, I wasn't talking to you, Kitty. What's up, Stefan?
I'm not gonna fucking blow up your ass just because it's your stupid.
Even if it wasn't mine, I would hope you would. Stefan, what's up?
You expect me to come in here now? Oh man, I was gonna say great room, but yeah, hey, it's great to see everybody.
Good thing you held off a few more seconds on that one, huh?
Right?
He loves people that smoke up his ass.
You gotta look around.
Smoke up his ass, right, Stefan?
I mean, well, what do I say? I don't know. But I do see Io up there. We go way back, and what a brilliant guy, and pro. So yeah, I don't have too much to say. I'm just listening.
Well, I'll take the mic. Shout out to Greer. I know Greer's been doing some actual great work in real life, and Rohan as well. Doing some great work in real life. If I didn't mention you, I just don't know you. Maybe because I'm not supposed to know you, or because you're insignificant. It doesn't matter. I like this topic. I don't know, yo, why are human beings so afraid of technology? It seems like, I feel like once fire was invented, all the men put out the fire because they thought that we got invented. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know, but like, I feel like when fire was invented, all the men put out the fire because they felt like they'll be useless. Right? And it's like, no, you need me now to build fires. How dare you build fires without me? But it's like, why are we so afraid of technology?
Ain't nobody afraid of no technology, Uncle. We're afraid of sick retards using it to invert nature.
Man. Yeah, back to the invention of fire.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, like
Got him
men
again.
building fires.
Hit him hard and keep hitting him hard. Hit him harder.
Someone just
Hit him
figured out
even
an
harder.
easier way to build a fire. It's probably a woman. And then, like, the men probably killed her. And then said, how dare you try to build a fire without me? Like, this fear of technology, like, really has to stop. Like, we're way too educated. We have way too much access to resources to try to think that, like, technology is... No, I'm from Brooklyn, New York.
Oh, all right. You sounded a little different. I was like, I heard in New York for you. It sounds a little nuanced.
Yeah, I'm from Brooklyn. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Brooklyn.
Where Brooklyn at?
But you know what it is?
Where Brooklyn at?
I eat a lot of good food.
There it is.
So
that's like Brooklyn plus good food equals Boston accent.
Yeah. But I've been in Boston too. You know, one thing I hate about Boston is that when you get out of the airport, you're like in the street. It's like Grand Theft Auto. To get out of the airport and in the real world, Boston is a crazy city. But go to the Cheesecake Factory across the street from the airport in Boston. It's surreal. But anyway, we need to really stop being afraid of technology. I think technology.
Yeah. Fuck.
What are you playing, Nick? Oh, nice. Good game.
Hey, Necro. Necro, when was the last time you read a book?
Let's see.
I didn't get a response there, Necro. Are you busy video gaming? Can you hear me? Earth to Necro. Earth to Necro.
As an autistic kid, I don't like to be interrupted while I'm playing games.
Is that an A word or an R word? I think you're actually more of an R word, not an A word, to tell you the truth. Oh, we got a caller. We got a caller. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Welcome to the show. Teal enough. Teal Bentley. What do you want to talk about?
Hi, is this John?
This is John.
So I was looking on your website. I saw you had a 3-day plan for Chicago.
Yeah, did you see it? What'd you think about day one? 25% cut to the property taxes.
Is there any way we can make it shorter?
Oh, you want it this size?
I'm thinking like you got a 3-day plan currently. You got a 3-day plan. I'm thinking 2 days.
Well, that's day 2 actually. What don't you understand? There's day 1, then there's day 2, and then there's day 3. These are mayoral proclamations, by the way.
I'm sorry, I don't want to disrespect you. I really respect your campaign.
Wait, please hold on. We've got a donor on the line. Necro, can you hear us? Because Necro's one of our biggest campaign donors, and we had to promise him that we would release the Epstein files, and it turns out that, Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, they got our donor what he wanted. What do you think about that, Necro? Can you hear me, Necro? Oh, he left. He was busy playing video. Sorry, Teal enough. You want a compression. You just want 2 days, right? He left. Zach, why didn't you mod me? Yeah, you should have modded me.
Sorry, dude.
We could have grown the room.
What are you talking about?
We got to get the room big.
He's been made into a saint in the Coptic.
Oh, it's the Coptic church? Yeah. The Catholic church, I think you have to be like a baptized person to be like considered a saint.
My bad. You can't opt to be Catholic.
Yeah. I don't think,
No, you don't have to be. There's not Catholic
you don't have to be
saints in
but you have to be baptized though.
Yeah, I know within that. Yeah, I understand that part. So
I think looking at like all these things, I think.
Point of order, moderators. Take that filthy Nazi bullshit out of your title next to the name of our glorious president. How dare you?
You got a Philly accent. These are the things, these are the markers of these government ages. You gotta be very.
Stefan, welcome to the show, Stefan.
Oh, hi, John.
I mean, I'm not anti-homo or something. I'm just saying. I'm just trying to get.
Welcome to the show, Stefan. What do you want to talk about?
We found your YouTube account.
You
And
did?
how many phones do you have?
I've got 600,000 phones and 1.4 million in Uranus. They're all over the universe, distributed, decentralized, tickling your tuchus, ready to get you socially and politically activated for the campaign to elect Mayor Kitover. What do you think about that, Stefan?
I'm so pumped to elect you as Chicago mayor. I'm not a resident of Chicago.
Ah, you're not even a voter?
Voter fraud. 1 million votes to you so that you win.
Thanks, bro. Well, we're live streaming this on TikTok, on Instagram, on YouTube, across so many accounts. What do you want?
You gotta get the word out.
Let me ask you a question. If you were the president of these United States of America, what would your top 3 priorities be for we, the people?
I'm not the candidate for mayor here. I don't know if I'm the one that you should be asking that.
I know,
What
but
are
like,
your priorities?
wait, hold on. Let me ask you a follow-up question. If you saw somebody on the street with a clipboard and a petition and a pen, and they were like, "Hey, excuse me, Steven, do you have just 10 seconds to sign this petition?" And you're like, "Yeah, I can sign your petition. What are you running for?" And I was to say, I was running for mayor, and you were to ask me, what are your top 3 priorities? I usually just say, why don't you tell me your top 3 complaints? So then I flip the petition backwards where it's a blank piece of paper, and I write their complaints down to put it in the complaint priority bucket. So what are your top 3 complaints, Steven?
Well, is recreational marijuana legal in Chicago?
Yes, there's multiple dispensaries to the north, to the east, to the south, to the west. They're all over the place. What's your complaint though, Steven?
My complaint would be if it wasn't legal, but I guess that's not a complaint anymore. There's not enough water fountains in Chicago. That's what I believe.
Okay. Okay, that's an excellent complaint. I'm going to draft a new mayoral proclamation about the drinking fountains. I would go as far as to say, also bathrooms. Those porta potties, they call them Johns. As a John, Stephen, I've always felt that calling toilets by the name of John is rather discriminatory, libelous, and slanderous to all men named John. Have you met a trans John? Oh, we got a TikToker. Tali is here. Welcome, Tali. Tali is a brain-rotted out former victim of Nathan's art project in the House of Chillism.
My mic was off. I'm sorry.
She was also the original first black female token Jew on Clubhouse. Yeah, you were the token. You were biased. Steven, these digital worlds are merging now. Are you ready for the AI robotic revolution, Steven?
I think I am. As long as you're going to lead it, John.
How will you survive the future knowing that all jobs will be taken by robots, including personal assistants and nursing care?
I'll just live off welfare.
So you believe in a universal basic income is what you're saying?
I believe in the government giving me money for doing nothing.
Oh, damn, Tali left us. So you know what's interesting is I was thinking today, I was like, imagine if Trump decided to shut down everything and then create like a new universal system for all government programs, agencies, projects, etc., and just like hand it off all to Palantir and Oracle and say, okay guys, we want you to like just shut everything down. And so what I'm saying is everybody in America would have to log in to Trump.gov to create their new profile if they want any benefits, access to any projects or programs, to any agency, anything. What do you think about Trump.gov being the new universal federal platform for all citizens?
Well, my main concern is once Trump is no longer president, what's it going to be called?
It'll just become USA.gov.
Okay. Then I have no problem with it.
But
you ever play poker?
Yeah, Texas Hold'em, yeah.
Oh, shit.
You
gamble ever?
No, I don't really gamble. You know why? Because, I have a lot of cell phones, so what's interesting is when you go to the casino and you see people playing a slot machine, it's no different than them just like taking a $20 bill and burning it and then like playing a video game on their cell phone, pulling out another 20 and burning it, and then playing a video game on their cell phone. So I just can't see how anybody that plays a slot machine doesn't realize they're just playing a blown up version of their cell phone and paying money to use a bigger digital display. It's like, how stupid are you?
I agree, man.
I can't believe slot machines. I should just go to the casino and shoot a bunch of videos about slot machines and how it's all basically like technological hypnosis to like, you know, manipulate your dopamine.
You should do that for your campaign.
You know what's interesting? When you interview for the FBI, they ask you a question, but they also tell you to never reveal the question to the public. Do you want to know what that super secret FBI riddle is?
I do want to know the question, I can't lie.
So the question.
You have to kill me when I know?
No, it's just like basically a trick question, but it doesn't really matter which side you believe. They just want to see if you can compose an essay. So anyways, the question is, you are working for the FBI as a special agent, and you suspect the president of the city council of being bribed and involved in money laundering and fraud. And the city has a vote whether to build a casino or a grocery store. If you were the mayor, would you rather build the grocery store or the casino? And state your arguments for why. That's the question.
What's your answer to that, John?
I said I wanted to build the grocery store because I felt that the casino is just a tax on the population and doesn't provide products or services as valuable as a new grocery store would. So
I agree.
Yeah.
Were you a member of the FBI?
No, but I interviewed, and they did offer me the position for a special agent, but I was very lazy, and I didn't go to the physical fitness test. Yeah, it was during COVID, and I already had a full-time position with the IRS, so I was like, why go to a different agency? Like, what's the difference? Who cares?
You know, John, I was looking at your electoral history. Why weren't you on the ballot for Illinois' 16th congressional primary?
Because Darren LaHood, the fraud congressman, and his bullshit attorney, John Fogerty, managed to challenge my petitions and get me kicked off. But the reverse was not true. Well, see, when they accuse me of fraud, that's just them projecting, because I actually have the PDF of all of LaHood's petitions, and I can show you the petitions, and you would question and say, who are these people? How does he, like, it's so, anyways, it's just everything is up for question because there's no transparency. So one of my mayoral proclamations is to tie the petition to the vote. We want like a total double entry, fully ledgered system to totally prevent identity theft and voter fraud and everything else. And it's totally possible, totally possible and quite easy through technology to prevent voter fraud from the beginning, because voter fraud doesn't happen at the ballot box. It happens a lot of times at the petition cycle.
I agree. So you said LaHood's a rhino. Are you a big MAGA Republican?
No, I'm just anti, like, the past 25 years of federal government activity from 9/11. I think we all have been manipulated beyond belief, and we've wasted our treasury. So I'm not really, it's not about, I don't like the term MAGA anymore, because there's just, on the ballot, there's only Republicans and Democrats. There's no MAGA party. So you have to, if you're a Republican, you should know the history of the Republican Party and the Protestant movement attached to it, and the Civil War type of Enlightenment thinking where I'm gonna go die to go free these people. Like, how much, more Christian could you get? So there's like a lot in the Republican Party's history, and then if you know the Democrat Party history about, KKK and slavery, you're just like, whoa, that's actually part of Democrat history. You're like, which side do I want to be on the side of good, or do I want to be on the side of evil? But I think you can rotate amongst parties throughout your lifetime. I've heard that said, that, sometimes you sleep on your right, sometimes you sleep on your left, sometimes you sleep on your back and sometimes you sleep on your stomach, and then you do a full rotation. I think, healthy politics probably requires full rotation, even if it's like a subversive, because people in the Republican Party in Chicago are not Republicans per se. They're actually Democrats. And the Democrats are now just so hardcore left, woke, trans, LGBTQ, reparations, etc. that what do they really stand for? Like historically, it's all just like nuanced propaganda. It's basically, it's super stimulus. They're the party of creating super stimulus, which is like what the algorithm shows you, which is the opposite of your projection.
So I take it you're not a woke guy.
I would be woke if like billionaire oligarchs figured out a way how to live forever and enslave us, and like keep property taxing us into oblivion. I mean, it's not, see, the oligarchs, anyways, the whole thing is like set up in a way which is just like not historically the way that I'm sure the founders would have preferred it, but has become like a parasitic system from birth until death. Until death.
Not to make it seem like I'm watching you, but I quite literally are. Your sign that says "Welcome Now." What does that say
Where do you see that?
on your wall?
Welcome now? Oh, welcome now open. It's just a flyer for like, to put in a storefront.
Okay.
Yeah.
You got like a for rent sign? You got a grand opening sign, I think?
For rent sign? Where do you see the for rent sign?
I saw it in a video of yours.
Oh. No, there's no for rent sign here. But yeah.
Okay.
But I do have a subscribe like now. If you're a real human and you've enjoyed this conversation, I would encourage you to retweet something that I've created to prove that you actually have a brain. And, because I create so much content, but I don't know anybody that like ever retweets me, leaves a comment. It's always, it's such a shame, isn't it?
Yeah. I'm worried about your campaign if this keeps up.
Well, don't be worried about the campaign because it's all about an experience and happening. There's no guarantee of success. But the thing that I have learned, this being my third time running for office, is that the petition challenging signature is a quasi-legal court. And because it's quasi-legal, it's basically ridiculous. And it's a lot of fun to navigate. And it's interesting because do you know guess who runs the world? Do you think it's doctors or lawyers?
Well, I can't say what group I think runs the world.
You don't think lawyers run the world?
Sure, let's say lawyers.
I would just go with lawyers because imagine you're a doctor and you're very successful, but somebody files malpractice against you and it costs you, Hello, Manvelis, welcome to this public room. How can I help you, sir? This is also the Jewish Complaint Department. Is there something you'd like to complain about today? Oh, thank you.
Where are you from, bro?
I was born inside Uranus. It's close to Saturn and Neptune. Have you heard of it?
United States?
Exactly.
Oh, you're welcome. I'm from Nigeria.
Where's that at? Never heard of it.
I'm from Nigeria. We deal on real estate. Have you heard about real estate?
No, I haven't heard of Nigeria either. I'll have to Google that one. How do you spell it? Niggeria?
Yeah. Would you love to be my country, Nigeria, for a business trip?
A free business trip, like to the casino?
Yeah, we are into real estate, landed property, buying and selling of landed properties.
London properties.
You can
Got it. All right, Steven, do you have any final comments, questions, thoughts, ideas, or opinions?
Are you kicking me off?
No, I just, I don't know how long this is going to go for, but
Okay.
yeah, I'm trying to.
Well, you said this is your third time running for office?
Yes,
What was your first time?
committeeman.
Committeeman, okay.
Yeah, 45th Ward.
Will you run at the fourth time if you lose mayor of Chicago?
Yeah, absolutely. Actually, I'm also going to be running for the Chicago Public School System board seat in my district. So I'm actually running for two positions in Chicago right now. One is the Chicago Public School System board member in my district, and then the mayoral candidacy.
So I think your problem is you didn't go big enough. I think you should have gotten on the Senate primary, you know?
No, I ran for Congress. What do you mean?
Yeah, but wasn't there a Senate seat open in Illinois?
There was, but Congress and Senate, either or. I mean, I think I'll run for Senate eventually, but Congress was the choice to take, and I'm happy I did it. I learned so much about what it means to run in a district, especially if you're an out of district candidate. Very challenging, very difficult. Do you think that your love life is primarily based on proximity and geographic location?
Well, I'm actually in a long distance relationship, so I'd say no.
Well, what I'm trying to say is, you get in more car accidents closer to your primary centered point on a map. So, most things in your life are kind of based around, your primary residence.
I guess that is true.
Yeah.
Will you ever run for office in New Jersey one day? I'm a New Jerseyan.
No, but I know Cherry Hill. I used to work with car dealerships in Cherry Hill and did all their media buying.
Wow.
What do you think about having the second largest Indian temple in the country in New Jersey?
I didn't know that. I just learned that right now.
I think the biggest is in the Chicagoland area, close by. But have you ever? I saw pictures of the Indian temple in New Jersey. I really encourage you to look at it. Go inside, and you're gonna trip. You're gonna be like, "What is all this? What does this mean? This is crazy shit. What is all this?" Look it up. It's incredible. It is so trippy in there. It's so cool.
Where is it?
Fuck if it's in Jersey. I don't know where in New Jersey.
You think I should do a tap of acid and then go to the Indian temple?
No. You just have a cup of coffee and go in there, and you could go in there and do a bunch of ohms, do some yoga, read a book, write some poetry, make some AI music.
What religion do you subscribe to, John? If you don't mind me asking.
Oh, I'm a YouTuber. Yep.
Oh, okay.
I pray to the ghost of Susan Wojcicki. Do you know who she was?
I do.
Yep. Rest in peace.
CEO.
Peace be upon her. Total warlord of a woman. Part of the Ummah. Part of the believers.
I have a question. When you're talking to that guy that just joined,
Yeah.
you spelled out Nigeria but with the N-word. What did you mean by that?
Well, he was sounding muffled, like he was far away from the mic. So I wanted to test him to see if he A, could hear me, if he could spell correctly, but he failed the test, as you witnessed. For example, let me do a quick diagnostic on you. I was in a room recently, they were asking how do you calculate percentages. Let me just ask you, what's 300 times 600?
1800.
Wow, that's total failure on your part. Your diagnostic has proven that your IQ is multiplyingly deficient. 300 by 600. So to do that, you just think about the zeros. There's 4 zeros, right?
Yeah.
And then 3 times 6 is 18. So what's 18 with 4 zeros after it? That's 180,000.
Yeah, 180,000.
Yeah, you were off. So,
I'm so sorry.
did you pass college calculus?
I did. I guess I must have forgot it all.
I guess that TI-82, you know, really what prevented your brain from trying to visualize a multiplication or even a division for that. Isn't it amazing that you now know that you can visualize mathematics? Let me ask you this. Who were you before your birth? And who do you think you'll be after your death?
I don't even know how to start answering that question. I'm going to be honest.
Well,
Who were you before your birth?
I asked a billionaire once at this conference, you know, who were you before your birth? And guess what he said?
What he said?
He said, I was a ninja, bitch. And then he threw a dragon star at my throat. I couldn't believe it. I was like, he's a ninja.
This happened?
Yeah. But he didn't throw the ninja star. I just made that part up.
Okay. That's what I assumed.
But I do like the analogy of being a ninja. You know why? Because like ninjas are very sneaky, you know, and you never see them coming. And people ask me as a candidate for mayoralship of Chicago, what's your plan and your, you know, what's your strategy to win? And my response is always, I just keep coming. And I just keep coming. And I just keep coming. I keep coming. And then I always ask the voters, you know, I don't know, did you see the final election results for my congressional campaign?
Yeah, it said your opponent got 100% of the vote.
No, that's not. What are you talking about? I got 0.017% of the vote, bro.
I was looking at the news reports that said you weren't on the ballot. It said you ran uncontested.
No, I ran as a write-in candidate. They published the write-in candidacy results. I couldn't believe it. I was like, wow, I got 110 votes. That's incredible.
Oh, I had no idea. The news didn't want me to see that, I guess.
It was only on one little wet news website. Somebody actually took the time to go through the Illinois State Board of Elections PDF and publish and write, you know, all the results. So I was pleased to see the true numbers. And what's interesting is if you look at the primary numbers versus the midterm numbers from when LaHood ran, I just don't believe the turnout on his prior election. Like, I think we have a problem at the election commission and with all these county clerks and all the different districts. A lot of them didn't even respond to my correspondence. So, you know, I was told I should roast them for not even corresponding with the write-in candidates. So, but anyways, it's neither here nor there. But go to mayorkitover.com to see our Meta AI generated website. Have you seen mayorkitover.com yet?
I have not.
Oh my God, it's Meta is just incredible. Have you been using Meta AI?
I have not, unfortunately.
Bro, you're behind the times. How do you expect to stay alive in this Hunger Games situation? You're going to be competing with robots.
I guess I'm just laying down and dying like a dog.
Dude, don't lie down. You know, long live the fighters. You ever see the movie Dune?
Yes, I have.
Well, why do you think they said long live the fighters?
I don't know. I guess I should use Meta AI then.
Oh yeah. Absolutely. If you were to make a movie in Hollywood and have an unlimited budget, what would you name your movie?
I think I'd make a biopic about you, John.
Well, I'm already doing that. I've got 100,000 videos up on YouTube. Have you ever used a harmonica, Stefan?
Well, the thing is, my friend recently purchased a harmonica, and he was looking on YouTube for harmonica content, and that's how we found out about your campaign. You're a very gifted man.
Have you seen our TikTok live? And by the way, is it Steven or is it Stefan?
It is Steven.
Never had one lesson, Steven.
You went and picked that up all by yourself?
Yeah, I mean, you know how to use a harmonica?
I don't actually.
Well, the first part is the sucking part. Sucking, you gotta suck, and then after you complete the sucking part of a harmonica, you get into what's called the blowing part. That's what I really like about the harmonica.
Did you say you excel at sucking and blowing?
It's actually, see, you're never gonna be good. Oh, welcome back, Kitty. You're never going to be good at the harmonica unless you can actually master the art of blowing and sucking. You can't just blow. Welcome, Kitty. Kitty, you can help illuminate us on sucking and
I
blowing.
played harmonica.
I think I'm pretty good at those things, but I've never played the harmonica before.
I played the C harmonica. I'm classically trained flute and piccolo over 12 years, so he's stupid and he has no idea what he's talking about. I'm from the south side of Chicago and I know how to play blues.
We got a Chicago in here. Kitty, are you voting for Mayor Kitover February 23rd, 2027?
Damn right I am. I wouldn't vote for anyone else.
That's right. Go to mayorkitover.com if you want to liberate Chicago. We don't believe in the Chicago Teachers Union and how they are basically a predator RICO organization preying on the innocence of the youth. Stephen, do you know what it means to prey on innocence, especially of the youth?
I do. I think I do.
I just don't think that when the youth go to school, on a typical weekday, that they should actually have their cell phones with them. Do you think that there should be like an 8-hour, block every day where the youth can't access their primary, secondary, or even tertiary cell phones?
John, I don't know if this is crossing a boundary, but are you a father?
Am I a father? No. Not that I know of. But maybe in Jersey. Maybe I got a kid out in Jersey. Steven, you don't happen to be my long-lost son from Hermosa Beach, are you?
No. But wouldn't that be crazy?
This is a joke. What did you say, Kitty?
Nothing. I was just being silly. But even if you were or were not, let's just say you're not a father, it doesn't mean that someone, a grown man, can't have an objective understanding of what's best for children.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
He could be an uncle. He could be a guardian. He could be someone that just gives a fuck about
Kitty, we're going to do a quick diagnostic. We're going to do a quick diagnostic here with Steven to find out just how R-worded out and brain-rotted out this young man's brain is. Steven, what is the opposite of good?
I want to say bad, John. I really want to say bad.
Whoa, we got another one. That's not the opposite of good. What else do you think could be the opposite of good?
Evil.
There we go. Did you ever see Master and Commander?
No.
You never saw that movie with what is his name? Kurt Russell? But anyways, there's like a quote about, the evil of the evil twin. Anyways, I have to look up the quote. But what I'm just trying to point out is that nature and all of reality is opposites complementing each other. So it's subject and object, which is the synthesis of life. Hello?
Huh?
You don't understand?
Oh. No, that makes sense.
Have you ever read Marcus Aurelius?
I
Oh no.
You're really picking up all my weaknesses here.
Oh no. What was the last book you ran through your brain? It's called reading, aka reading.
John, what is your opinion on Mayor Mamdani?
Mayor Mommy? Oh, he's a communist and he should be sued into oblivion so he can't achieve a thing because he's nothing but a communist. He's a thief. He's part of the
So you would have
Ummah.
voted for Cuomo.
He's part of the Ummah. He's part of the believers. I am one of the non-believers waging war against the supposed believers of Mohammed. Mo was his name, part of the group known as the Believers. If you didn't believe, it wasn't just about Allah. It was about Mohammed.
You know my favorite book, John? The 120 Days of Sodom
Oh no.
by Marquis de Sade.
Oh no. I fear that's what Donald Trump and Melania have become. Do you see any parodies or overlays, or how would you compare that with Trump's administration?
I don't fucking know. I haven't read that, John. I'm not gonna hold you.
Well, you've seen the movie, right?
I have not.
Then why did you bring it up?
I thought it would be funny to say that was my favorite book. I'm sorry, John. I lied to you.
Kitty, is there anything you want to say in the Snake Lightning house? Hello, Kitty.
Hello, Kitty.
Yes, I'm here.
What do you want to say, Kitty, to this?
You have power over your mind, not outside of events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Marcus Aurelius. I want you to find the inner side of your center and your belly button. Take the deepest breath of the day.
Yeah, people are calling John Kitover the new Mamdani of Chicago, but
I've heard people say that.
the unwoke version of the Mamdani. Did you see that Mamdani gave Curtis Sliwas a night mayor position, so he gets to be the mayor at night when Mamdani is sleeping with his beautiful girlfriend, not even fiance.
Yes, the nighttime mayor.
The nighttime mayor,
I've been teaching him
Sliwas.
for over 40 years.
Have you seen the movie?
You know that?
Have you seen the movie American Psycho?
No.
You never seen it?
No, I'm sorry, I'm uncultured.
Are you from India?
What?
Are you Indian?
No.
I'm trying to listen to the new Robert Palmer tape, but never mind. My supposed fiance keeps buzzing in my ear.
Would you have voted for Sliwa or Cuomo?
Sliwa. I was his #1 social media engagement follower for the whole campaign. I helped promote him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I helped him as much as I could, but Jesus, did you see the numbers? Oh, he got destroyed.
Yeah, 7%.
Yikes.
Do you know Sliwa?
No, but I know somebody that
You know the
knows.
guy? Okay.
I know somebody that knows him, and they say he's a stand-up guy. But what's the deal with all the kitty cats? Hello?
We got a new guy called Gambler Attorneys.
Have you been to mayorkitover.com yet?
Me? I've been looking at it.
So this was the AI prompt. Use John Kitover's Instagram to create an extensive website.
Wow.
And I didn't have to do a thing. After that, it was just one click of the button. That was it.
Work smarter, not harder.
Exactly. People say to me all the time, John, why do you think you're qualified to be mayor? You know? And I say, well, I've perfected the art of doing nothing every single day.
Do you think that's a winning message for voters?
Well, I like to say, vote Kitover before it's over. As well as my other slogan was, vote for John. It's better than nothing.
I guess.
It's true though. If you really think about it, the brand.
It wouldn't be nothing. It would be your opponent.
I know that's well. What I'm saying is, I'm the only net positive candidate. You know how they say it like in carbon tax with left wokists on climate change. It's all about your carbon tax or carbon credit or carbon debit. But I'm the only mayoral candidate that will actually be a net positive and not net loss to the city of Chicago. Everybody else is just a parasite. I will actually help the city generate revenue. I will help the city eliminate all woke leftist spending, particularly on migrants who are here illegally. That'll save us immediately $800 million a year at least. You can see the city budget right on John Kitover's Instagram. It's completely broken down across all different business units with their annual budgets. Do you know what?
Is your Instagram generated by AI?
There's a lot of AI videos that I used with Sora to create. And another politician who won the Democrat primary against LaHood, he says, I don't create any AI slop!
So what are you going to do now that Sora got shut down?
Why do you think they shut it down?
It wasn't profitable.
No. You're talking to the man who caused Sam Altman to have basically a come to Jesus moment. Because when he saw that I had 50 accounts on all these different cell phones that I have, he knew that I would basically cause so much chaos that they had no choice but to shut it down for political reasons, because AI Sora was making John Kitover so politically powerful that they had to stop it at the source. And that's why they stopped Sora from generating I was the number 1 user. There was only 500,000 users. I had 0.1% of all the accounts. I was the only.
You had a lot of Sora accounts?
Bro, yeah, but you can't use them anymore. The only thing I can do is download my videos. And so what's cool is I have enough mayoral videos pre-generated to get me all the way to the finish line. So if I can actually get money and raise, 5,000, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000, I can buy, ads on Meta or Google with all my Sora AI videos, and people are gonna love them. It's the sitcom ones are the funniest because that was a filter they have, and when I watch them, I giggle inside because I'm like, I can't believe that's me. It's my bald head, It's just like a sitcom.
How are you spending your campaign funds, John?
We haven't raised any money for the mayoralship yet, but we have $100 left from our congressional campaign. And we're just letting that sit in the bank and ride. Try to collect that interest to grow that money to buy more advertisements. Yeah.
Can you do a money spread for the camera?
You want to see a yeah, sure. I could do a tarot card spread for you.
Oh, sure.
There you go. It's better than money. This is cash in the bank. Are you a gambling man, Steven?
I'm not a gambling man, no.
What was the most you ever wagered in your whole life?
Well, I spent like $20 at the horse race.
You lost it. What'd you do? Place to win?
I spent like $20 on some horse races. I made a net positive of like $1 throughout the whole day somehow. So that's my one experience gambling.
Do you think you could ever be an oppressive person?
An impressive person?
No. Do you believe that at some point in your life you've ever practiced oppression against other people?
Oh, an oppressive person. I hope not.
What about indolence?
Who?
Indolence. These are your new English words of the day, because English isn't your first language, right?
No, it is.
It is?
Yeah, I'm a New Jersey guy.
Oh, you have an accent.
I do?
Okay, your next word of the day is futility.
Thank you. I'm learning so much.
You're welcome. These are tarot cards. Have you ever looked at tarot cards before?
No, I've never been into that really.
Oh, got another one. Ruin. Yikes.
You think you've ever been an oppressive person,
Woo!
John?
Let me think about that one. Okay, next word is disappointment.
I've heard that one before.
You've been told that you're a disappointment?
Well, have you?
Uh-oh, your next word is defeat. Next.
Are you doing a tarot card reading for me?
Yeah, your next tarot card is cruelty and worry.
This isn't good.
Failure's coming. Oh, look out. Also, do you think you're debauched?
I don't think so.
Do you know what debauch means?
Yeah.
What does it mean?
Well, I know what debauchery means.
So you know what debauch means?
I assume it's the same thing.
Correct. Uh-oh.
I don't think that describes me.
Your next tarot card, sadly, is death. Yeah, hey Miriam. Hey Miriam, we just got to the death card. I'm good. How are you?
You're predicting my downfall.
I'm really good. And also I have some AI music, guys.
Oh, great.
And yeah, it's a Farsi music.
Oh, wow. Delambara Kheliteng Shodeh.
Me too, love. Me too, love. Where are you, honey?
I'm in Uranus. It's close to Saturn. It's nearest to Neptune, though. Have you been studying? Oh, okay, wait. The last.
Soon, yeah, as soon as possible.
Absolutely, Stephen. Your last tarot card is sorrow. Sorrow.
You don't have a single good word for me?
It sucked, bro. Every card I drew was of the dark light, the negativity. What's up with that, Stephen? Who are you with, and what is your plan?
My plan is to get you elected as the mayor of Chicago, John.
Wow. All right. Well, if you can tell Alex Soros that we'll be in Europe next week for the WEF meeting, if we could set up a meeting with him. To get this fundraising started, you know, Alex Soros is our guy. Oh, Miriam wants to take care of all the funding. Thank you, Miriam. You're going to be our chief campaign fundraiser.
Are you sure?
Why not?
Because I cannot handle any more, honey, without you.
Oh, wow. The Lambarat Chiriteng Shodeh. Do you know what that means, Stephen? You speak Farsi, Stephen?
I do not speak Farsi.
Well, what other language do you speak?
I took Spanish in high school.
Oh, you speak Spanish?
Hola, ¿cómo estás?
Good man, too. John, what is your opinion on gay marriage?
Gay marriage? What does the Bible say?
Well, you told me you were part of the that you worshipped the ghost of Susan Wojcicki. So what did she say?
Miriam, where do you stand on gay marriage?
I am Muslim. You know that.
You're a believer? You believe in Muhammad?
Of course.
Oh my God.
I believe to you, girl. I believe to you.
What do the believers in the Ummah say about gay marriage?
I don't know. Everything you believe, I believe that.
Wow. Where do you live, Miriam? Turkey?
No, USA.
Oh wow.
And the expensive place in the world, Irvine, California.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Yes, no. Expensive place in the world. And also safe place in the world too.
Yeah. Do you like Beverly Hills?
No, it's bullshit.
Really? Why do you say that? It's very nice.
No. I like my villa.
Mhm.
I like my villa, honey.
Mm. Okay, go ahead. Play your Farsi AI music.
Just give me a second because I wanna play with TV and I have a lot. I don't know which one play. Which one, honey?
I don't know. Just pick any one that you like. Just hit play.
Okay, that's the best one I like with AI. I think this one is good.
He's a good one. She picked that good one.
Things you might enjoy.
Legal and political circles of the community. And when an opening comes up,
I love you guys so much. I love you. I love you. Especially Empress and Liquid. I love you. And Tina. Bye guys, I love you.
Come back and see us. Hello, universe.
Hey, baby.
Hey, baby, how you doing, honey?
You scared him. Hey, listen to
So what is this, a talent show? You looking for talent? Because America's Got Talent.
Yes, we're looking for talent.
What happened to DW? She was here and then she just...
me. I'm telling you, I'm the king of quickness. But hey, come back from here, universe. Welcome to this. AK Goo. Yeah, Goo. And no, say it. We gotta go. No, it's not.
Get married, have a wedding. No, I can't take the tunnel for it. Your father actually owns the company that do any.
Do you ever watch these little movies that Nate's put up? They are way too funny. He was dancing around in a kilt a minute ago. I don't know where he finds these things like that are outrageous.
It's all good. It's all good. It's Andy.
I love Nate. Oh.
Fucking shoot me. Go ahead and just get it over with.
I love you.
I love you back. Alright, let it go. You're not gonna break my armor. It's not gonna work.
Yeah.
Okay?
And
You
for
will never.
Not too long ago,
I think she went to dinner. I'm not sure.
actually happened to be surfing on the beach here in the lakes, funny enough. When there was a spill, and I came out of the lake, and I was like covered in this poop, and I was like, we should probably
Constituents and other people are speaking out, calling him out and saying, this is not America first. They said that. Our Democrats, young Republican folks, and a lot of them have said on other networks, they're unhappy with the way things are going. That's a problem.
50% of the population is not happy with it. That's right. This country is split 50-50. But I always say you have to judge Trump. You have to judge Trump on what he does, not what he says. He's always been saying outrageous things, but you have to point to acts of treason. Now, if you're saying that his failure to attack Russia is an act of treason, I'm not sure that that rises to the level of an act of treason. There's 500 million.
Randy, one correction. Hold on, Ashton. One correction, Randy. The numbers aren't 50-50. It's poll numbers at this point. I think, what is it? Is it 35 that he's spoke? It's not. It was 50-50 when he lied about no new wars, that he would go ahead and be the president of peace. All the things that he said, America first, the economy, the gas, that's when it was 50-50, when he bought all those disparate groups, when he had the Groypers, when he had Patriot Front, when he had like Tucker Carlson's followers, when he had like all those people that he had bought under 110. That's when it's 50-50. Now it's not that, because a lot of those people walked away from him because he hasn't held up to his campaign promises.
I just checked it.
It's still not, but that doesn't mean treason.
You're correct, but to be fair, so I just checked.
I didn't say treason, but if you want to point to a treasonous act, the January 6th could be defined treason, because he did say go down there and fight like hell, march down there with you, and they say that he tried to go down there, but there were armed people that, essentially ran into the Capitol and tried to overthrow it. Allegedly tried to overthrow the government. So that could be defined as treason.
But then he was elected again after that. I mean, he was impeached. They tried to impeach that, but
nobody was weapon inside the Capitol. The people outside had rifles and guns, and that demonstration had a permit.
I understand that, but let me tell you something. I put together my life, and when you put together a protest and it becomes an illegal protest, brother, then they call for that. Okay, you can have a permit, but the time that you don't follow the instructions on that permit calls for you to stay orderly. All right, we put these things together.
But why don't you go along Michael's argument to say like treason is different than to say like he's a fuck up, he's a liar, and he's.
Hold on, when you're not in order, I'm talking about permit. I'm not talking about treason. When you're not following a permit and the rules and regulations within that, then your protest is deemed an illegal protest together. Right? Immediately, that event should have been called
illegal. Yeah, it was called an illegal argument. That's why fucking people live in
I said the day that stuff was going on, where Donald Trump was sitting there watching, hold on, he was sitting there watching everything go on and didn't call no dang on military, didn't call not a boom, not a bang.
He wasn't
president. Jesus Christ. Brother, the stuff, nothing, what I'm telling you, brother, is out of control. It's out of control.
What do you mean he wasn't president? No, he was president. He was president for the next, what is it?
January 6th, he was president?
Yeah, he was president for the next couple of weeks.
Was he not president January 6th?
Yeah, he was, but first of all, when it came to, what was he?
No, who you fucking Mike, first of all, Pepe? And then second of all, you should correct yourself, because you said he wasn't president. That's what you blurted
No,
out.
I said, yeah, he was president for the next couple of weeks. Yeah, I said that, like, Rob. Yeah, okay, you're a good, smart chip, that King. Very good.
Get it,
No good.
Your mother's a white whore, you piece of shit.
Alright, shut up, you fucking
Pepe, why do you do this?
Hey, don't take that.
Hold on. Pepe, you got me fucked up. Now, I was saying on this motherfucking stage before something.
Everybody
In
need
real
one
life,
mic
Pepe, I
on.
will fuck you up.
One mic on.
You can do shit, man. Shut the
Piece
fuck
of shit
up.
cracker. You ain't know what a fucking Musuku cracker, motherfucker.
Have a good
You dirty trash. Smelly, dirty fucking cracker. That's all you want, dirty fucking cracker. I'll fucking drag you.
I'm a dirty cracker.
Fucking cracker, motherfucker. Fucking cracker. I ain't slapped your mother with the dick, and it ain't you and your fucking cracker. You dirty motherfucker, let you bleed upside, let you bleed out, cracker, motherfucker.
You're chipping out.
Yeah, go every corner for your shit. You can tell me real, hey, Pepe. You can actually be in real life, Pepe. I can fuck up.
Don't fall for it.
Yeah.
We can do it live, Pepe. We can do it live, Pepe. We got family.
Let him be cringe and
I'm
real.
not tough, bro.
Anybody do that? Yeah.
We're open our borders. You want to meet up over internet meet? You fucking, you're
I
a
absolutely
fucking
would.
idiot.
I absolutely would. For your bitch ass, I would. Make us act like your crack ass.
I'm sure you would.
Trump's approval rating is almost 80% among
Shit, have a good night, cracker. Say good night, cracker.
Good night, Jim.
I lie. That's the news.
36%. You're a liar.
No, among Republicans, sir, I do not lie. Sir, I will say it again. I'll put it in from Newsweek. Trump's approval rating among Republicans is near 80%.
On what, hold on, Aston, hold on. On what issues? Because on the border, I'm sure it's right. The economy, it can't be. There's literally no way on the economy or the war, it literally can't be that high one.
It's overall. It's a Marquette vote.
Put a link in the chat.
I did already. I did it before I said it, yeah.
Hey, January 6th. January 6th.
April 8th to April 16th.
January 6th.
No.
They went, listen, let me speak. They went into that, listen. They went into that. They went into that. They went into that building and they threatened a congresswoman, Nancy Pelosi.
6 years ago.
They wanted to kill her.
You're still talking about it.
Listen.
I don't think they wanted to.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
Why did they want those?
Listen. If those are black
No
people,
evidence for that.
if that's the black people,
There were black people there.
hold on, let me finish. Listen, it was mostly white. Stop it. MAGA is mostly white. And
Right, but there were black people there.
Let me finish. If those are black people that went into that area, defecated the area, pissed in the area,
There were black people there.
no, it was mostly white. Stop it.
Well, so there were black people.
No, 80% white. Yes, 80% of the people was maggot, and it was white. They was white. If those was black people that dared to do something like that, go into that area, defecated, shit, tried to kill a congresswoman, they would have put the National Guard and every damn army out there to kill them. It's almost standard that white people have been able to get away. And what did Trump do? He pardoned the
this fiasco in Iran has really kind of screwed us, and our global reserve currency is now trending downwards, and that combined with inflation. I mean, the bond to yield market, I mean, if people are following these things, like, we're literally losing our dollar at an insane rate, like a terrifying rate.
What is your theory that people are gravitating towards the yuan?
No, well, mostly. So it's not just any one. Although BRICS is taking up a larger percentage than was projected, like that did happen. But it's not just any one. It's more so that people are moving away from the dollar. And they're shopping, and they're mostly, setting up more international. I'm trying to think of the term. It's not just a trade deal. Because for some people, it's like for some nations they've been using the alternative to the SWIFT program. I can't remember what it is, but basically the dollar operates off the SWIFT banking network, and a big part of the logistics was creating an alternative currency transfer system. So they've got that established. They're beginning to explore other options, and BRICS is taking up a bigger share of it. It's not just that; it's like a new trend away from the dollar in general, and it's also because the bond to yield market, the individuals start purchasing American bonds. First of all, we don't even like when it happens because it fucks with inflation, but we have to lower the interest. And so now we're getting double minded. Like the demand for the dollar is going down while we need to sell bonds. So we're still going to get screwed on that, but it's a game of diminishing returns, and it's actually not even going to be available too much longer. Like, it's just 15% of our budget is already just paying interest on our debt. It's projected to go to 20%. Like, 1/5 of our money is just paying interest. Like, these are not, and it's going to become a feedback loop that's negative. And then combine that with the fact that so when you go to the pump and you're looking at those gas prices, that's artificially low. Someone is shorting oil by millions and millions of barrels. So for those who don't know what shorting is, basically they're saying that oil is going to be worth less than what it's actually projected to be worth, and they're willing to pay for to sell a certain amount of oil at that cost, or they'll take the loss because it will actually be worth more. It is going to be worth more, but because they're putting so many futures out there shorted, it's artificially lowering the stock valuation of the oil commodity, even though everyone knows there's like the paper value versus the stock value. Without getting too technical, someone is artificially suppressing the cost of oil, and we're still seeing it go up. The real shock is going to happen when we don't get these scheduled tankers. So April 15th was most ports just received a tanker in the U.S. That was the last tanker. So the next time a tanker was supposed to show up and doesn't, boom, that is when the market just gets fucking, oh god, bro. It's gonna be so bad. And if people don't understand, it's more than just like the oil, the gas, it's also the natural gas, which we use and produce like I think over 30% of the power in the country. So energy bills, power company, oh god, it's about to get up.
You do, because right here off the coast of Texas, out of Houston, a lot of oil and natural gas here. They talked about some of the projections out here for drilling into shale rock and all that other kind of stuff to try to open up and get some of that gas that's underneath, but it's not enough. Even, they talked about that. Could Texas kind of help out the country? Yes, we pump oil, but do we pump enough by volume as a state to try to help shore up the country? We don't, and so we do have still dependence on foreign oil just simply because it is easier to produce and sweeter to refine. That's what they talk about out here at ExxonMobil. It's better to refine that oil, and that's why they essentially use that and bring it into this country. It's a lot harder to that sludge and stuff. It's a lot harder to refine that kind of stuff, and so the cost of that can also be passed on to the consumer. They talked about that if they have to switch over to that kind of blend, and even vehicles, their types of blends could also go up in places like California and those kinds of things, just simply because of EP regulations and stuff in California and other places. So those things also affect the cost and what is passed on to consumers. I do try to follow this as well, just simply because of where I live and what Houston and what they're doing to shore up oil here and try to secure it. They've talked about that as well. We need to try to secure as much oil as we can and stockpile it. And so what they've talked about out here in Houston is possibly building one of the largest storages ever built here to help store this oil, but it's going to be a slow process. Until that happens, we don't have enough capacity right now in this country to store oil right now. We need to boost capacity, and that's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars. They talked about that not only in this state, but other states, to help maybe kick some of the things back online that were shut down, whether refineries. Those are things we need to do and shore up and get that back online. That'll help the refining problems in this country when it comes to oil, and we need to do that a lot better. It'll drop the cost for consumers too. Because it would, and I hope that it does, because storage will prevent the oil or even, shoring of electricity. Those two things right there, they go together. For the last 75 years, Texas has had issues with both, electricity, especially the, on-putting of that, just simply because of the equipment we have in our state. It's old. I don't know what to tell people. It's just old. And then the way we refine in our state, we have factories here that are really old. And some of this stuff is not been updated, but it needs to be to meet the demands of today. And that is something that they talked about as well, is some of these older refineries, retrofitting those refineries so that things can be done better, and making sure that all energy can be used, including green energy, and capturing that CO2 off the top of those refineries and taking that CO2 and arcing that CO2 back into the ground, back into the soil, and that CO2 then turns into a stone that is forever captured, and it never ever permeates into the earth. So those are ways that lower costs for consumers, but that is several $billions worth of green projects that can help our state in the next century. We need to do these things, whether Republicans like it or not. We have to look at what's funny. What is funny about what I said? Is there a problem? I'm with that guy. We really do now need to do these things, and in our state, we have not updated a lot of our grid in the last 50 years. We haven't built a new airport in this country, possibly, in the last 30 to 60 years. We have not built up our infrastructure. Those are things that will help launch our country in the right direction. I believe that the energy and oil is one of those two things that right now still have to balance out. Oil can't go away because there's still dependence on that. You can't solely lean on all green energy. These things have to be combined with the wraparound, effect, along with oil, and you can't forget the big one, nuclear. Once you have nuclear in place, then it burns bright, it burns consistent, and it burns when the wind doesn't blow, and it burns when the rain comes. So at the end of the day, we have to shore up all this technology, and micronuclear is the way to go. They have talked about that out here. The reason that is because it's small, it's compact, and you can power several million homes immediately once that is fired, and it's better than coal. I just believe in nuclear just because what it can do, and it would take the dependence so much off of oil. You can still use it, but let's find nuclear and use that, in extreme weather like we have in this state. They have talked about nuclear for that very reason, because a lot of people died in the state when the grid failed. disasters, and that is what we need to do. And nuclear will help us solve that problem.
Ashton, did you do any research about the water in Corpus Christi?
Hi, everyone. Some of that, I believe, is really budgetary issues. Some of that, I'm trying to look at infrastructure issues, but a lot of that is even just mismanagement issues with projects and allowing these projects to siphon off of that water without protecting the population of people who live there, whether that be building another reservoir that comes, I try to look that town up on the map, and yeah, they could.
Once you are sleeping with a Kardashian, your reputation is tarnished, I think, a little bit. That pilots can get confused and disoriented and not know what up and down is, and now that's a new fear unlocked.
Bro, and respectfully, I mean that, bro. Respectfully, I mean that. You just running your sub muscles. You mad? No, I'm not mad. I'm disappointed because I've given you a hypothetical. I'm taking into account. Listen, I'm taking into account your reasons why you might be hesitant because it goes against what you know. That's within the hypothetical. But it's God telling you to do this. But your response is shut the fuck up, bro. Shut up, bro. I'm getting tired of getting that goddamn goofy ass voice. But shut up, bro. I'm gonna move you down. There you go. Shut up. You see that? Sometimes you gotta pump over your bitch ass niggas, bro. I ain't putting down. I had to tell him straight up. I had to turn it on so you can shut up. Let's be quiet. Let's listen. Let me finish. You're seeing lies right now. Ezekiel, shut up, bro. Respectfully, shut up. When I'm done talking, then you can talk, bro. Okay? Okay, please, bro. I don't want to be mean to you. I don't even know you, bro. Anyway, so I gotta try to say before. Nah, Ezekiel, don't let these niggas get you fucked up, bro. Anyway, so I gotta try to. Bro. Anyway, so I gotta try to say. Wait, Ezekiel, how old are you? 18, bro.
No, he not 18, bro.
Let the guy talk, bro. I'm trying to listen to this guy talk. Let the guy talk.
Put that nigga down, Nathan. You know he's not 18, bro.
You 17, bro?
He don't even look 17.
You 17? I'm 16, but I actually turned 17.
I told you, Nathan, put that nigga down, bro.
I'm sorry. We gotta kick this
Yeah, we gotta kick that nigga. Yeah, we gotta kick him out,
I'm
bro.
sorry, Ezekiel. We'll see you in 2
I didn't even
years.
see. Yo, my fault, man. I didn't mean to talk to you that way.
Yeah, you did.
I didn't know I didn't know what to say.
You're not the man with talking, bro.
I feel terrible, bro.
That's all good. That's all good. Right? You didn't look at his picture. He was wearing a high school tennis team t-shirt.
Nathan, this is
Oh my God, bro. I feel terrible, bro. Oh my God. Oh,
bring Ezekiel back. Speak to him, Nathan. This is the Lord your God.
Oh, shit.
It's all good. It happens, bro. You didn't know, man.
Not now, before we go to sleep. Because I'm not gonna let you take the quick off.
Yo, shut up.
Remember my sister.
Yo.
It's my bad.
Nathan. Look, Nathan, man.
Let me get this. Oh, yeah. 1 second, some more. Let me just let. I'll take
Yeah, bro. I think Ezekiel kind of left the mark on you, bro.
Nah, that nigga fucked me up.
Right on the
That's my son's middle name, Ezekiel.
Oh,
It's a great name. Oh, nice.
It is. I love that name.
I can tell if he is hacked up. I can tell, oh no, this kid
like, oh, fuck, we gotta get this kid out of here. That's why I asked.
Oh, yeah, I feel terrible, bro. Shit.
Nah, it's all
He didn't look at his face.
Ah.
How the fuck did he see
Some young kid that Nathan beat up. Nobody special.
Yeah, he was picking on that little boy. Like, how dare you pick on that little boy?
And gave him an elbow. He said, sometimes I gotta pop off his shoulder. Oh,
Wait, about what?
Look, I'm taking into account the Bible, right? I'm taking that into account. This is what makes the hypothetical difficult. Because it's going against what you know. But it's God's telling you something. It's like, hey, God, the creator, you know, the all-powerful God, he's telling you to go. A hypothetical with King was afraid to answer. And it's God telling you to do something. Yeah, he said you wanted to do it. This is weird, bro. Why would you say that again, bro?
So,
yeah, he said God is telling you to do something that it's not against God's nature. You understand? What I mean by that is, look, you understand God from what the Bible says.
Are y'all trying to do because wasn't there a Bible story exactly like that? Which one was it? That you told that God, it was Abraham. He told him to kill his favorite son, and he took him up to the
His
mountain.
only son, the one that God
It was his only son?
No.
Yes, he gave him a promise that hey, this son is gonna be
He said basically, sacrifice this dude and right when he was about to sacrifice him, it was either God or an angel, I'm not so sure. It was an angel that stopped him. And
so he didn't do it.
So he didn't do it, but the point was that he trusted God so much that he was willing to do that. Because he trusted God that much that he knew that there was some purpose behind it. I'm not that deep in my faith.
ولی فرستادم برای اطرافیان مشتبه خب این آقا پاش برسه ایران ادامه پاش برسه ایران ادامه ببین به اندازه کافی من 2 هفته تو نخ این مادر جنده بودم 2 هفته ببین 2 هفته چیزی 2 هفته است هر روزم شده عشق
Nigga, I don't need you to tell me what the fuck y'all talk about. Like,
Naked controller.
What's up, Calvin?
Yeah, honey. It goes back to the Abraham thing. I'll go after you some more.
Yeah, I just want this to be like 5 seconds. I just want to point out why Abraham isn't a good example for this here dilemma. Because what's being asked of Abraham is well within the nature of God, and that's why he was trusting and had faith to go through with the thing. Think about it like this. Right? I'm just telling you what is that? No, I'm saying no. I'm telling him he's wrong, but no. Think about his perspective. Think about Abraham's perspective. Because God gave him a gift. His gift was his son. And God told him to sacrifice the gift that he gave him. Yeah, but God never told him prior, I would never ask you, nor will I ever tell you to sacrifice the gift that I gave you. How is that analogous to my hypothetical?
Because God has given us a criteria. Man,
yes, so King's been saying this for the past 3 hours, right? So God has said, I'm not going to do this in scripture, okay? And you're asking him, hey, well, what if God comes later and says that he's going to do this? And it's like, no, God would never just say, I'm not going to do something. Tell me what King is saying. Yeah, so for example.
He just told you.
No, show me in the Bible what King is talking about.
Yes, God says, I am not a man that I should lie. Oh my fucking, how don't you know this scripture? How don't you know it?
Go ahead.
actually ties into what y'all talking about.
do you think, Kayla?
In your hypothetical, is God all knowing?
Yeah.
Okay, so in your hypothetical, God is all knowing, and therefore He knows what the outcome is going to be, whether King decides to entertain a hypothetical or not, right?
Okay.
So then why even test King
I'm testing King.
Yeah.
with
Wait,
the
what happened?
hypothetical?
Yes.
Okay, but I'm not talking about you.
Are you asking me?
In the
Why
hypothetical,
would God want it?
why would God want that? If He's all knowing, why even test King to begin with?
I can give you the answer that
In your hypothetical.
I can give you the answer that I heard that I think touches on it the closest, even though I don't think it fully does. If you want to hear it,
Sure.
it relates to the human experience and how that affects you when you make it to heaven, right? So you don't essentially know what you're gonna do, but the experience that you do that comes over you within that, right, contributes to like your nature in the sense of how you interact. So it's not like what God knows; it's the development of like who you become through your human experience.
That's hard. That's a horrible explanation.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's separated.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm not attacking you.
I don't think you would, but other than that, I don't really see why the point. It's called pointless suffering, pointless everything.
Because then what if like say for
like
example,
hell, for example.
God
knows exactly how many things are going to end up in hell already. Just put them there to begin with.
Well, he knows all the possibilities.
Right. Well, that's what I was gonna say.
No, he knows exactly who will end up there.
Yeah, he will. But
Well,
listen,
given
this goes back to
the possibility. We go through this all the time, Mike.
well, listen, like my thing is this, right? Going with the human experience and suffering. So what if like God predestined, if you will, and I know that word is tricky because it goes into like Calvinism and all that bullshit. But going to like the human experience, what if like why do I have like say for example I get raped, right? Like brutally raped at like the age of 4, right? I get brutally raped by like my father at 4 years old. What is God trying to teach me at 4 years old to get brutally raped by my father?
Yeah, that would be a responsibility. Only God knows that.
And that's
Yeah, so.
You know why that's horrible?
But that's not good for me. I mean, I don't know this shit.
He's just telling you what he thinks. And the reality, though, Caroline, is it's funny how you can really only ask that question to the Christian. Everybody else basically is either, hey, that's part of your cycle, or hey, that's meaningless, like Mike just said. It's really only the Christian that you can ask that to, where you could get even some modicum of value out of it, because we're held to a higher moral standard where there are objective moral beliefs X, Y, and Z. So for us, God says we're in a fallen world, and the evil that is in it is due to the free will that we all have, not just some of us. But the hope is that in the end, for that horrible situation that happened, that in the end, from all of this, there will be a rectifying, right, of that situation. And so at least for us, whether you believe it or not, we can give you an answer that gives you some ultimate hope, whereas nobody else is going to give it to you.
That's all y'all got is hope. That's all y'all got is hope.
So ain't nobody else going to give it to you. The atheist is going to tell you, well, nigga, hey, it's just atoms, bumping together, nigga, that's your fucking out. Right? The Hindus are going to tell you, oh, you lived a past life that made you come and get that shit now. So you deserved it, right? So everybody, the second thing abort the baby. They're going to tell you abort the baby, and everything's fine, right?
Christianity will tell you, hey, some fucking racially ambiguous looking dude with like bundles in his hair died on a cross for your sins. And even though
I just gave you the answer.
Even though you went through that brutal rape at 4.
No, I gave you the historic Christian answer. I gave it to you. That's not what you just said.
You gave her hope. You gave her hope.
Yes, hope.
That's all you gave her.
That in the end. Yes.
But I can still very much go through that horrific experience and still go to hell.
That's possible, yes. But
So what is that?
just tell you, well, you're shit out of luck. That's just how things happen. That's the animal. You are really asking a question that the only reason you're asking it is because the Christian God exists.
I'm not satisfied with that answer, but
I know you're not. You're not satisfied with a lot, though, Caroline. You would be honest about that. Our satisfaction doesn't determine what the
Who cares what I'm not? Listen, I had some horrible food earlier. I'm not satisfied with food.
But I'm just saying, like, thank God, you know, I've never experienced no shit like that in my life, you know.
Yeah,
But
thank God.
I'm just saying, like, with somebody like that's 4 years old that doesn't have a concept of a lot of social things, right? He's brutally raped by the person that they love and care about that's supposed to protect them. And then later on in life, they find this Christian God that says, hey, like, I know you had to get brutally raped in the ass by your father, but I'm your ultimate father, and once you die and make it to heaven, I'll tell you why I had to make you go through that suffering.
Well, no, we already know why, though, Caroline. I think you kind of ignore what I told you. At the end of the day, we all have free will. And so we are operating in that kind of world because God made us in our image, but we also are in a fallen world where we are able to make free will choices. And a lot of those choices are going to be evil, unfortunately. But that is the cost of having freedom, having the ability to know right and wrong. You can make a choice. And so within that context, yes, you're going to have possibilities where you have this egregious type of evil that you just described. The point, though, is that God is in control in a way where that unfortunate situation that happened to you will be rectified. It will. That's the hope that we have, is that we have a God that's so loving that even for the egregious shit that you're talking about, that there is a judgment for that, and it will be rectified. What other worldview can give you that? None.
I don't want to take God and shoot him in the face for, you know, what is the question?
How you gonna do that? Caroline, how you gonna say something? You don't want to shoot the nigga who did it? You want to shoot God, not the nigga who did it?
I want to shoot God. I straight up want to shoot
God did that to you?
It wasn't God, though.
How you want to shoot God when that nigga who used his free will to do that nasty shit? It's probably the prophet.
Because he created free will. But go ahead.
I just want to say this. Look, say it again. I've heard it before. Say it one more time. All the doors in here. What's up? There's a lot of doors in here. They talk that whole, I'm a Christian, I love Jesus. And when push comes to shove, they're not going to the rise of Jesus. When it comes to them taking that test, right? Putting your faith on the line for Jesus. Oh, that's not Jesus.
Jesus. You have to say it correctly, bro.
They don't got the spirit. They can't say it. They don't got the spirit. Go ahead.
Jesus.
Jesus. There you go. See? That's that spirit.
Come on, somebody. Stop right on my way. Stop right on my way, my brother. Let me take this nigga, man. Hey, listen, you my boy, bro. And it's been a while since I've had a piece of that. I gotta do it though. I'm sorry, bro. I'm doing this because I love you, bro. If you man enough, bro, we can meet one-on-one. Then once I'm done with you, we can cry about it later, bro. Alright?
Can I hop in this for a second?
You know what's so crazy? No, hold on.
Can I hop in for a second?
Nathan that minute you be crying. Nathan, if you go make nigga, if you thought you was crying with these women, you know what's gonna happen with me, nigga? You know what the fuck is gonna happen with me, nigga? Are you for real, Nathan? Oh my God.
I want a man that loves me as much as Nathan loves Monica. Go ahead. Yo, dude, I thought Nathan, and the reason why I was about to cut it off was because I thought he was gonna say again for like the 1,000th time. He was like, I'm gonna say this. I brought Caroline back. That's how I was about to cut it off. I was like, let me let him finish before I jump.
Administration officials, they are targets. Do you also read this? I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to cut my hands with his crimes. What's your reaction to
Well, I
that?
was waiting for you to read that because I knew you would, because you're hard people. Yeah, I did with that. I'm not a rapist. I don't rape anybody.
Do you think he was referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the blade are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, he's a sick person, but you should be ashamed.
Okay, this is what these dudes are saying. They're saying God can't do that. If God told you to, if God gave you something to say, hey, X is supposed to happen, and God say, no, X is not supposed to happen, well, God can't do that. That's what they're trying to tell me. And I'm saying God can do that. God can say, hey, I want you to have a kid, and with that kid is going to bring the nation. And God say, you know what? I want you to sacrifice that kid. Y'all say, no.
A lot of people's trust in God is not that strong. Like I don't think like I said, I think most people who are Christian, who were put in Abraham's shoes, would question. Like, you get what I mean? Like the same.
I would do this, I would do that, but when it comes time to Christ,
that was in the Old Testament era.
Hello?
They'll say that wasn't God. They'll say that wasn't God that was doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. No? They would say, no, that's not God. God wouldn't tell me to do something like that. He told Abraham to do something like that. Well, it's different.
You know what it is? It's real.
That don't remind you of Red?
And so what? God
When
changed
Red
his
was
mind
like,
when he told him not to do it?
Craig was like, yo, why you hell being Smokey out there in the back when you tried to jump us? Red's response was, well, this was different.
Yo, so look, this is what I hear. When King said,
Christians be doing the trap house slide.
this is what I hear. When King said, I will offer that person hope, I realized at that moment, that's all they have is hope. And that hope is based on, if you're in a bad situation, this is the reason it's happening to you. So they basically giving someone the opportunity to believe that this bad thing had a reason. As if they need that hope. As if they need that uncertainty. Why don't you give someone the certainty of this bad thing? Hold on real quick. Why don't we just say, hold on real quick. Why don't we just say,
What's that, Oleg?
bad thing?
Sounded like
Come on, y'all. Why don't Alright, hold on real quick. Look, real quick.
Okay, you are Oleg, my bad.
Alright, come on, y'all. As soon as y'all came in, we ruined the conversation. So all I'm saying is, how come when a bad thing happens to an individual, we just don't say this was supposed to happen? You want to give people a hope that if there was some transcendent reason, so they could just have a reason to continue living. No, there was no existential reason. When you die, that's it. This bad thing happened. Now, if you want to kill yourself, just do it, because there's nothing after. So the only thing you offer people is hope, and people cherish hope. And I'm saying, just take away people's hope because they don't deserve it.
Anyway, Oleg, you have a beautiful velvety voice. I didn't know you had a nice velvety voice.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That conclusion was crazy, Jacob.
Would y'all ever?
We're going to ruin our conversation.
Hello.
We might as well.
Would y'all ever put trust into something without like a explanation?
That's blind faith. There are some cases to have blind faith, yes, but I would argue be cautious with it. A lot of women put blind faith in niggas that ain't shit. So you see
Niggas do put blind faith in women too.
Yeah. Look how you are going on right away.
When you cross the street, right? Like
you don't know if the driver coming towards you is gonna obey the signal, right? Like it's gonna, but you trust that they will stop. You trust that they're gonna follow, you know, the rules, right? You don't know that person. That to me, that's an example of blind faith, right? Like we have, no, I mean I guess you can, but that just makes you a retard. You trust flying on a fucking on a plane, right? But you don't know the ins and outs of like aerodynamics. You don't know the ins and outs of the person flying the plane, right? And their intention.
So-called manifestor.
You trust that it's going to be a successful fight because the majority of them are successful. You trust that the person flying the plane is not like Mr. Finley and is gonna, you know, fly the plane. I'll just fuck around. But you get that. To me, that's blind faith, right?
I'll tell you why it's not. I'll tell you why it's not. So, the Bible makes it clear.
Why you think it's not?
The so-called manifestor is this.
Why you think it's not?
Okay, let's have the conversation.
President.
I don't want to have the conversation.
Why you don't want to have the conversation? You don't want to be
Because
correct.
I'm right.
No, you're not.
I know I'm right. So you're about to waste your time and waste your stank ass breath stinking up the house talking for no reason. Because I know I'm right.
I got to face them.
I'm always right.
All right, so.
You got a head for a brick wall.
You fucking wish.
Or a brick wall for a head.
Just listen, Shasha. I know you don't want to.
I don't want to listen.
I know you
I don't want to. You know, as a matter of fact, good night, everyone.
I know you don't. Why she don't want to be correct?
No, my baby girl.
Wait, did she leave?
Made my baby girl leave. She'll be back.
Oh, that's great. Oh,
Hey, I promise she'll be back.
Oh,
Like my baby girl. Don't take my baby.
You are my woman.
it's all good, Shasha. I'll let you live in your delusion. Go ahead.
Listen, I'm smarter than you. What's 11 times 12 right now?
Shasha, the
What's
only
11
reason.
times 12? What's 11 times 12 right now?
You said what?
What's 11 times 12?
Hold up, let me take out my calculator.
You're stupid.
21,
You're
that's
dumb.
wrong.
122.
You're dumb. You're dumb.
Right?
You're dumb.
It's
You're dumb.
132.
You can't talk to me. You can't ever talk to me again in life. You're dumb. You're dumb. Stop talking to me. Yo, you know what's crazy? That's my favorite. That's my favorite, like, math question to ask. Because why, for some reason, the majority of people get that one wrong.
It's a hard question.
And they always say 121.
Do you think I'm a calculator, Shasha?
But it's just, and you know, I just like using that because that's one of the only fucking multiplications.
I know 7 times.
That's probably what you used to do around 7 times.
You know, that's my favorite shit to have.
If God told y'all, if God told you as a man to fuck another man in the ass, would you do it?
I would do it.
I don't know.
I would do it. I would do anything God told me to do.
No, I would not.
But you guys gotta remember, these are responses from people who don't believe
Because
in God.
I can't.
I actually
That's
believe
right.
in God. What are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying is that like when people say
Yeah, anyone tell me?
yeah, bro.
That's one no. 3 times 23. Anyone knows the answer?
Yes, it's 69.
63.
Yeah, 60.
Wait, no. 69.
6. I said 66.
Yeah, that's the best number in the world.
69. Hey, I was right.
23 times 3? Oh, 3, not 2.
I
thought I had 2. My bad.
Yeah, like I answered that like 3 minutes
No, you
before.
didn't.
Like,
No,
but
you
anyway,
didn't.
absolutely I did. but anyway, like a lot of people, like when they hear the term God, what they do is they apply this like generic, universal, like all powerful, without there being any type of like impression or description of God. So then now it's like wide open. Like why would you ever question God? But other people are working with a God that is very colored in, very descriptive, very defined.
Yep.
And then we're able to answer this question a ask us to do a math equation, knowing there's multiple men in here and saying the best ever in the world.
The girls asked it first, though. Hey, listen, that is what it is, bro.
No, wait, hold on. Okay, now,
Oh, yo.
the stipulation now is the Christian God asks you and comes to you and say, hey, I want you to fuck that man over there in the ass. Are you doing it?
Yeah, so this is what we mean, Caroline. And this is why what Simone just said is important. You have to understand, when you say the Christian God, that comes with context. The Christian God has already laid forth a bunch of rule sets and criteria for how we are to know what is from him and what is from what is not. And so when you ask that question, we already know, based on that criteria, that that is not the Christian God. We know that because
hypothetical. They can say your hypothetical is wrong.
Yeah, I see it. I see it. Okay. So are you saying this is wrong? Wait,
Other ways
hold on, let me ask Caroline the direct question. I'm not thinking no Caroline. I have a specific question for Caroline. Caroline, if the Christian God wrote down in Scripture, followers of me, you are never to listen to anything that Caroline asks, including the crazy ass retarded questions you ask. Are you telling me, Caroline, that I read that and then follow the Christian God and then not entertain you? See how immediately you got it? That is what open-endedness of God is asking us to do. They are asking us to ignore the criterion that God has laid out. And I'm telling them we're not going to do that. You gotta keep trying to act like you don't understand. You gotta keep trying to act like you're faking ignorance, like you don't understand. We have a criteria that lets us know what's from God and what's not. Yeah, and that's what Simone brought up.
Yes. Oh my God. Because one thing is in the description of God, and the other thing's outside the description of God.
God not being consistent.
What? Oleg, real quick question for you, bro.
Okay.
When you say the hypo, what do you think, like, what's God conceding when we entertain the hypo?
Excuse me, what is God conceding?
Yeah, what is God conceding?
Nothing, bro. What do you mean? I might not be understanding your question.
All right, so like, if God has the ability and has the will to do the thing that is within the hypo, is not God saying that he's a contradicting God?
No.
All right, so we're pointing out that in the Christian framework, as far as it being of God's nature, God says X, and you're asking us a hypothetical about God saying Y.
Yeah, exactly. It's a test, bro. Look, that's what that's what I said this before. That's what makes your test as a Christian harder, right? Because you have explicit statements from God or whatever you believe is derived from God stating otherwise. So this hypo is harder for you.
I don't think so. I think it's easier for us.
Well, it's easy.
But like the way that the King and I were kind of structuring the hypothetical, where a Christian no longer has like the ability of saying, hey, I can use the context so that I can just say, hey, that's not my God, right? Then anybody could be invited.
But see, you're stepping outside the hypothesis. We're already telling you this is your God, bro.
No.
Do you know what the Bible says about what people like you just don't know it?
This is your God.
No, but this isn't like philosophy, bro. This is just like a random hypo on the clubhouse.
But you're using philosophy in your hypo.
No, not at all. What philosophy? This is just a random, like, I drank some fucking whiskey, let's talk about it. There's no philosophy here.
Yeah, but when you say
There's no syllogism, there's nothing. It's just a random hypo.
It's like
when you say the
Excuse me.
It's like asking a woman questions like as if she's a man.
You're right.
Like, what the hell?
Hello? What the fuck does that mean?
Well, no, because Samoa, like you remember when you're a woman, Samoa, and your vagina that you have right now. I don't have a vagina. No, but you do have a vagina. You do have a vagina, Samoa.
But that's why it's a hypothetical.
Like,
No, oh my goodness. Look, what we're trying to say is, look, like when people started laughing at those
Y'all
lefties
niggas is
when
so
they were like,
inconsistent and it's annoying.
hold on,
Y'all niggas will talk about fucking gorillas. Hold on, y'all niggas are sitting there talking about would you fuck a gorilla or a gay man? Y'all niggas will say stuff like, hold on, they'll say, would you suck a penis made out of a vagina or a vagina made out of a penis?
no, but
Like,
that's
it's
nothing to do with
all
what we're talking about.
hypothetical.
Alright, so there's a difference between asking a hypothetical outside of a person's worldview, of like the Christian God, right? But then there's having knowledge of the limitations that you might perceive exist within the framework and staying within that framework. Then going outside of it, it's pretty easy for a person inside to look at the outside and be like, man, this guy's an idiot, right? Because of the knowledge that is missing from the hypothetical. You have to at least build a bridge so that people are able to engage with it, not build a firewall. The hypothetical builds a firewall.
Oh my god, this is dumb. This is so dumb.
It's just look, I get the tension, but that's the test, brother. It's like look, God on day one goes, thou shalt not kill. On day two he goes, kill your there you go. So that would be an encompassing God, wouldn't it? No, it doesn't matter what you hold up, look. These labels are post facto. It doesn't matter. You could call him an evil God, an incompetent God, contradictory God. But the point is, would you do it? And there is no like, oh, this isn't my God. No, this is your God. So the question is, why is my God? The question is, why is my God contradicting that scripture? That's different. Yeah, I'm pointing out that when he says God, like the intent there is that all powerful, all knowing, and all these types of things. We have technical finite point of view, right? And I agree with you, right? It makes no sense. But the other argument is, well, a finite being has a divine plan and it's beyond your comprehension. And that's the same argument that's leveled against unnecessary pain and suffering. You might not understand why there's so much pain and suffering, but it's for a greater good. I don't even see these things being on the same universe.
So don't entertain it some more, goddammit.
No, what I'm saying is like when you say X and then you say Y, we say, wow, you're like contradictory.
Yeah, it's like you're trying to like.
Can I finish?
It's like you're trying to rethink the rules of the hypothetical.
Wait, I gave it to you in the beginning. What?
Hold on.
God gave Abraham. He promised him a son. And he said that his son is going to be the thing that gives him a great nation. That's what God said to him. And then afterward, he told him, you have to sacrifice your son.
Okay, alright. So I keep
and you know what he was going to do? Sacrifice his son.
Alright, so I keep telling you that the reason why this example doesn't fit with your hypo is pretty clear. And it's just your lack of knowledge, right? But I'll just adjust Caroline here quickly, right? I structured this hypothetical to where it would be engaging for all Christians to remove the constraints that God has placed in his description. Right? So I'm not saying that this hypothetical
What constraints?
The constraints that God places on his plan. Like when God says this, when God says
conceive of what universe thou art upon. Jesus was administrator of the universe, like.
You was son. You know what? I promise you was the son. I promise you was son.
You have fun riding bike?
I promise you was son. Who's gonna give you a nation? You know what? Kill yourself before the nation happens.
Alright, hold on, bro. So we know that in a test, God already knows the outcome, right? So God.
What does that have to do with? What does that have to do with my hypothetical?
Hey, brother, can you hold on real quick? The point you just said was there's a point right here I can give you an example of God changing.
That's analogous. Yeah, that's analogous with my.
Nathan, can I finish real quick?
It's analogous with my.
I'm about to eat this barbecue chicken. Can I just finish this?
But wait, the barbecue, because you're not addressing my point.
And the government of my temper.
And he gave us the test that he gave to Abraham as changing his mind.
Because it's analogous. Yes. Hey, I have a plan for you. You're gonna have this son. This son is gonna give you a nation. You know what? Forget that. No, he told him forget that. Sacrifice your son.
No,
as a test.
There's other examples, Samoa, like fucking just the golden calf. I just
the Bible out of context.
And they own all the big media companies. They're planning their wrong to commit mass murder.
Well, I just want to say Nathan was right. You guys are all wrong. And you should ask the question. If everyone is wrong, who didn't answer the question?
Yeah, I don't understand. Samoa would rather
Hey, you guys, come on.
Samoa would rather engage in a bunch of nothing.
You either have to say, look, guys,
answer the
please.
fucking question. That's all you had to do was answer.
Caroline, I answered the question. I said I would engage.
I didn't say you didn't. I didn't say you didn't. No, Caroline just said I didn't answer the question.
I'm pointing out that I answered the question, but people that hold a worldview that I've been listening to, not only King, not only Steele, not only the lawyer guy, not only the other person, they all are from different views and they all have the same response to the way that the hypothetical was structured. My criticism is not about the hypothetical, like in general, because it can be answered if it's actually conveyed accurately. What Oleg is saying is no. This complication needs, hold on. Oleg is saying, hey, the complication needs to be there. I'm saying, no, it doesn't need to be there to engage with the people that you want to engage with. The question can still be answered. It's how the hypothetical is conveyed.
I agree. And Samoa actually asked it correctly, and I answered it correctly.
Absolutely, but nobody heard that.
Samoa, am I the lawyer guy? These niggas didn't even listen to it.
No, it was that Jewish dude that was.
God's lawyer?
Asshole,
but he lucky he left.
Yo, I'm saying this part. Yo, I don't know what the fuck you want, bro, but don't make me she-wolf your ass, nigga.
Come on, man. Oh, shit. Who's Randy?
Nah. You keep being passive aggressive.
You brought us up. We weren't here. Cocksucker ass nigga.
I'll bring it up.
Nah, he's real. He's a real life cocksucker.
So, Oleg, brother,
Look at his PTR.
you know what I was thinking of, brother?
That chicken is actually AI. He actually has something else in his mouth.
So, Oleg, you know what I was
And
thinking
it was
of?
a dick.
I know the people in the audience going to just go through another room.
That's fine. That's okay.
Oleg,
That's him. That's low key him asking for Nathan's help because he know Nathan's kids. It's like, Nathan, help me. She's gonna ruin the room. Fucking pussy. He's a bitch. okay. Jacobus, go ahead. That's your boyfriend. Nah, just pissed me off. Who matters more to you, me or him? Pick. You got no. Okay. All right, I take it back. My Armenian baby boy. Yeah, fuck you, Jacobus.
What type of question is that?
Fuck you, Jacobus. You hear that? Oleg hates you. Oleg hates you.
He only chose you because Jacobus is a Jew and he's a non.
No, that's not true. I would choose you over any
Yo,
man.
Caroline, tell me.
They know you're a Nazi, bro.
Abdizzle, I'm challenging you to a duel, bro. Hold up. Point of moderation. I'm challenging Abdizzle to a duel. You get to choose whether we fight it with fists, weapons, and you get to choose the location.
Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
You have 24 hours to DM me the location and how you want to do it, bro. I'm challenging
That's
you
right.
to a duel. Yeah. Oh, fuck your emojis, bro. I'm gonna fuck you up. You send me a DM. Let's
No
do it, bro.
credible threats of
I
violence.
would recommend, bro.
For some reason, the mods are not following the rules. This is the second mod to make a credible threat of violence.
I would recommend a fist fight at the Grand Canyon, Abdizzle. But it's up to you.
Yeah, Oleg, there was one day where there was nothing but New York, like all the New York people are here, and they were all going at it. Like Derek, Shasha, it was the funniest. Oh my God.
Speaking of Nazis, right?
It was amazing.
Speaking of Nazis, Caroline never heard Kanye's song.
Oh, she never heard it?
She never heard it, right? So we're on FaceTime, and I play it for her. And I'm like, hello? Because it was so silent. She was so silent.
Abdizzle, where are we dueling?
Shock.
You have 23 hours and 58 minutes, bro.
Yeah, I like those fucking words, bro.
And I'm over here learning the song, singing along, and she's just silent. She's like, what the fuck is going on? Yeah, man, he actually put that song out. And that's not an AI song. That is Kanye's official song. I thought it was AI at first when I heard it, but it's not.
It's actually good for America, First Amendment. It's a test.
No.
It's a test. It's great. Kanye West is a great patriot for testing the First Amendment. Whether or not you agree with him, you should support him.
The hell hit was song, right?
Absolutely.
You think there's too many? My bad.
No.
I was gonna.
Would you play the watermelon song?
And here's the thing. Earlier today, there was a foreigner Viking who said we should be able to punch Nazis, right? And you said no, and I agreed with you because what is a Nazi? If Gavin Newsom gets the fucking presidency, he's gonna consider me and you Nazis, right? So, no.
Wait, is he Jewish or he's just a booty clapper?
No, but he's a booty clapper. But the point is, same thing with the term domestic terrorist, right? I remember people calling the protester that stood in front of the ICE vehicle domestic terrorist. I was against it because the more you broaden the word, the more likely someone will use the word against you. So we got to be careful about people saying it's okay to punch a Nazi, it's okay to run over a domestic terrorist, because they're going to just keep broadening those words.
Yeah, I have a question. So, do you guys think there's any Jews backing or behind the scenes and still being on Kanye's side? Like, do you think it is any Jew making?
I'm a Jew and I'm on Kanye's side.
Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm stupid. I feel like there is some like behind the scenes Jews like making money off of fucking Kanye's campaign. You know, like I feel like he still has like a few
wanted to confirm that because I've been suspecting it for quite a while. So, yeah, great.
Rob is mentioning Swiss banks. You know, what do you call it there? The Bank of International Settlements. Have you guys heard about that? Do some research. Look them up. The Bank of International Settlements. Well, you know, when it comes to the deep state central banks, they're the central banks of central banks. Right? But yeah, their entire system is being dismantled slowly but surely. We're going to see how far it goes. And for those of you who saw what the Bank of International Settlements put out cryptocurrencies, that should definitely pique your interest. But anyway, we talked about it last week in our crypto room. It was pretty awesome. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, the deep state is panicking like never before, even over the financial system. Right? Changes are happening that we can't control. Anyway, you want to learn more, join us on Thursdays at 4:30 p.m. Central Time, right here in the Truth Seekers Tower. And I'm going to drop the mic. The floor is open. Any comments, any perspectives to share?
You ever consider recording those rooms, researcher?
They are recorded.
Yay! Thank you.
Yay! Yeah, just check the replays in the tavern. You should see it. If you tap on my profile, I think if you scroll down, it shows you the replays I've done. The title of that room is called Cryptocurrency Assets 101. But if you go into the tavern replays and scroll back, you'll see them. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a weekly room, usually for 30 minutes or so. It's not a long room. I'll drop the mic. All right, thank you, Grace. Thank you, Kareem. Who else would like to share? The floor is open. You are rocking with the Truth Seekers in the Tavern. It's Sunday night. Come and join the round table discussion. The SPLC deep state organizations getting exposed. Kevin Warsh nominated for the Federal Reserve, exposing the central bankers' financial system. So, things are getting very interesting. I'll drop the mic. The floor is open.
I guess I'm having trouble connecting the ADL to the other one, the Southern whatever. I've lost all the names for it. Poverty.
Southern Poverty Law Center.
So how the hell did the ADL get involved with them? I mean, when did that happen? How did that happen? I mean, isn't that a little mind-blowing?
The ADL is pretty much, another targeting wing of the deep state, and the Southern Poverty Law Center was doing similar things, targeting people. You saw how they targeted Charlie Kirk. And the ADL does that all the time too. I mean, they're just targeting people for being, anti-Semitic. But they're run by the same set of people, Kareem. It's the same criminal syndicate that are setting up both of these organizations. And, the organizations that they don't set up, they infiltrate. Just like they did your government. Right?
Right. Okay, Truth Seeker.
Various groups to come together.
Well, I actually don't know the history on when they started working together. Is it me or is Karine in the Matrix? I thought she stopped talking. My bad.
Oh. No, go ahead.
Well, you were in the Matrix for a little bit, I think, Karine. Go ahead. You were saying something. I thought you stopped. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just, speechless. I'm trying to, did they have a party and invite everybody? We're in the dark, we're with the dark forces. Come and join us. And I just can't imagine those disparate groups finding each other and working together. It is blowing my mind a bit, that's all. What is it? Strange bedfellows. Put it that way. It's just such an odd pairing, which, it's time for us to call it out and figure out who is with who, how are they helping each other, and what can we do about it.
Research and check the link out. Yes, sir, I'm looking at it. It doesn't look like it's been confirmed, but it looks like some intel sources. Very interesting. This is happening in the background. Game over. Sing like bird.
So maybe it's time we create it where we can see who's been confirmed to be connected with these dark forces. Because I never would have guessed, if you look back when these organizations were created with the highest ideals and,
Kareem, I just told you that the criminal syndicate had a hand in creating these organizations. They were not created with the highest ideals. That's just what they sold to the people. Meanwhile, they're involved in subversive activities. They tell us one thing, but they do another, which is why we have to watch their actions very closely.
Yep. I'm just saying, when I grew up, they were held in very high esteem. That they were ethical. Were just promoted as being one thing. And I guess that's how we know what they're really doing, because you can tell what they call themselves and just go to the opposite, and then you know what they're really doing. Kind of reminds me of Alice in Wonderland.
Me too. Reminds you of Alice in Wonderland. Everything's upside down.
Yeah, I guess we'll talk about the ADO sometime next week in more detail. I'll make a note of that. But wow, guys, things are getting very interesting. So I'll drop the mic. Let's see who else would like to share. The floor is open. Grab your coffee, grab your tea. Welcome to the Truth Seekers Tower Alone. And yes, I've created a thread, so I will drop the link to that up at the top in just a bit. But in the meanwhile, let's pass the mic around. Welcome to the stage, Sam. Welcome, Ben. Thank you, everyone, for sharing. Bring a few friends into the room. Share the room home.
I would push my and trust them. Look what they've done over time. Yeah, that's a good one to look into.
All right. Well, guys, we have a new X22 report that's out tonight. We're gonna dive into the financial report. It's been a while since we gave that one a listen. So I think we'll do the X22 financial report, and then maybe Dr. Kirk Elliott's report with LT, and then the geopolitical report. What do you guys think?
That sounds good. Perfect.
All right, well, we're going to get that started up in just a bit, and I will add a few more links to tonight's thread. But guys, remember Sundays, I host a few rooms on Sundays at 2 p.m. Central Time. I start off in the Ancient History room, and then at 6 p.m. Central Time, I'm in the Spiritual Development room, and then usually we close out that room and head right over here. So it's been a long day for me. Sunday's news thread is usually a bit light in the interest of the time, but I'm adding some more links for you all. And for those of you who've shared links in the chat, some of them have made it into tonight's thread, so thank you all for your sharing. And this is what we do, guys. Crowdsourcing the truth, right? So remember, the Telegram group is also open for links to be shared with the community members as well. Okay, welcome to the stage, Susan. I see Susan here with us too. Anybody want to grab the mic before we start the financial report?
Just want to say hello. It's great to be here. Thank you.
All right, thank you for joining us, Susan. All right, guys, last call for comments before we start the X22 financial report. All right, if we have no further comments, producer, you're up. Let's get this started. Enjoy the stream, everyone. We'll open up the panel for a little bit right after.
Let's get ready to rumble!
And welcome. You're listening to the X22 Report. My name is Dave, and this is episode 3891, and today's date is April 26th, 2026. The title of the episode is These Using the Same trick as the central bank Trump makes a move to get his man inside the Fed. Now, you know what's very interesting? If you're like me and you're getting to that age clogged and overburdened from digestion to metabolism to detoxification, 100,000 bottles sold and has received thousands of Josh put his 25 plus years of experience into ultra. Hey, it's your lucky day because Dr. Josh is running the SummerSatraliver.com/X22. Let's get right into the economic collapse financial news. Now, the deep state, the corrupt politicians, the private West Central Bank, the World Economic Forum, you can see everything that they were trying to do to shift the economic system is completely and utterly failing. And everything that they're trying to do to get back control, especially the blue states, it's now being exposed to the world. Remember going back a little bit in time, back to 1913, when the third central bank came into existence, and then a little bit later on, they told everyone, listen, to keep the system running, what we're going to do is we're going to tax only the wealthy. So you don't have to worry about it. It's only the wealthy that are going to be taxed. Nobody else. Don't worry about it. And then all of a sudden, it was the upper middle class, lower middle class, and before you knew it, everyone was taxed. So it looks like the D's, they're doing exactly what the central bank did back then. They're creating a wealth tax in the blue states, and within the bill, without approval, it says later on, they can tax everybody. So once again, they're using the same exact strategy. And I think this time around, the people of those states, they're going to start to realize, wait a minute, were we tricked again? And I think they're going to say, yeah, we were. And this is why a lot of people are moving out of these states. And this is going to continue to happen. But every step of the way, you can see that Trump now, where you can see the central bank, the deep state players, were trying to push nations away from the Federal Reserve.
Is it just me? No, we lost producer's audio. Hi, Dr. Mitch. Welcome, welcome.
Reserve note, the US dollar. Trump now is actually forcing these nations to use the Federal Reserve note and US dollar. Now, is this because he wants to keep the central bank the way it is and he wants everyone to use the Federal Reserve note? No. What he's doing, he's making sure that the United States has the upper hand moving forward. He's making sure that we still are the reserve currency of the world. Now, this doesn't mean that it's still going to be linked to the Federal Reserve. What it means moving forward is that he's going to detach us from the Federal Reserve, but everyone's still going to be holding these blips. And later on, what's going to happen is that this will be transitioned into a US dollar, which means we will no longer have the Federal Reserve. And I think this is why Trump now is putting his man in place. And yes, is he going to have to make deals? Is he going to have to work with the corrupt Senate the way we have it today? Absolutely. But again, he's looking at the bigger picture. He's looking at this from this point going down the road. He knows he needs his man more inside. He knows he needs him to start working. He knows he needs him to start restructuring and setting everything up the way he wants it, especially bringing down the interest rates. Now, we're going to be talking a lot more about this a little bit later, but first, let's just talk about how Trump now across the world is now shifting everything the deep state and central bankers are trying to do, where they're trying to push everyone away from the Federal Reserve note. You can see at this point in time, he's pushing, especially the Middle Eastern countries, even Russia now, maybe even China, back to the Federal Reserve note. BBC Letter on X put this out and said, U.S. dollar transactions are rising amid the Iran war. The U.S. dollar's share of international payment via SWIFT rose 1.9 points in March to a record 51.1%. Since 2022, this percentage has risen 13 points. By comparison, the euro represents 21% of SWIFT payments, followed by the British pound, Japanese yen, Chinese yuan, and Canadian dollar. The U.S. dollar also covers 89% of all FX trades and 61% of foreign currency debt issuance. Beyond that, it represents 57% of global currency reserves and excluding gold and 54% of all exporting invoicing worldwide. The world is using more US dollars than ever. And Trump, he had to do this because remember, he needs to reverse everything the deep state players were trying to do. And this is what he's doing across the world. And you can see that it is definitely working. Now, what's very interesting is, like we just mentioned before, as the blue states continually push the agenda of the Green New Scam and what the central bank wants, they're going to be losing businesses, they're going to be losing the people living in their states, and they're going to be moving out of those states and moving to other locations. And what's very interesting about all of this is that at least 10 blue states, they're now pushing a wealth exit tax. So basically, if you decide that you don't want to live there anymore, they're saying, well, if you're going to leave our state right now, we're going to charge you for leaving the state, which means they're in trouble. They're trying to collect the last bit of wealth from you as you exit their state. Peter Sagan, PhD, put this out and said, here come the blue state exit taxes. In case you're stuck in a blue state handing half your money to Somali learning centers, they're now coming for the other half. Wall Street Maverick responded to this and said, 10 blue states are pushing wealth tax and exit taxes to squeeze every drop from taxpayers so no learning center goes without. And that's absolutely true. Because remember, if you don't have your tax base and everyone's leaving, businesses are leaving, what do you have left? Nothing. All you have left is the money laundering. There's no one there to pick up the tab. And this is a big problem for them, especially as federal funds are being cut off. So let's see, you're losing businesses, you're losing your tax base, you're losing federal funds. So if people decide to leave, this is another way just to squeeze some more out of you so they can keep their operation working. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that when we look at California, for example, and they have this billionaire tax, on page 26 in this proposal, it explains how the state legislature can convert from a billionaire tax to an everyone tax without voter approval. They can also adjust the tax to be yearly tax, not just a one-time, again, without your approval. Intelligence test for you, if this was meant to just target billionaires, why did they write this? Because again, they're using the same exact strategy as the central bank system. It's the same trick that they've used over and over and over. And you can see at this point in time, nobody is buying this whatsoever. Hopefully the people out in California actually see this. Hope people are pointing this out, saying, look, this is a trap once again. We already went through this. You know what popular looks Maxing streamer said Gavin Newsom would beat J.D. Vance in the 2020 election because Vance was overweight and Gavin is better looking? Then Vance showed up to a recent interview looking completely transformed. Just weeks after the comment, everyone's pointing to GLP-1 type of drug, the same type of weight loss drug that 31 million Americans are on. But here's the thing, you don't need a prescription or a needle to get those results. This is why I'm obsessed with a particular GLP-1 supplement instead of a pharmaceutical override. It uses plant-based clinical studied ingredients like metabolate to help my body naturally boost its own hunger controlling signals. I get the same fullness and fewer cravings without the prescriptions, needles, or the growing list of side effects making headlines. It supports my weight management while protecting my metabolism so I can keep the results for good. To kick off spring, get 51% off only at trimwithx22.com. Every order comes with free VIB coaching for life, a 60-day satisfaction guarantee, and free implementing an exit tax. And that, once again, that is trimwithx22.com, or just click the link in the description. Going back to 1913, why are you going to do this again? Look, everyone's leaving the state. Businesses are leaving. People are leaving. They're implementing an exit tax, and now you're believing that they're only going after the billionaires? Actually, isn't this what they want to do to the nation? Let's tax the wealthy? Again, this is another trick by the deep state, by the central bankers, and they keep using it over and over and over, and I don't think at this point in time anyone's really buying this. But think about it. Since Trump is decentralizing the oil across the globe and pretty much setting everything up to actually restructure the Federal Reserve and to remove the Federal Reserve in the end, and again, he has his man getting ready to get into that position. Trump, he has to mitigate what is happening out in Iran until everything's said and done. Because you have to remember, to control the oil across the world, was everyone had they put into place sacred land. You can't drill here because we got to save the small little fish or the turtles or the ants that are crossing the road, anything like that. Then they basically made sure that no one got oil from Venezuela. They made it into a criminal country, and they actually created the cartels, the gang members, and they used that across the globe to supply the oil to China. Why would they supply the oil to China? Because again, they needed cheap energy to actually produce the products. Because again, where was everything moving in the end? To China. Russia, they had placed sanctions on Russia. Why? To stop the oil flow. And this is what they did. To control the price out in the Middle East, they needed the fear tax. They needed to control what ships went in and out, how much they paid, and this they used to control the world's oil prices. Trump now is decentralizing all of this. And yes, it's taking a little while because again, there are certain things that are going on in Iran where they don't want to hand over the nuclear dust because that will implicate Obama and Hillary Clinton because again, the uranium isotopes can be traced back. But again, in the end, I do believe Trump is going to win. So what is Trump doing at this point to mitigate all this? Number one, he's putting out policies, controls the price of oil. And yes, you can see that the deep state players, the central bankers, try to put out bad news via the Iranian proxy army, and Trump actually counters it with good news. And this is going back and forth. And this is why you see the oil prices moving up and down. But the other thing that he decided to do, and Zeldin explains, he says the Trump EPA just unleashed cheaper E10 fuel, resulting in more domestic supply and up to 25 cents a gallon savings. 3,000 plus stations are ready to go, but New York, California, Maryland, Virginia are bizarrely blocking it for their residents. This makes absolutely 0 sense. Let Americans buy gas at less cost. So there's a lot of people out there saying, oh, the E10 fuel, which is 10% of ethanol, that's going to destroy your car. This is why it should be allowed. But we know why California, New York, Maryland, Virginia, we know why they're blocking this. Because again, they don't want to show that, hey, look, Trump was able to lower the gas prices. They want to keep the prices high because, again, their entire mission is to do what? To bring everyone into the Green New Scam, and they want to convince everyone, look, fuel prices are high because of Trump. But again, in the end, I don't think it's going to work. But like we said before, the E10 fuel, it will not damage the vast majority of cars on the roadway. It has been the standard gasoline blend sold across most of the U.S. for over a decade, and virtually all vehicles manufactured since the early 2000s are fully compatible with it and approved by manufacturers and the EPA. So modern cars, 2000 and newer, they are safe for ethanol. They have no problems. The fuel lines, the injectors, the seals, basically they're all designed to handle this. Now, cars that are older, yes, they might have a problem. They might have a problem with rubber, plastic seals, gaskets, fuel lines, because again, they were not built for this. So once again, you can see they're going to try to use this type of narrative to make you believe that there's something wrong. Now, if you look at lawnmowers, boats, chainsaws, motorcycles, and generators, yes, they're more prone to the problems. But for everyday use in automobiles that are $2,000 or later, and I think most of the people have cars now that are $2,000 or later, this is not a problem. But again, you can see why the deep state players are going to try to push this, as hard as they possibly can. Now, does this get the best gas mileage compared to pure gasoline? No, it's a little bit less. But again, I think for most people today, because the cars are very, very energy efficient, I don't think people are going to really notice it that much. I don't think people have noticed it at this point, if you really think about it. But you can see why they're pushing back and pushing back very, very hard. And it looks like Trump, he is now putting his man inside the Federal Reserve, and that is Kevin Warsh. And what's very interesting is that the Justice Department dropped its criminal investigation into Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Now everyone's going, oh my God, we're not going to find out if he's a criminal. This is ridiculous. What's going on here? Well, it looks like he made a little bit of a deal with Senator Tom Tillis because he vowed to block Trump's Fed Chair confirmation until the Justice Department dropped its investigation into Powell. Because again, why is he so concerned about the investigation into Powell? Because the deep state players, the central bankers, they have people in the Senate, people in the House to protect investigation, people are going to find out that, hey, maybe Powell was skimming off the top. There was a lot of money laundering going on, and people are going to ask a lot of questions. So is the investigation completely halted? No. U.S. Attorney Pirro explains. This morning, the Inspector General for the Federal Reserve has been asked to scrutinize the building cost overruns in the billions of dollars that have been borne by taxpayers. The IG has the authority to hold the Federal Reserve accountable to American taxpayers. I expect a comprehensive report in short order, and I'm confident the outcome will assist in resolving, once and for all, the question that led this office to issue subpoenas. Accordingly, I have directed my office to close our investigation as the IG undertakes this inquiry. Note, however, that I will not hesitate to restart a criminal investigation should the facts warrant doing so. And once again, instead of having the DOJ looking into this, they're having the IG. Now, the IG, yes, might manipulate, they might fake it, but I think Pirro is on top of this, and if she doesn't like what she gets, I do believe that they'll be investigating. Now, think about this. Once Warsh is confirmed and the IG releases the report, Pirro reviews it, maybe she takes a couple of weeks, a month, or whatever, and says, you know something, I don't like this, I want to look into this. All of a sudden, she can go back in and really do an investigation. But we have to see what is the IG actually going to give and what's going to happen with this. But I do believe a lot of information is going to be coming out. We're going to find out where a lot of the money has gone. And I think Powell's going to be in trouble pretty much no matter what. But in the end, Trump is going to get his man inside. And I think Trump wants to get him in sooner than later because, again, the clock is ticking and he needs interest rates to come way, way down to actually push the economy into the stratosphere. And Warsh needs to start looking into the entire Federal Reserve. Remember, there's tens of thousands of PhDs within the Federal Reserve. So he has a lot of work ahead of him because you have to remember these agencies, they've been corrupt for a very, very long time. And you have to remember, the Federal Reserve is a private corporation. So this is going to be very, very interesting moving forward. And Trump is letting everyone know that, listen, we need the tariff system. We need the tariff system because, once again, I'm building a parallel economic system to compete against the Federal Reserve, to compete against this system. And basically letting everyone know that the Supreme Court was completely wrong in their ruling. He put this out on Truth. He said the following: people and companies that have taken advantage of our country for decades because of the horrible and ridiculous United States Supreme Court decision on tariffs are now supposed to be given back $159 billion. All they had to do was one little half sentence, that the United States does not have to pay back monies that were already paid, and our country would be $159 billion richer. That's more than most countries are worth. Think of it, just one half sentence, and we would have saved $159 billion. Couldn't they have done that for our nation? President DJT. And they could have. But I do believe Trump, at this point in time, he got what he needed from the Supreme Court. He got the dissent, he got the path, and yes, he's showing the people of this country, look, the Supreme Court, the deep state players, the central bankers, they are not for this country. They're actually working as hard as they possibly can against what he's trying to do. And what he's trying to do is he's trying to do what other presidents have done in the past. If you look at Andrew Jackson, if you look at McKinley, if you look at Abraham Lincoln, they all went up against the private Western central bank system. And basically, they were all attacked one way or another. Most of them had assassination attempts. Some of them were assassinated. Trump is doing the same exact thing. And you can see every single step of the way, what are they trying to do? They're trying to assassinate him because they know where all this is going. They know that his entire mission is to remove the central bank system. And think about what happens when the central bank system is removed. The entire system that they created falls apart. They know this. They lose control over the world, over this country. And this is something they don't want to give up. The entire economic system, the way we know it today, is about to change big time. And it's going to change in a way that no one could ever imagine, because you have to remember, you got to go back, way back in time, to when we had a period of time where we didn't have the central bank system. And when we didn't have a central bank system, the money held its value And the economy in this country did very, very well. The economy and the country was very, very wealthy. And I do believe once people start to see this, once people start to experience this, they're going to understand how bad the central bank system is. You see, when you're in their system, it's very hard to see how bad it is until you're outside of their system. And once Trump gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be outside of the central bank system where we're dependent, and when I say outside of the central bank system, I mean you're not paying income tax. I mean the tariff system is paying for those taxes. That the tariff system is paying for government. And Trump is paying back the Federal Reserve and actually giving the currency back its value. This is when people are going to start to realize how bad the central bank is, because when you're in the monkey house, you really don't see that you're in the monkey house. When you're outside of the monkey house, you can see it very, very clearly. And I do believe once people see this, and this is something the central bank doesn't want people to see, once you see it, you're going to understand it. It's almost like Neo stepping outside of the Matrix and seeing the Matrix from the outside. It was very, very easy to see. You could understand it a lot better. The same thing is going to happen with the private with the central bank system. People are going to understand it a lot better and what it was and how it kept you enslaved. And soon the central bank is going to cease to exist the way we know it today. Listen, everyone. Thanks a lot for listening. Be well, be safe, and especially be prepared. Thanks a lot.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth! Hello, truth seekers. So, that was the X22 financial report. Dave is hitting it out of the park as per usual. The central bankers are feeling a lot of pressure with the Federal Reserve System. Jerome's Paul, his investigation, I'm just letting you guys know, it's not going away. Janine Pirro may have dropped it for now or paused it, but I can guarantee that they're going to continue forward. We'll see what happens after Kevin Warsh gets through this hurdle. It looks like some strategic moves are being made. I want to welcome to the stage. We have Lucia, Karen, Sam joining us. The floor is open, guys. Grab your coffee, grab your tea. We have Dr. Kirk Elliott coming up next with LT's report, and this is the Sunday night financial report. So we're going to be hearing from a financial expert on what's going on in the economy. That's coming up next. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Anybody want to chime in? Are you guys ready for the next stream?
Yes, sir. I thought it was just me for a minute till you said something. Yes, sir, we're ready.
Yes, we are. We're here. That was a great report, researcher. I need to start taking notes because there's so much, you know, it would help.
Well, I usually try to leave the panel open for a little bit for post commentary after the streams in case anything stood out to you guys that you want to discuss before we move on.
try and research it. You know, I think the Fed has to go. In the last report, they mentioned spotlights, which is quite interesting. Why that's been expanded. That appears to be a way of shoring up the US dollar's use and creating more stability. The Fed is a private banking cartel that's been in place now for 113 years. Its product, which they can produce out of thin air, has been compounding that whole time. Like you said, that was the introduction of income tax. Originally for the billionaires in equivalents. Now it's a major form of slavery. In our countries, the tax we pay. I'm not sure whether we can replace it all without having a smaller government. But there's no question in my mind that the financial system is being re-engineered, and I will not cry a tear to see the Federal Reserve and its thousands of PhD economists out of work. So to bring back the creation of the currency into the control of government and treasury, I think that is the direction that the Trump administration is taking it, and I think that's a positive one. I was just looking up. Gold has been non-monetary gold has been quite a heavy U.S. export over the last 5-6 months, and so it appears that gold is already becoming more of a. So basically, in the global system, the two major reserves are denominated in U.S. vested treasuries and gold, which is really the main competitor. And gold is becoming the BRICS. The way that they got around the U.S. sanctions. Interesting stuff. There's big moves in play. But one thing that I'm not hearing is the impacts of the loss of the energy out of the Strait of Hormuz. Because that strait is still closed. And on Japanese TV, they were live streaming.
Just real quick on Dr. Paul, before you go to the Japanese TV, the Strait of Hormuz, I wasn't really too clear on how the blockade is being enforced. From what I'm now understanding, right, it's the U.S. blockade is on Iranian ports. So any ships going to or from Iranian ports, that's what the U.S. Navy is blocking. Now, let's shift to the IRGC. They're indiscriminately attacking any ships in the strait. So, when you say the strait is still blocked, there are still some definite issues that are preventing free transit through the strait. But there's an economic pressure that is now being put on Iran because they cannot export oil. And that is the major, I think, impact of the U.S. blockade. The U.S. blockade is, they're allowing other ships that are not going to Iranian ports to pass through the strait. And, that's just a little bit on that before you go to what's going on in Japan. But I wanted to just add that for the audience. But Dr. Paul, back to you, sir. Sorry for interrupting.
Yeah, look, there are two blockades, as I understand it. There's the one imposed outside the Strait of Hormuz by the U.S. military, the Navy, and the one that is effectively been created by the fear of attack by Iranian forces in the Strait. And the only way to pass through what's happening is just to count the traffic. Is the traffic flowing? And it's still at 10% or less of what it was. The numbers are still very low. 10 ships in the last, was it 7 weeks now? Versus previously 100, 110. So the strait is effectively closed. It's not completely closed. And obviously the Iranians major traffic is being interdicted in the parts of the straits. But ships are not moving freely because they're not feeling safe, actually. And the recent look, the bottom line is that a lot of countries like Australia, like Japan, like most of Asia, rely on this ocean-borne energy. It's sort of like a floating pipeline, and that pipeline has effectively been cut by about 90% now for many weeks, and it's like a floating pipeline which has is still flowing even though the source has been cut off, but the air pocket in supply is only now starting to hit, and that's why I think the Japanese, basically the US supplies from the west coast is what has saved Australia from already crumbling into a heap. And that's why the Japanese TVs live streaming a single tanker coming in from the west coast of the US. All our ocean-borne nations are stuck. All Iran has to do is survive and maintain closure of the strait, because ordinary shipping is afraid to travel, and we will crater the global economy. We will introduce a massive global famine, the likes of which will be biblical. Michael Young was talking about giga famine, so billion people type, multi-billion type losses coming within the next year. Because remember, again, there's still food and there's still harvest coming through from the supplies that were already here or in transit here before the interruption. One, two, three, the coming to collapses, and they won't be able to pay Davis 20 lines. You can't print. Although the US does produce lighter, it does produce a lot of what it needs. It doesn't. So it's relatively secure, but the rest, and especially relying on shipborne energy, we're very vulnerable, and we're hanging on by a thread. And whether or not they realize it or not, and to me that's the biggest story. And the fact that that hasn't been mentioned shows me there's this massive blind spot play. But what I'm saying is right, and I follow people like Luke Roman, we get a very different perspective of what's going on and or what's important. I think Jamaica, that's you've nailed it, you pipeline. And the caveat that I haven't heard anyone mention is that Iran is not water. It's not an island. It's connected by land to the European and Asian continents. So it has rail lines that go to China. It can export its oil over land in a way which sort of has been ignored. And even if they don't export any oil, if they can just keep the strait closed just a little bit longer, even what they've done, I think, is enough to change the total geopolitical landscape. And I haven't heard anyone talking about it. So even my analysis is wrong, but this 20% reduction in global energy, and energy is the economy, energy is food. You can't cut 20% from a debt-based monetary system and expect that it's going to survive. It won't. It's all coming down. It's all coming down, and it's coming down with extreme prejudice. But the good thing about all this is all the complexity, all the taxation, all the deep state, all the bureaucracy, that requires excess energy that we won't have. We don't have and we won't have. So at the other end of this, we're going to have a different rule, which where a lot of the stuff that we're railing against simply won't exist because we won't be able to afford it. We'll have to have a simpler economy and simpler society. Now, where could I be wrong? Some sort of AI miracle. But I think the real miracle is going to be just in population reduction. And, I think that's what the elites want. In that process that we've come to accept in terms of financial system is going to be rebuilt. And it will all be like Elon Musk said. AI might be able to replace it. It will make currency meaningless. But there will still be constraints based around energy and materials, which is so gold, silver, oil, and Bitcoin are proxies for energy and materials, if you like, in this little world. So that's my rant. I'll drop it there and see if anyone wants to buy it.
Yeah, I'll bite. I think there's plenty of energy out here. They haven't used it yet. They know about it, but it would destroy our oil-based economy. They've got energy. That's not the point that concerns me. The point is these car companies are plugging in where your car listens to you. It decides whether you can drive or not. Anybody can sit and watch you in your car. That kind of world that we might possibly stumble into. That's what worries me. And I land.
Aaron, can I ask you, where's the energy coming? Where is this energy?
Just little things that I hear about the mineral. I can't remember with the anti-gravity mineral that they have. If they wanted to, they could do a lot more with solar. There's atomic energy, but then there's another kind of energy where they could put in just a
It's not going to drive out mining. It's not going to drive out farming. And neither will nuclear, actually. And all of this will happen after the massive loss of life I'm talking about. They'll probably reveal that anti-gravity and, and free energy, thorium, and all the fusion, all sorts of things. And it's not going to come in time because that's not how our current world is. That's for the future, and what I'm talking about is coming within the next year. Will be obvious to everyone. So that's the same with our politicians. They talk about net zero and solar and windmills, and now they're beginning to realize, hang on, we've invested all this stuff in that, but it won't keep the lorries running to deliver the food from the farms. It won't keep the mining going. We will starve long before they get the oil up and running, even if they could start building now. So, that's my rebuttal there. Sorry, Richard.
No, it's okay. I kind of wanted to tap in. Dr. Paul is speaking from, Australia, guys. So, the dynamics as it relates to the Strait of Hormuz and how that is affecting energy across the world is kind of what I want to bring to the forefront, right, Dr. Paul? Because I think everybody, or most persons in the room, are kind of looking at it from the perspective of the United States, and where the U.S. is concerned with their energy policies currently at the moment. Dr. Paul, they're solid, right? And Trump just invoked the Defense Production Act last week, right? So,
I agree. I agree. I think the U.S. Will be the last man standing because you do have enough resources. But in terms of replacing the 12 million barrels a day that has been lost, and not to mention half of Russia's refining capacity has been damaged and taken offline by attacks over the last few years. America is a net importer of crude oil, not a net exporter. It's a net exporter of distance, which is, like I say, what was on the ships that have saved our bacon until recently. And that's what's coming into the harbour in Japan. But it's not an excess of crude oil. That's the importance of the strait. Most of the seaborne crude, those 12 million barrels a day, that's 20% of global energy. Fossil energy that's been reduced 90%. So that's what I need to hear addressed. And I know Trump is talking about how we're going to export to the world. Yes, they can export their surplus refined product, but look it up. The U.S. Still is a net importer of crude.
Yeah, that may be true. I mean, I'm not even gonna dispute that right now. From what I'm seeing is that the energy sector is going through some overhauls. Refineries are being built, stuff like that. So there's a lot of things that are gonna change as it relates to the U.S. energy sector in the next few years. I mean, even recently, the start of this year, we saw Maduro got taken out. What happened? Venezuela's oil production started to go up. Deals were made between the U.S. and Venezuela, right? Now they're taking in some of Venezuela's oil, right? As you said, they're importing it, right? So, these relationships and these deals and these dynamics, all of these things that are happening right now, we kind of need to pay attention to it, definitely. But, I want to go back to something you mentioned, Dr. Paul, because it's like the global impact of history of the energy sector worldwide can't be overstated, right? forces key positions to monitor what's going on with these transshipments, right? So why would they want to control the Strait of Malacca? Well, you heard what Rob just said. The news about the ship that was trying to pass through the blockade, and this is going to an Iranian port, by the way. And when they boarded the ship, what did they find? They found chemicals used in the production of ballistic missiles. Scott Bessent confirmed many allies in the Gulf region and Asia have requested currency swap lines from the United States to manage financial instability caused by the Iran war, including energy shocks and disrupted oil flows. Speaking before the Senate on April 22nd, 2026, Bessent stated that these swap lines are intended to quote, maintain order in dollar funding markets and to prevent the sale of U.S. assets in a disorderly way. No. I'm going to pause there. I'm going to just segue a little bit and remind you guys about Operation Economic Fury. Yeah. And if you haven't heard about that one, Dr. Paul, just look into that, right? Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Operation Economic Fury. Basically, a lot of tracking is happening. They're monitoring the money. And they already tracked it back to London, some of it. Can you believe that? Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has pretty much confirmed that. So we know probably going to be Iranian regime, or at least partly where some of the funding is coming based on warnings that he's giving. So it's going to get very interesting. The central bankers are going to come into focus. 100%. The Bank of International Settlements, they put out a report the other day warning people about, get this, Dr. Paul, stable coin yields. They're saying it's unstable. They're competing with the banks. I was having so much fun Thursday talking about it. Those of you guys who missed it. But yeah, like the central bank of central banks, you know, they're letting us know where they stand. And they don't like the direction of the financial options now available to the people. That says a lot. I'll leave it there. But I agree with you, Dr. Paul. There is a reset happening. The question is who's controlling the reset? This is research staff dropping the mic.
Yes, there's definitely a reset happening, and the swap lines make a lot of sense. Like the Gulf countries lost income and they relied on their oil revenues. Rather than selling, they don't want massive sales of treasury bonds. That will cause a spike in interest rates and yields. That will crater the U.S. economy. So it's in the interest of the U.S. dollar to
patreon.com/gold in the description box below. And we thank you once again for joining us, Dr. Eller.
It's so good to be with you as always, and you know, it is wild, LT. When I look at everything that's going on, it's like, all right, is this prophetic events playing themselves out? Is this a paradigm shifting moment? Is it just noise and distraction to distract us from something that's even bigger and weirder than the things that we're seeing?
starve out your population, right? So you're not going to get any money in. Well, did he really think that Putin was that stupid and not have plan B? So he went to China and said, China, Biden kicked us out of the SWIFT system. China says, so what? We have SIPs. Why don't we just like really tie economically together under the BRICS nations? And so it amounted to a problem for Russia for maybe 30 minutes. Right? It's like, okay, not a problem, right? But what they're doing is they're taking the financial control for most of the world's population away from the West. This is how they are de-dollarizing it, right? This is the problem that Western banks have, because when you don't control the money, you don't control people, right? So this is where it's all headed. Now, you've got central bank digital currency that we've talked about. This is the central banker's way of saying we're still going to maintain control of people, right? We're still going to basically have digital social profiles and social credit scores, and we're going to be able to tie you to how you spend your money, what your habits are, what your worldview is politically, religiously, economically, and if we don't like it, we're cutting you off. And so then comes Bitcoin and the decentralized blockchain. Now, this is a counterbalance to all of that. What Trump wants to do with stable coins and having stable coins on the blockchain is pulling it away from central bank control. See, what Trump is doing is fighting this economic battle. And everyone thinks he's just fighting this battle against Trump or against the left, the hardcore left, or against China. It's like Trump is fighting a battle to save the dollar from the world who doesn't want the U.S. dollar around. And he's doing a good job at it, right? So here's where, remember Judy Shelton, when she was one of Trump's economic advisors in the first administration. She was nominated, and there was a lot of people talking about her being the next Federal Reserve chair. She didn't make it, right? They actually tried to really attack and demolish her family. It's like, and so now there's somebody else, right? But what did she believe in? She believed in sound money. She believed in gold-backed currency, right? And so if this is who Trump was talking about having control of the Fed, what does Trump believe in?
us, hey, thank you. Tell Dr. Kirk Elliott, thank you. He has changed our life and our future forever. And so again, just that reminder for folks, amweknow.com/gold. Below this video, click on that, and you will be able to have your life change. Thank you so much, Dr. Kirk Elliott. Appreciate it.
It's my pleasure.
All right, truth seekers, and that was an awesome stable coin for the US dollar? This is kind of what I'm thinking right now because there's quite a few of them, right? There's the USDC and USDT. So there may be some changes that occur with that. So okay, I remember now. The Clarity Act, right? So you mentioned the Genius Act, Dr. Paul. There's another crypto bill that we need to pay attention to, and that's the Clarity Act, and that's going to basically address some of the classification of the different cryptocurrencies, right? And I think, not sure, I don't remember the name of the regulatory bodies, whether it's the SEC or FTC, might be both, or CFTC, but basically there is some talk about who's going to have jurisdiction over certain securities, and they're trying to classify it so it's completely clear as what is a token versus what is a security, etc., etc. So I think because of even the Clarity Act, Dr. Paul, and the fact that they shut down CBDCs in the United States, I think it's actually a very promising dynamic that's playing out right now. So the dollar is going to stay, crypto is going to stay, the stable coins are going to get regulated in a good way, right? Where we can actually get some legitimacy in the crypto space for these particular tethered digital assets, right? So it's interesting, right? So that's my only caveat, right? Judy Shelton, I agree with the direction and what she's saying, but I don't see the dollar starts off with this sentence. After the British entered Hong Kong as a crown colony in the aftermath of the First Opium War, merchants from other parts of the British Empire now in Hong Kong felt the need for a bank to finance the growing trade. Through Hong Kong and sometimes also through Shanghai between China and India, the rest of the British Empire
saw the gold standard. And now Trump is removing the system that they set up. He's setting Venezuela free. The oil can hit the market. He's setting the United States free. He's removing the regulations so we can drill for oil. He's removing the sanctions in Russia. And he's setting the Middle East free. So if you have the oil flowing from all these different locations, what do you get? You get very, very cheap oil. Plus, you remove the power from the deep state, the central bankers. Remember, their control is their power. And Trump is removing that control and transferring it to him and the people of this country. This is what it means by taking back this country. And yes, every step of the way, the proxy army out in Iran doesn't want to give in. But in the end, they will because they'll have no choice. And you can see every step of the way, as Trump breaks down the deep state system, they're going to become more and more desperate. Why do you think Nancy Pelosi ones who brag about hunting down protesters in the Hamas jihad waters. Slowly, it's sinking in for them that they got played hard. They're getting extremely paranoid and keep accusing each other of being coup plotters, spies, or traitors. The funniest comment I read, and something I haven't even thought of myself, was this one comment. Those forces they brought in from Iraq and Afghanistan weren't for the protesters. They were for us. Otherwise, why would Israel
the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
Enemies of the state.
Show me where it says that protests are supposed to be polite and peaceful.
Do something about your dad's immigration practices, you feckless cunt.
Make a low meeting.
How do you resist the temptation to run up and wring her neck?
Biggest terror threat in this is white man. Most of them radicalized right up to the right.
I thought you should punch him in the face. Even if you lost, he insulted your wife. He said the escalator called Mexicans, rapists, and murderers. He said, well, what do you think I should have done? I said, I think you should punch him in the face. And I got out of the race. You would have been a hero.
I'd like to punch him in the face. I said we were in high school, I'd take the guy in the gym and beat the hell out of him. Punch some people in the face! When was the last time an actor assassinated a president? They're still gonna have to go and put a bullet in Donald Trump. And that's a fact.
Look, it's his character. He's stabbed to death. Where is John Wilson? I have thought an awful lot about blowing up the White House.
A Missouri state senator is under investigation by the Secret Service after.
Then, fast forward past that to Comey saying 8647. Remember, he found the shells in the sand. It was just a coincidence. Well, it wasn't. Because they're increasing the rhetoric. They're building it. So the brainwashed people, the people on medication, the people that are on the spectrum, snap. That's what they're hoping for. And when you look at the Middle King's protests, when you look at all these people protesting around the country, and they hold up signs saying 8647, kill President Trump, they have no problem with it whatsoever. And then you have Hassan Piker. We'll trample him with this out and say, reminder that Hassan Piker publicly advocated for President Trump's assassination. Perhaps one of the lunatic followers who decided to give it a shot. Savannah Hernandez replied to this and said, never forget how immediately after Charlie Kirk's assassination, Destiny stated that we need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events. The left consistently calls for us to be killed, hurt, and then cheer when we're killed. Wake up to where we're at. Absolutely. I think that just outside of the Correspondents' Dinner in D.C., what do we have? Well, Cape Catholics put this out. They're holding up signs that says, death to tyrants. Death to all of them. Think about what they're saying right now. Think about what they're pushing. Absolutely unbelievable. Now, the other thing that's very interesting is that people are looking at this saying, oh, this is a psyop, it's a false flag. No, I think what this is that, yes, the deep state players, they're putting out the messages, and they're hoping that some of these people go along with it. Now, are they getting some assistance? Maybe, maybe not. I do believe some of them are in the background. Does this mean the FBI is doing it? No. The FBI has completely changed. It means the deep state operatives might be assisting them. Some of them might be working on their own. It all depends. But what's very interesting is that CNN on April 23rd of this year decided to put out an article saying, how would an assassination attempt be staged? Now, the whole article goes into the conspiracy did this because of what you were doing and what you were saying. Now, there might be others that, are helped along in doing all this, but you can see what's happening. I mean, look at the poll right now that Kitover put out. A September 2025 YouGov poll found that 26% of liberals under 45 say political violence is acceptable. 7% of conservatives under 45 said the same thing. The U.S. has a growing problem with violent left-wing extremism that corporate media largely ignores. Recent examples include the assassination attempts on Donald Trump, attacks on Tesla facilities, and the murder of Charlie Kirk. It needs to stop, but it's only getting worse. So think about it. These 8 players, they keep pushing this, and the left gets more and more violent. Now, are there organizations that assist in this? Yes, Antifa assisted in this. The illegals assisted in this. Those people that are pushing the No Kings rallies and other protests, they're assisting in all this because they want their base to become very, very angry. They want certain individuals to take the next step. And you can see that some of these people, they do it. They basically go after those individuals that are either on some type of medication because they have mental problems. Maybe they're on the spectrum. But they get to these people in a certain way to push them down a certain path. And I do believe that's what we're seeing right now. Now, could this person have assistance from someone? Maybe, maybe not. But you can see that the security within the White House Correspondents' Dinner was actually not that great. Tony Sciarrucca put the sense in the pig was allowed to breach the ballroom before the bullets flew. The Hinckley Hilton 2026 edition, when ideological allies get a pass and real threats get in. Before the gunman, armed with a shotgun, handgun, and knives, charged the Secret Service checkpoint in the Washington Hilton lobby last night, sending President Trump and senior officials into evacuation. Code Pink had already infiltrated the White House Correspondents' Dinner ballroom itself. Medea Benjamin, her pink-clad cadre, weren't stopped at the red carpet or the metal detectors. They protested inside, live, decrying war crimes, while the press corps dined with the very administration they claimed to scrutinize. Not the first time. These same activists have crashed Trump events before, from cabinet dinners to this year's War Crimes Correspondent Dinner rebrand. History repeats at the very hotel where John Hinckley tried to assassinate Reagan in 1981, except this time the radicals were inside first. This isn't mere protest theater. Code Pink's funding trails lead to Neville Roy Signal, the billionaire bankrolling far-left networks with not just documented ties to CCP-aligned causes, but he gets his marching orders from Xi Jinping himself, and adversarial narratives on Iran, Palestine, U.S. foreign policy. They've disrupted military events, cheered selective peace, and now waltz into the most high-profile presidential gathering of the year. Meanwhile, a lone gunman, Cole Thomas Allen, 31 from California, nearly reached the ballroom. One officer took a round to the vest. Chaos in the halls. And you can see, again, look at the security. Look what they've done here. Look at the training. Does it make sense? Actually, Trump put out a very, very interesting video showing the Secret Service standing around, because everyone was at the ballroom already, and you had the metal detectors, you had a place where you put your belongings on the belt. Now, upstanding citizens, they will follow the rules. They will go through the metal detectors. They will show all the objects that they have. Criminals don't work that way. Criminals will sneak in. Criminals will run through. Criminals do this because they're criminals. grateful that nobody in the room was killed. My kids who knew I was in the room tonight were frantically calling me, and I could not reach them until much later to tell them I was okay. Mainstream media must take responsibility for the discord they have sowed across this great country. So think about this for a second. The security was absolutely terrible, and again, many people have said this, that the Secret Service is really not up to the test. So think about it. The agency is pretty big. Does this have to be restructured just like the FBI? Remember, the FBI was designed to protect the deep state system. Does that have to be restructured like the DOJ? The DOJ was not prosecuting the actual criminals. So now we're at the Secret Service point. Yes, I know Trump brought in Sean to restructure, but I think this has to be accelerated right now. And no Secret Service person should be on the sidelines, even when everyone is in the room. Because was also the woman at Butler. Maybe that's not true, but she looks very, very similar. So that is very, very interesting. So is this a coincidence? Maybe, maybe not. It's kind of strange, don't you think? Now, again, they have this guy in custody. We have Janine Pirro. She announced that there's going to be charges: 2 counts of using a firearm, or a crime of violence, assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon, and there's going to be many, many other charges. And once again, this individual had a manifesto. Open source intel put this out and said, the manifesto said he wanted to target administration officials. Investigators also found extensive anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric across his social media accounts. And this is very, very interesting. That once again we have an individual with the manifesto. So here's some key excerpts from the manifesto. Targets: prioritize Trump administration officials. Highest to lowest ranking, excluding FBI Director Kash Patel. Secret Service only if necessary. Avoided hotel staff, guests, and Muslim law enforcement unless they interfered. Justification: frame the attack as a moral Christian duty against alleged administration crimes, rape, murder, potential killers. Address objections like turn the other cheek by saying it doesn't apply to complicity in others' oppression. Apologies: express regret to family, student colleagues, and bystanders for betraying trust and endangering them. Closing rant: criticized insane security lapses at the event and ended with stay in school kids. So that is very, very interesting. So he was a guest. He traveled by train. He brought his weapons. He hid them from his parents. He listened to the fake news. He talked about violence. And look what happened here. Now, once again, we need to start to look at the Secret Service with the security. And once again, I think this has to be ramped up because, again, the attacks are only going to intensify as time goes on. Because as Trump continually breaks down the entire deep state system, they're going to become more and more panicked because, again, they lose leverage when they're exposed. When everything's made transparent and the truth is shown, they lose control. Well, let's go back a little bit in time. Let's go back to the Secret Service and how this all began. So it was established as a division within the Department of Treasury, with William P. Wood sworn in as its first chief. Its sole initial mission was to suppress counterfeiting of U.S. currency after the Civil War. Counterfeiting was rampant. Nearly 1/3 of all currency in circulation was fake, with threatened the stability of the young nation's financial system. Of course, after the Civil War, we had a lot of, the South and the North, their creating currency. I do believe the central bank was also involved in this because, again, Abraham Lincoln didn't want to borrow the currency from the central bank system and created the greenback. And you can see at this point in time, what were they trying to do? They were trying to infiltrate the system once again. So Abraham Lincoln signed legislation authorizing the Secret Service on April 14, 1865. The same day he was assassinated, but officially began operation under the Treasury Secretary Hugh McCulloch a few months later. So basically, it was created. The Secret Service was created to control the counterfeiting. And once again, this had nothing to do with protecting the President of the United States at that time. But in 1901, after the assassination of President William McKinley, that's interesting. William McKinley, he was all for tariffs. 1901, exactly what they're doing to go after the deep state players. And it looks like now they're using the interviews to build the case. And yes, we only have one chance to do this right, and it must be done correctly. Because it must hold weight, it must follow the rule of law, and it must be airtight. Now, the other thing that's really interesting is that the DOJ, they have reinstated the firing squad as official federal execution methods. So that's
hold their earnings and build their savings in a money that retains its value and remains in their legal control and remains theirs to access, away from government control.
Right. You had me at not exposed to government control.
You should feel safe and happy with your money. You should have peace of mind. The more money you see in your bank balance, and that's the type of thing we're trying to deliver, and give people choice in the type of money they get to use every day.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Cameron. Thank you.
Alright, I've got the views of my panel. So, yes, well, go on, Adam, I'll start with you on this, mate. How much longer do you think he can cling on?
He's not got long at all. Now the cabinet's mobilising against him. We've got his own MPs coming out against him. He's lost the confidence of his party. Look, the Labour Party are going to be decimated in the May elections, in my opinion, and he's going to be the face of it. And everyone I speak to, whether it be in the street, in the pub, or online, absolutely despises this man. He's almost become the face of this country's demise over the last 2 years. And even though I know and everyone knows what comes next could be worse, we just want to see this man gone, because I can't even bear to see his face or hear his voice. And I think that reflects many people's opinions as well, and experiences with
Well, he's here tonight.
Do I think he can survive? No. From the people I'm speaking to, and I've got a few Labour sources, they want him gone. And so once that starts, the herd starts to move, he's gone.
Well, what about it? Tough week for Gaffer.
Yeah. It was a tough week. Look, let me just correct some of the stuff there, okay? Because at the start of the week, Kenny Badnock and Nigel Farage both said he must have known, he did know, and he's lied to Parliament, right? And that capital offence. So they agreed with him that he ought to have known. And the next day, what happened was Ollie Robbins went into the select committee and said, no, I didn't tell him. He didn't know. So actually, Reform and the Conservatives agreed with the Prime Minister on the central charge that they made against him, that he must have known, which he didn't, and they also agreed that he ought to have known.
It's about not suspecting, right?
Yeah. So, in that sense, Tuesday was a relief for him. Now, it came out with a whole load of other stuff about Matthew Doyle and all the rest of it, which was unspeakable. You asked a question, how long's he got? Okay. Do you want a quantitative or a qualitative answer? Downing Street, I'm now living from day to day. The constant concern is Keir Starmer. The constant concern should be the country. And that's the problem that Keir Starmer has. At the moment, instead of being focused on everything else, and I'm sure the guy is trying to focus on the Iran war, the King's visit to America, the cost of living crisis, I'm sure he's trying to focus on all of that. But if you have that sword hanging over you that is saying, people are muttering in your cabinet, there's rumblings on the back benches, everybody else, even Adam Brooke doesn't like you, he's got a head that only has so much capacity. And remember when Boris Johnson said, when the Prime Minister becomes a distraction, they've got a guard, always become the distraction. But the interesting thing on that, Adam, I was thinking exactly about this earlier in the comparison with Boris. Boris made himself the centre of attention all the time. When he stopped being the centre of attention, when there were other things off, that's when he collapsed. With Starmer, I think it's the other way. Starmer was not always the centre of attention. Now he's become the centre of attention. say this, it's always sticking my foot, but Diana had actually made a really good point this week, which is why didn't he ask the question? It would be like Keir Starmer going to the doctor saying, we need to do some tests on you because you could have a very, very serious life-threatening illness. And they do the tests, and then go back to the doctor, and the doctor says, well, would you like to know the results? No, I just want to know the process was followed. And that's it, because he doesn't ask the question, and it's ridiculous he didn't ask the question. Now, the bigger point here, just really quickly, is that I think that this government are an absolute shambles, and we've had the highest tax rates in history. I could list the things that are terrible about the country since they came in and that they've made worse. But actually, I don't want that to be the case. Although Labour isn't my natural home for voting, I actually want them to do well. I do. I want good government. And all of this is distracting from that. These self-induced crises all means that the country is suffering even more. It's time to put a stop to it, and it's time to put someone competent, I don't know who that would be, in his place.
All right, and as a lady who'd like to make a point, what would you like to say? You've come all like Cardiff on it. Thank you very much. I'd like to get that microphone close to you, I think.
Does the panel think that the Prime Minister has deliberately misled Parliament? And if that is proved to be the case, what would be the consequence for him? Could he be compelled to resign? What is the punishment for that as such?
Okay, good point. Well, so I suppose it's do we think he deliberately misled Parliament? I mean, I think that the thing that maybe did from a bit this week was about him saying that, Ollie Robbins has said that there was no pressure, there was no civil service pressure, there was no pressure on the civil service, sorry, and that seems to be untrue.
Sorry, let me answer the technical point that you asked, which is what would be, if he had, what would be the consequences? If he had, he would have broken the ministerial code, and I think everybody in Parliament, he would be obliged to come back to Parliament at the very least, and say, I'm sorry, I misled Parliament, here's my correction to the record. That's the normal process. If he willfully, deliberately misled Parliament, that's even worse, and you could then see a situation in which he would be moved against. Sorry, Patrick, the point that you were making, which I've now forgotten.
So that was about when he said there's no pressure, was
Oh, yeah, no, that's a really important point. I think the issue is this. I think there was a culture in number 10. I'm not saying it was the Prime Minister, but certainly in number 10 with Morgan McSweeney, to get Mandelson appointed at all costs, right? And that was totally wrong. But there's also a culture in the civil service. And that culture is, don't give ministers uncomfortable truths. Don't give them information that they don't need to know if it's going to gum up the works. And knowing that number 10 wanted this to happen, when the DV was failed, right, or as Chloe would put it, would only be passed with workarounds. At that point, Ollie Robbins had a choice, in my view, and that choice was either I tell the Prime Minister, look, you're going to have to row back here because you've already announced this, and he thought, I'm new in the post, why would I want to do that? Sweep it under the carpet, and it would never have come out unless there had been this humble address.
It was on the front page of The Independent last year, Barry.
Yeah. Why didn't he ask the question?
Even if, Barry,
Those were things that were going on in the background. They were not believed.
even if Ollie Robbins made the wrong decision, what is clear, or at least from what he has said, is that number 10, whether that was from Starmer, McSweeney, or other people, is that they were essentially bullying the Foreign Office. And what Ollie Robbins said is even if Starmer knew that Mandelson had failed his vetting, he probably wouldn't have cared. They didn't seem to care whether he was vetted or not.
He didn't actually say that.
All right, well, there we go. Well, obviously, the jury's out on exactly how long we can cling on for, but I think really between the lines, it looks as though the herd has moved, doesn't it, when it comes to Keir Starmer, so there we go. But in a statement by an ally of Lord Herne, I mentioned earlier, who's in a little bit of trouble, the Daily Telegraph, he said the Daily Telegraph deliberately misrepresents different legal claims and key facts in an attempt to improve their story, and they were warned of this pre-publication. Their investigation simply shows the attorney's minimal involvement in the Al-Swedi claims, limited to a small number of hours between 2008 and 2013, and there is no suggestion of any wrongdoing on his part. Right, okay, well, that clears that up, doesn't it? Anyway, right, we've got forward to the visit getting underway tomorrow. Now, I understand that although the vast majority of the state visit is going to be going ahead, there are going to be a few minor, what they describe as kind of operational changes to the visit. The problem is we're not quite sure what that means. Does that mean less contact time with ordinary members of the public? We know the King and Queen and other members of the royal family like doing walkabouts. Does that mean a change in location, some of the engagements? We simply don't know. We are trying to get more details on that. But of course, there have been discussions well over through the night following on from the assassination attempts on President Trump and senior members of the Trump administration. The British government said this morning that they take the security of King Charles incredibly seriously, as does Buckingham Palace, of course. And I think it was probably a situation where Secret Service were talking to the Royal Protection Officers here in London, the Metropolitan Police who deal with royal protection for the King and Queen, and basically trying to seek some kind of reassurances that when the King and Queen are on American soil, both here in Washington where I am, also in New York and Virginia, that they are going to be as safe as possible. I suppose clearly with this gunman, Cole Thomas Allen, who's in police custody at the moment being questioned, 31-year-old, he was targeting Trump, wasn't he? He was targeting the Trump administration. He was not targeting, or as far as we're aware, King Charles and Queen Camilla. So therefore the level of threat against the royal family is not more than it was 24 hours ago, if that makes sense. So let's wait and see. The King and Queen clearly keen, or at least the government clearly keen, to try and use the King's soft power to repair that relationship between President Trump and Sir Keir Starmer, Downing Street and the White House, of course. But this runs far deeper than whoever occupies the White House or who is occupying 10 Downing Street. This is about two nations celebrating 250 years of the Confederation of the United States, and the constant in all of those 250 years is the British monarchy, and that's what's going to be celebrated this week.
That's it. You don't think there's, as you say, I mean, it's vitally important to our government for the King to go out there, the King and Queen, to repair this relationship that arguably the government has damaged. Do you think there was really ever any question of the King and Queen not going out there?
It's really hard to say. I think it would have been incredibly embarrassing for President Trump if the state visit was pulled at such quite so last minute. I think he probably would get on Truth Social straight away and start criticising the UK government, because remember, it's the UK government that is sending the King on a state visit. So if the government says you're not going, the King is not going to be going. President Trump always describes the King as a friend. So I think he would have done everything within his power to make sure that the King and the Queen was going to be safe while they're here in Washington. And in fact, in his press conference yesterday, President Trump said he was battling with the Secret Service, wanting this White House Correspondents' Dinner to continue once that gunman had been apprehended. But due to protocol, the Secret Service said, no, sir, you've got to go back to the White House, you've got to stay safe. And he has already pledged that he's going to redo that White House Correspondents' Dinner within the next 30 days. So Trump is absolutely determined, clearly, to make sure that people like this gunman who targeted Trump and targeted the Trump administration are not going to stop their way of life and stop celebrations such as
the internet without a VPN, a
sure that if he had a bazooka, they'd be like, well, is it for personal use?
Not at all. I am completely with you. He should have been. What is anybody doing going into that hotel, staying? I mean, he mocks this in his manifesto. He's got a manifesto, so we'll find out what he's thinking. And
It's funny how we're calling it a manifesto when essentially it's an email. He sent an email to us.
It's not like we don't know anything about this guy at this point. We know he was a celebrated teacher. He's from the left. His manifesto has this attitude of like, I'm doing the world a favor. He talks about Jesus wouldn't have turned the other
officers and investigators on the ground there who are looking into attacks on journalists and attacks on ICE. I can't say more until there may be a development in court, but please rest assured that protecting First Amendment is incredibly important to this Department of Justice, and also protecting our law-abiding and patriotic ICE officers in doing their jobs is very important to us. And mob action like this is designed to intimidate both our law enforcement and also the journalists who seek to document these attacks. And it's important to America that we shut it down, not only in Minnesota, but everywhere we find it. We're committed to that at the Department of Justice.
So for me, I'm assured because I know you, kind of the subtext of what you're saying there. So there, you mentioned this, you didn't say his name, but it's William Scott, I think it was Kelly, William Scott
Yes.
Kelly, yeah. So he's the city's church guy that was storming in there. He was also, according to Savannah Hernandez, the one that identified her to this mob and then kind of eggs people on. At what point does that type of behavior become incitement? Because I have another incitement question for you after you answer this.
Well, it's very fact specific. I'm not the investigator, so we do have I know people are frustrated by this in our online world. I know you're more sophisticated, but we have investigators who go and do interviews. We interviewed, I will say, we interviewed and preserved Savannah's input early on in this case, the very weekend that it happened. I made sure prosecutors and our law enforcement were out there to take her statement. That's been done. Then you have to take statements of other people, witnesses, look at the camera angles and all of that. And then there's case law that tells us, Brandenburg and other cases that tell us sort of the dividing line between protected speech and incitement. So I'm not going to prejudge that. We have to take cases either to a judge or a grand jury.
Right.
And I don't want to
but
get
for
ahead
me,
of that.
when you talk about incitement, so I'm gonna throw up a theoretical here. Hassan Piker has made a lot of news this week because he's talking about social murder and he's justifying the assassination of Brian Thompson. Yes, the CEO of United Healthcare. Sorry, just blanked on his name. But then, so people are starting to dig up his clips, right? Hassan Piker, and there's a clip here. It's like he says, if you cared about Medicare fraud, you would kill Rick Scott. Satya.
If you cared about Medicare fraud or Medicaid fraud, you would kill Rick Scott.
So this is just him kind of off the cuff, but then you see other things that he said. He's talked about like stabbing people. He's now talking about social murder to justify assassination culture. Like, I'm as huge of a defender of the First Amendment as anybody. It's what Charlie stood for. But at what point do we get it? Like, you are inciting people to do crazy stuff. You're inciting people, and by the way, we've got the SPLC news this week, which I'd love to have you opine on as well.
Well, so this is not part of a question, actually. The standard requires that it be an incitement to imminent violence. And so the crowd situation, that we are just describing vis-a-vis Savannah is much closer to incitement if, the facts pan out. And Hassan Piker spewing his garbage on the internet, because I don't think a court would find there to be, unless there's a circumstance where he's talking directly to an individual with a knife poised above a person's body, that would be an imminent incitement to an imminent violence. And so I know that's unsatisfactory for people, but that's kind of what the Supreme Court has ruled, and it's over-inclusive of speech and
this will totally be investigated and nothing was ever heard again. Is this maybe just the beginning of what we have against the SPLC? Could more be forthcoming in that case?
Look, again, we never try to tip our hand about what we're doing, but, you know, we've started with the type of crimes that eventually took to the mob in the United States. You know, Elliot Ness kind of started out with tax fraud, and then, you know, it went from there. And so sometimes things start out with what looks like the less sexy approach, but I think you start unraveling the thread, and you're going to see a lot there. A lot of us on the right knew that there was shady stuff happening there. Nobody had the will until this DOJ, starting under Pam Bondi and now continuing under Todd Blanche's great leadership, to actually do something about it.
Army, can you say one more segment? I want to ask you about this
Sure.
DEI case in Colorado that just broke right before you came on the air. So hang right there. Okay, perfect. That's a big one. DEI and AI. It's a lot of acronyms that can mean a lot of bad things if it's not handled correctly. I'm going to say that All Family Pharmacy, the good folks at All Family Pharmacy have flipped the entire pharmaceutical industry on its head. So if you need medications, if you need your daily maintenance meds or antivirals, you can go straight to allfamilypharmacy.com. All Family Pharmacy, it lets you be proactive in your healthcare. So don't get sick and wait in line and ask a doctor for permission. You don't have to do that. You get prepared ahead in advance, and then you have them ready if and when you do get sick. I have just started using them myself, and I will tell you I'm impressed. They're an amazing company. Allfamilypharmacy.com. Use promo code KIRK10 for 10% off your first order. That's allfamilypharmacy.com. Promo code KIRK10 for 10% off. Check them out. We'll be right back. alleged to have paid a separate informant more than $1 million between 2014 and 2023 to leak information about the neo-Nazi organization that is called the National Alliance. Federal prosecutors say that in total, the SPLC secretly sent more than $3 million between 2014 and 2023 to leaders and organizers of racist groups.
In total, according to the indictment, between 2014 and 2023, SPLC paid at least $3 million to 8 individuals at least. These individuals were affiliated with the Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, National Socialist Movement, Aryan Nations affiliated Sadistic Souls Motorcycle Club, the National Socialist Party of America, Nazis, and the American Front.
The Southern Poverty Law Center themselves advertise to raise money to dismantle violent extremist groups for a period of at least a decade. They use their donor network to raise money to purportedly dismantle violent extremist groups. However, the SPLC, the Southern Poverty Law Center, used the money they raised from their donor network to actually pay the leadership of these very groups. I just want to say that again. They used the fraudulently raised money by lying to their donor network, thousands of Americans, to go ahead and actually pay the leadership of these supposed violent extremist groups. The groups, as the general laid out, include the Ku Klux Klan, United Klans of America, Unite to Right, National Alliance, the National Socialist Movement, the Aryan Nation Motorcycle Club, and the National Socialist Party of America, and also the American Front.
And Casper outlined how the SPLC used shell companies to hide their criminal activity.
In at least one of these matters, our investigation revealed that funds were used to facilitate the commission of further state and federal offenses, totaling over $3 million. Furthermore, our investigation revealed that the Southern Poverty Law Center, on top of perpetuating this widespread, decade-long, multi-billion-dollar fraud, conducted more criminal activity. They attempted to hide their criminal activity from our financial banking network. They set up shell companies and entities around America so that the financial institutions that we rely on as everyday Americans were deceived in believing that money was not coming from the Southern Poverty Law Center in the perpetration of this scheme and fraud, but rather fictitious entities they stood up to perpetuate this ongoing fraud. This is a serious and egregious violation of a group that purported to dismantle violent extremist groups, but in turn actually only fueled the hatred.
The SPLC has long been known in media and politics for tracking extremist organizations through its hate map and research reports. And now that they are facing these charges, there have been many reactions to the case against the SPLC. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries called the indictment baseless. Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer accused the administration of weaponizing the DOJ against watchdog groups. Brian Fair also rejected the charges. He said that the organization is outraged by the false accusations, and the organization will vigorously defend itself, its staff, and its work. Fair acknowledged that the group had used paid confidential informants in the past, but he said that the practice had ended. He also maintained that the payments were for confidential informants to gather credible intelligence on extremely violent groups. Fair argued that infiltrating violent organizations was dangerous but necessary work that saved lives. But critics of the SPLC say that the SPLC labeled opponents too broadly, and they held too much influence over public institutions. In an interview with the New York Post, America First Legal President Gene Hamilton, who is a former DOJ official, likened the SPLC scandal to paying the proverbial arsonist to help put out a fire. Hamilton said that it would be like if his own MAGA type group was secretly giving money to DEI officials to set up more DEI programs while raising money to fight against DEI. Leora Rez, the founder of Stop Anti-Semitism, said that it's unimaginable to us that a civil rights group would gin up fake bigotry in order to solicit donations from concerned Americans. If this is what the SPLC did
surrender at Turning Point USA. We're going to do the opposite, and our students are only going to lean in even more. But they can't debate us on our ideas. They cannot have dialogue. They cannot actually go on to the merits of why they are right or why we might be wrong. Instead, they must smear us with the age-old one-liner that you are a racist or that you are a hater. And they're finally realizing the power of Turning Point USA, which is why they put us.
Well, when you're effective, you're correct.
And the SBLC case has drawn a sharp response from President Trump in a post on State Department has designated the group as a foreign terrorist organization since 1997. One day before the talks, Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar called on Lebanon to work with Israel to disarm Hezbollah. Sa'ar said, "We don't have any serious disagreements with Lebanon. There are a few minor border disputes that can be solved. The obstacle to peace and normalization between the countries is one, Hezbollah." He also said that Lebanon could have a future of sovereignty, independence, and freedom from the Iranian occupation. President Trump wrote, "The ceasefire between Israel and Lebanon will be extended by 3 weeks. I look forward in the near future to hosting the Prime Minister of Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, and the President of Lebanon, Joseph Aoun. It was a great honor to be a participant in this historic meeting." He also clarified that the ceasefire does not bar Israel from launching strikes in self-defense. The Lebanese ambassador thanked President Trump for his efforts to help and support Lebanon, and the Israeli ambassador said, "We hope that together, under your leadership, we can formalize peace between Israel and Lebanon in the very near future." Since the Iranian government backs Hezbollah, President Trump said that any deal the U.S. signs with Iran must include a provision barring the Iranian government from continuing to fund Hezbollah. Hezbollah dragged Lebanon into the U.S.-Israeli war against Iran after it began targeting Israel on March 2nd. After the U.S. and the Iranian government agreed to a ceasefire on April 7th, the Iranian government insisted that it cover Lebanon as well. Due to the anti-Hezbollah stance of the current government of Lebanon, the Trump administration saw a unique opportunity for a peace deal through a separate channel, direct talks between Israel and Lebanon. Rubio said that the ceasefire extension gives time for Israel and Lebanon to work toward a permanent peace. President Trump told reporters in the Oval Office after the meeting, "It'll be a wonderful thing to get this worked out simultaneously with what we're doing in Iran." The White House has recently dealt a series of heavy blows to the CCP. Yesterday, the White House said that the CCP is carrying out industrial-scale campaigns to extract advanced U.S. artificial intelligence technology. In a memo that was addressed to federal agencies, Michael Kratkios, the director of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, stated that American officials have evidence that foreign entities, primarily based in China, are systematically targeting U.S. frontier AI systems. These efforts involve tens of thousands of proxy accounts and the use of jailbreaking techniques that are designed to bypass safeguards and extract proprietary information. The memo states that although Chinese companies cannot fully replicate the performance of the original model through such covert unauthorized theft, they enable foreign actors to develop comparable products at significantly lower cost. The memo reads, "These distillation campaigns also allow those actors to deliberately strip away security protocols from the resulting models and undo mechanisms that ensure those AI models are ideologically neutral and truth-seeking." To address this threat, the Trump administration has vowed to hold foreign actors accountable for industrial-scale theft. At the same time, the NASA Office of the Inspector General, the OIG, has, in a rare move, disclosed an old case involving espionage by a Chinese citizen. This person posed as a U.S. researcher as part of a spearphishing campaign to obtain sensitive information from the space agency, as well as from government entities, universities, and private companies. The OIG said in a release on Thursday, "For years, NASA employees and research collaborators thought they were simply sharing software with colleagues. Instead, they were emailing sensitive defense technology to a Chinese national who was impersonating U.S. engineers." Some of the victims of the campaign were employed at NASA, the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, and the Federal Aviation Administration, while the others worked at major universities and private sector firms. With the assistance of the NASA Office of the Inspector General and federal partners, this long-running scheme was uncovered, thereby preventing further leaks of classified information to hostile foreign entities. The individual linked to the campaign was outed December 2021, this individual repeatedly targeted American professors, researchers, and engineers. According to the 2024 indictment, Song was formerly an engineer at a state-owned aerospace and defense conglomerate in China that manufactured both civilian and military aircraft. He and an unidentified accomplice attempted to obtain modeling software that is used in aerospace design and weapons development. They conducted extensive research on their targets, posing as their genuine friends and colleagues to request copies of the software or its source code. The scheme was successful in a handful of cases where victims shared the sensitive information with the imposter accounts that were managed by Song. So the FBI has added Song to the most wanted list of America. In 2019, then FBI Director Christopher Wray stated at a public event that was hosted by the Council on Foreign Relations, which is a U.S. think tank, that the Chinese Communist Party had taken the lead in mobilizing the entire society to engage in theft in order to climb the economic ladder. And the OIG said, as phishing campaigns continue to become more sophisticated, there are common clues that can betray scammers and expose their export fraud schemes. In Song's case, he repeatedly requested to purchase the same software without specifying his requirements. And fraudsters often suggest using unusual payment methods, such as suspicious wire transfers, or they suddenly change payment terms or sources, and they also use non-standard transfer methods to conceal their identities or circumvent shipping restrictions, among other tactics. Cybersecurity agencies in Western countries also issued a joint security advisory on Thursday, warning that CCP hackers are extensively exploiting everyday connected devices, such as home Wi-Fi routers and smart home devices, to build covert networks in order to conceal their malicious cyber operations. Led by the National Cybersecurity Center, this operation involved 15 international partner agencies from 9 countries, including the United States, Australia, Canada, Germany, Japan, the Netherlands, New Zealand, and Spain. And they jointly issued an urgent cybersecurity advisory warning regarding a significant shift in the tactics employed by hacking groups that are linked to the CCP. The announcement states that these attacks exploit so-called covert networks or botnets, which operate by relaying malicious traffic through thousands or even hundreds of thousands of compromised home devices around the world to conceal the source of the attack. And home Wi-Fi routers are the most commonly hijacked devices, while printers and network cameras are also highly vulnerable to intrusion. Security officials explain that a typical home Wi-Fi router could be used as a relay point to attack a large corporation without the homeowner's knowledge. One case study shows a Chinese private company established a vast hidden network by infecting more than 200,000 devices worldwide. The case urges companies and organizations to take a number of steps, such as mapping out their IT systems, including connections to consumer broadband networks. The political scene in the UK has also been turbulent recently, as controversy over the appointment of the ambassador to the US continues to escalate. A war of words has erupted over who should ultimately take the blame for appointing Labor veteran Peter Mandelson as envoy to the US. Previously, media coverage of Mandelson's case focused on his relationship with Epstein. However, newly revealed information shows that Mandelson has had business dealings with CCP-affiliated companies and Chinese capital in the past. According to investigative reports and disclosures by think tanks, Global Counsel, the consulting firm founded by Mandelson, has been involved in transactions and lobbying activities related to CCP-funded enterprises, including assisting with investments by CCP capital in the UK's technology sector. Keir Starmer has faced questions these days and Prime Minister's questions from MPs regarding Mandelson's appointment 7 months after his sacking from the top job in Washington. On Tuesday, Starmer defended himself in strong terms. He stated that full due process was observed during Mandelson's appointment. Starmer told MPs the problem He said that he would have canceled the appointment of Mandelson had he known about the vetting concerns. On the other hand, Ollie Robbins, a former top civil servant in the Foreign Office, described someone that he called number 10. Apparently number 10 was so determined to press ahead with the appointment of Mandelson that he thought that there should be no vetting at all. But Robbins still insisted that his department follow the process rigorously. However, Robbins was sacked last week, and now number 10 denies that they put pressure on the Foreign Office to appoint Mandelson. Pat McFadden, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions, also denied such pressure was made to appoint Mandelson. He said that Ollie Robbins made the judgment that he did, so he did not have to tell Keir Starmer about Lord Mandelson not clearing security vetting. So McFadden said that Starmer has acted fairly in these circumstances. But politicians from opposition parties have repeatedly criticized the Prime Minister over the appointment. Many have called for Starmer to resign or for a vote of no confidence in his leadership to take place. Conservative Party leader Kenny Badenoch directly accused the Prime Minister of shifting the blame onto officials and charged him with misleading Parliament. Several opposition parties, including the Liberal Democrats and the Scottish National Party, have also joined in the criticism, questioning whether the appointment process has been seriously compromised. The atmosphere in the House was tense. Two members of Parliament were kicked out of the chamber for flatly accusing him of lying, which is against the rules of the House of Commons. Far-left MP Zara Sultana accused Starmer of gaslighting the nation, telling the chamber, "Let's call this out for what it is. The Prime Minister is a bare-faced liar, and if he had any decency, he would resign." On Wednesday in the Commons, Tory leader Kenny Badenoch repeatedly pressed Starmer on whether the full due process was observed. But Starmer says that he stands by his statement. He admitted that the appointment was a mistake. But he again says that the Foreign Office officials granted security clearance to Mandelson against the recommendation of UK security vetting. And Badenoch even claims that Mandelson was given access to classified briefings before he received clearance. But Starmer explained that as a member of the House of Lords and as a Privy Councillor, Mandelson was permitted to have access to certain material before development vetting. And on Tuesday, Pat McFadden claimed that Mandelson was appointed because he was a political operator and someone with trade experience. So, since the Prime Minister's former Chief of Staff, Morgan McSweeney, wanted to take full responsibility for advising the Prime Minister to appoint Mandelson, he resigned from his job in February due to his role in the Mandelson case. The British government has now launched a new round of security vetting to determine whether Mandelson's tenure posed any national security risks. The assessment will be conducted by a unit under the Cabinet Office, but some members of Britain's Parliament are still demanding that Starmer resign. The Prime Minister's future is on the minds of some of his MPs, but President Trump believes that Starmer will recover from the scandal. President Trump wrote, Prime Minister Keir Starmer of the United Kingdom acknowledged that he exercised wrong judgment when he chose his ambassador to Washington. I agree, he was a really bad pick. Plenty of time to recover, however. But this has raised questions about his suitability for a sensitive diplomatic position. And that's a wrap for this episode. Thank you so much for your support of Front Page. Please remember to leave a comment below the video. This is really helping us to be seen all around the world. The more people who watch Front Page, the more freedom-loving people the world will have. And please hit the like button and hit the notification bell after subscribing. And please share this video with your friends and family, because everybody deserves to know the truth.
My time for the papers at 7:47 with Susan Evans and Kevin Schofield. Morning both. On the Express, Suzanne, Keir Starmer is being told by the Tories must give a public apology to grooming gang victims.
Yes, that's right. So the Express has done an investigation into Keir Starmer's prosecution when he was head of the CPS of the Rochdale grooming gangs and have found him severely lacking. And now Chris Philp, the shadow Home Secretary, is saying that there needs to be an investigation into this as part of the current inquiry into the scandal. So this is much more pressure on Starmer.
start talking to the Taliban about returning people. It's a difficult one, though. It is, because ultimately for this to happen, you have to recognise officially the Taliban as a government that you're prepared to deal with.
And we don't.
And we don't up until now, so Stephen, you're absolutely right, because Sweden, the EU Commission, are holding talks, want to hold talks with the Taliban government. Our Home Secretary's thinking, well, maybe we should do the same to thresh out some kind of returns deal. 10% of all arrivals crossing the Channel are Afghans. The figures here are quite staggering. 36,000 Afghans claimed asylum since 2020 in the United Kingdom, most of those arriving on small boats. And we have this almost perverse situation where we might have our Home Secretary acknowledging this regime. And, just a bit of background here, the Taliban, I think, took control of Afghanistan back in 2021, because American forces withdrew, we withdrew. Some people say we just left, a lot of people in Afghanistan literally hanging. So we could end up in a situation where we have some kind of returns deal with the Taliban.
I can't quite see it happening, can you? Because there's no way the Taliban are going to accept kindly people who have tried to escape the country.
Yeah, I mean, the people that they're looking to return effectively are either those who have got criminal convictions in this country or have failed asylum seekers. And then it gets us into this awful area. What kind of deal would it look like? And is it going to be a case of us paying the Taliban to take these people back? Now, that's not been suggested because those negotiations not happened. But there is a prospect there, because what would be the incentive for the Taliban to take back a load of people?
All right, let's bring this guy in. This guy, he's probably one of the most connected people I know. He scoops everything. He's got just a pipeline into the administration, because everything that comes out is just, if it hasn't happened yet, let's bring in a good friend of mine, CEO and editor-in-chief of Just News, John Solomon. John, around 11:30 p.m. last night, Just News posted a story titled "The Art of No Deal." Tell us what you mean by that. Where are we headed?
Yeah, so it's important to understand that what's going on right now is that the president has a clear proposal to the Iranians, but the Iranians don't have a clear negotiating team. That's something you and I talked about a couple of weeks ago. There's a division between the IRGC, which are the most radical of the fanatics in the Iranian regime, the Revolutionary Guard. They would like to fight to death. Could deliver that wish if you would. I would like to. And then some of the civilian leadership, which vacillates between partials and full deal. I do think what has happened in the last 48 hours is that the Iranians have agreed on a potential strategy, and they've identified the foreign minister as the sole voice for speaking for all the different factions that are left behind in the sort of splintered Iranian leadership, and that allows for clear negotiations. And the only question will be, will the Iranians accept the president's terms? The Iranians don't have much to leverage. They are the losing, defeated party. They cause a little mischief here and there in the Hormuz Strait. Probably not as much as we think. But they are.
I got it. You said the Hormuz Strait. Trump said that the other day, and he backed down with all this. Some would call it the Strait of Hormuz, a much more beautiful word. I love that.
Yeah, it is Strait of Hormuz. I always shorten it when I'm talking about it fast hand, but.
Well, we meet with the guy. Maybe he picked it up. Anyway, I digress.
Yeah, no, I don't think I can play for that one. That's my own brain on that one. I do think that this is the last round of negotiations. A little while ago, Senator Roger Wicker said that the time for negotiating is over. The Iranians are never going to make a deal. And I think that's a general assessment inside the intelligence community right now. That said, I think the president wants to exhaust
machine, they're going to search your bags, they're going to pat people down, they have the metal detectors in their hands, etc. So it was at this point, obviously, where the gunman realised that he wasn't going to get through the metal detectors, and that is why he's made a run for it. See, he's come right through, but you can see how relaxed everybody is. Nobody's on high alert. The body language of the people there, it was a very convivial atmosphere because it was a social occasion. It wasn't like going into, a conference. It wasn't like walking into the White House on any particular. It was a social occasion, and so I think they had their guard down. Is the best way I can describe it. I spoke to a couple of guests. In fact, you might play that this morning, but there were two women who were just guests in the hotel. I got chatting to them in one of the bars actually beforehand, and they were sort of baffled by the event because they just booked for a weekend. They live in Phoenix. They booked for a weekend in Washington. They didn't know it was the Washington Correspondents' Dinner tonight when they booked into the hotel. It's a vast hotel. This room that we're looking at here holds about 2,500 people for this sort of event, and so there were lots of people walking around. And I guess this guy, we now know he was a guest at the hotel. The question is, I suppose, how long had he been down in the basement? Because there was a level of security you had to get through to descend the escalators, but it was literally a case of saying, do you have a ticket? Can I see your ticket? And if you showed a ticket, you went down the escalators. And when I say a ticket, guys, it was a tiny little white piece of paper, easily replicable, nothing distinguishing about it. There's no QR code, there was no ticket on a phone. Again, it's part of the charm of Washington. It isn't quite so technologically advanced as maybe these events would be, and a lot of us rather like that. But it does mean that on occasions like this, if you've replicated a little white ticket, I guess you can get down the escalators and you can get down to the lobby area. We're seeing the gunman here, obviously once he was apprehended, and we know a little bit more about him. I've got Ben Leo sat here with me as well, if you want me to hand it
Yes.
over.
Hello guys. So this chap here at your screen, he is called Cole Allen. He's a 31-year-old from California. He's been identified as a teacher, and unbelievably, not so recently, he was crowned Teacher of the Month. So it does beg the question, how you go from being Teacher of the Month, educating the future generations of Americans, to travelling all the way across the country from the West Coast to the East Coast, armed with not only just a pistol, as we first thought was the case when this story first broke in the early hours this morning. I think it was around 1 a.m. UK time. Armed with a shotgun, a pistol, and multiple knives as well. As Bev said, he was staying at the Hilton Hotel, which again raises more serious concerns and questions about security for the president and indeed his cabinet. Because how can you have a massive event like this, the White House Correspondents Association dinner? It's an annual event, it's advertised well in advance, everybody knows who attends, everybody knows who's coming, and the severity and the top level of security needed to keep attendees safe, not least the president. How was this guy, Cole Allen, a 31-year-old teacher, able to check into the Hilton Hotel at some point during the week perhaps, armed to the nines with an arsenal, and indeed stay there until this dinner this evening? And the footage of him literally sprinting, and the president was describing it in some detail, sprinting towards the front door of the ballroom at some speed. Here it is now on your screen, just extraordinary when this dropped. And actually it was the president who shared this initially on his Truth Social page. The Secret Service detail you can see here, the guy runs in, the Secret Service en masse, I describe them as, and I mean this with no disrespect, it's a compliment, just like ants, the way they convene together, they all move forward together with their pistols out. They did fire 4 and 5 shots towards the chap. He wasn't hit, unbelievably. He was unscathed, so he was arrested and taken into custody unharmed. But just how this happens, how he's able to check into the hotel with all those weapons, and you would have thought at least that if there were going to be guests staying at the Hilton Hotel, that at least everybody was searched before this event took place and the president made his way onto site.
There's nothing more important than keeping your money and your identity safe online. And with so many VPN options available, choosing the right one can be pretty daunting. But this video's sponsor, ExpressVPN, is making the choice easier for GB News viewers. ExpressVPN is offering up to 75% off, plus 4 extra months free.
aftermath of something like this, if they make it. As we know, he's been desperate to get this ballroom built at the White House. And on a night like this, it is quite clear, being in this town, how desperately the White House does need its own social space. The fact that it doesn't have one is amazing, because it means that the president and all of the cabinet have had to travel across town. It isn't far, it's only a couple of miles between the White House and this hotel. But they've had to travel there, and then they are so vulnerable. And what President Trump has been calling for is to have a ballroom at the White House where he could host this many people in the most secure setting imaginable. And that's obviously the point that he will be making in the next few days. Some would say that's in some ways a happy coincidence, actually, that it's worked out like that, because he's even had issues with the planning permission for the ballroom. Part of it got rejected recently, didn't it, Ben? Have I remembered that correctly?
Back and forth, legal challenges as well, and it's worth reminding viewers and listeners that the president is funding the ballroom himself. It's the East Wing. I guess it's a moot point in light of what's happened tonight, but he wants that ballroom, and he said in his press briefing this evening, this is the reason we need the ballroom. We cannot keep having events such as this in public spaces where we can't fully trust the security. He pretty much had a dig at the Hilton Hotel for saying their security, or the building, apologies, was not secure. He said this is why we need the ballroom and why the military at the White House are asking for it. But I just want to get your thoughts on other comments made by the president in that press briefing. He was very quick to get to the podium. I guess one of the most poignant comments he said was, in light of this evening's events, I ask that all Americans recommit with their hearts to resolving their differences peacefully. We have to resolve our differences. What did you make of his tone?
Unexpected. I genuinely found that really surprising. We don't hear that rhetoric of unity very often from the president. As we know, he likes to come out swinging. He's on the front foot most of the time when he talks to the media. He's on the front foot when he gets onto Truth Social, let's be honest, when he posts online. And I would hope also that he would heed some of his own advice, because he doesn't help with the temperature. I understand why he does it. I understand his frustrations, having been in those briefing rooms. You know how it's been. We've been in that room. We've seen the information be given firsthand to the media, and then we've seen how it's been misinterpreted sometimes by some elements of the left-wing press here in America and in the UK as well. And so I do understand the frustration of the way that he, particularly as an individual, is demonized repeatedly and cast as evil. We've heard people say that he's evil. In fact, there was footage online this weekend, just a couple of days ago, of a preacher in a church praying to God, please take President Trump, to ripples of laughter from the congregation. And when you've got church leaders, I think it was a Christian, maybe it was a Catholic church, asking for him to die, don't be surprised when vulnerable onlookers take that advice literally. One of the things I think is probably worth reflecting on, actually, on this occasion, is the fact that the shooter, the guy that had the gun, as Anne said, quite rightly, we don't know precisely why he was there. We can hazard a guess. But he hasn't been killed. So it's one of those rare occasions where actually we might get some understanding about what his motive was.
Yeah, it could have been the president himself who was after, or it could have been just talking about the rhetoric and the kind of political toxicity we see both sides of the pond. It could have been, we've heard about what the left tend to say, the pictures outside placards, death to all of them, death to tyrants, were some of the placards. But on the flip side as well, Bev, President Trump, he will say things such as the media, enemies of the people, so on and so on. So it could be, it's not been struck out yet, but possibly maybe this man was heading towards journalists. Who knows? Maybe he was after journalists or broadcasters. Maybe he was a right winger. Maybe he was a left winger.
Yeah, it's a very good point, because in fact,
were unharmed, and our best wishes are with the injured officer. But just finally, they'll have some questions to answer, some, I argue, sort of high security detail to consider ahead of the King's visit on, well, he's here on Monday, isn't he, ahead of Tuesday. They will be thinking about this now.
Well, we are both at the Ambassador's tomorrow. There is a huge event in town tomorrow at the British Ambassador's residence. It was meant to be the morning after the night before. Hundreds of people will be there on British soil at the embassy
So now